Good evening, hello, and welcome to FunkShop TV. Thank you for being here. I am Biggz. Jordan's sitting here with me, but he just had to step away to what he called the head. So he's going and hitting the head right now. That's what he said. Do I have time to hit the head? Francisco is on his way, from what I understand. He should be here any minute. Chris isn't feeling too well. He might join us. LaLa might join us. We're gonna have a good talk tonight. We're gonna have a good chat. So, if you can hear me, tap in right now. Drop a line in chat. Let me know that you can hear me. Let me know that that my microphone's working. Say hello. Introduce yourself. Let us know where you're from, where you're tuning in from. And be prepared, because our discussion might get a little deep tonight. It might get a little emotional. We're gonna definitely gonna talk. We're definitely gonna talk. So once again, I am Biggz. This is FunkShop TV, and Jordan's here. Let me get him in. Jordan, what's happening?
Not much, brother. How are you?
I am absolutely wonderful.
Wonderful. I'm excited to be here tonight. Looking forward to it.
Me too. Me too. What? It sounds like shit. Uh-oh. Alright, hang on. Fuzzy and warbled. Still? Check 1 2 1 2 1 2. Yeah, that does not sound good. All right. Yeah, that does not sound good at all. Give me just a second to it. Uno más. Like a blown speaker. Okay. I think I might know what it is. Is that any better? Holy shit. I know. We're working on the sound. What's up, man? I'm working on it. It's really bad. Okay. All right. It's been a minute. It's been a long minute. I am wondering if sound like a robot. Hang on a second. Check. How about now? Nope, still not. Okay. I am not understanding why. This doesn't make any sense.
I think one of these might be hot.
No, I don't think so. How about now? Does that fix anything? Yeah. You know what? I'll pause it for a second until we get this audio stuff. Still not. Okay. Yeah, this is not making any sense to me because
We don't make sense.
Check 1 2 1 2 1 2. How was that?
So much better.
There you go.
Okay, so that is better.
Holy crap.
Okay, now I don't understand why. It doesn't make any sense why I changed one thing that doesn't make sense about one thing that I changed. Jordan, check your mic.
Mic check 1 2 1 2. Everybody, let me know if it sounds good or bad.
Thank you guys for letting me know that, because I would have been really, really upset if we said Jordan sounds good. Okay, now, real test.
Your mic's a little loud, but much better.
Jordan's is a little loud.
No, yours is.
Woo! That sounds super hot. Yours sounds fine, but a bit loud. How about Francisco?
Mic check. 1 2 1 2.
Oh, wow.
That's good.
What's up?
You said Francisco! Yeah, this is weird. How bizarre is this? Something just does not feel right to me, but... It's echoing. Son of a bitch!
Which one, though?
Alright, hang on. Hang on.
Good
This is
evening.
nuts.
Thank you, everybody, for your patience.
Yeah, guys, talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah.
I'll figure this
How
out.
was your day today, bud?
Get this figured out.
You know, working.
Yeah.
A lot.
What
Yeah.
are you doing now?
Went back to being just a cook.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little more back to what you enjoy? Or,
Well, yeah, and having more time for the family.
Oh, absolutely.
That's what's key.
yeah.
Yeah, when I was supervising, it was just like I had no life.
Yeah. So were you like on call? You were probably on call and all that, 60,
Yeah.
70, 80 hours a week.
It was
Still in
14, 15-hour days every single day, no days off. Even on my days off.
Oh, look.
You know,
Yeah.
still have to check in the emails and phone calls and all of that. It's
Yeah.
just
I always liked France's policy that it's illegal and you can get a fine to work or to check your work
200
emails
cents.
during the
200
week.
Hey guys, we've got a first time chatter. I don't mean to interrupt. We got a first time chatter, Low Tech 88, and said it's not Halloween yet. You guys can take the masks off.
Ah,
What the heck?
nice.
Wah, wah.
yeah. Well, when you sign a contract, it's different.
Right, absolutely.
You know, so when food industry is totally different than yes, it is. You're absolutely right. Just don't for some industries.
France. That's what they
Oh,
do
back
in
in
France.
France.
It's illegal in France to check your
Well,
work
not
emails.
just France. Most
European.
Most European
Yeah,
countries, you know,
industrialized, yeah.
like there's a lot of European countries that they will not let you work more than 40 hours,
Yeah.
no matter what.
Right.
Yeah.
There's a number of things that they know that it does. You know, like
There's a
stresses
number
on
of
the
things,
family
the number
and
of
the
things
health.
that they do that we don't.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
There's a reason a lot of blue zones and long life is over there ahead of us. You know,
Oh, yeah.
and yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Anthony says, quit my job, started a tech boot camp. That's kind of cool. I would like to learn more about that. You picked a good night to jump into the stream for the first time in a long time. Trunk Monkey in the building. What up, Trunk Monkey? All of my sound effect buttons are like delayed. Everything is delayed right now, but we're gonna get through this. Jordan and Francisco need to get closer to their mics. LaLa knows.
We were sitting back a little bit while we were figuring out the sound.
I was trying to set mine to proper so it won't be right in my face.
It should be right in your face,
Damn it.
actually. Yeah. That, you know, part of the reason why we have the sound set like this is so we don't have to wear headphones and wire all of that stuff. So the closer you have the mic to your face, the better.
Gotcha.
Yeah, even Anthony said it's better if they are close. And Anthony was part of the FunkShop TV cast years ago. Biggz, you are maybe too close. I'm gonna back my mic off a little bit.
How about now?
Is that better? Is that more balanced?
Is that camera fuzzy?
There we go.
I don't think your camera... Oh, yes, it is now. What in the world?
We got the Halloween goblins playing little tricks on Saturday.
Oh,
Video
my
when-
goodness. What the F? Seriously.
I can't keep up with so many screens here.
How about that? Is that any better? You said, Jordan, you are so pretty when you're bloody. So, Jordan, reach out to your camera
Yeah.
It would be this
and then pull your hand away slowly.
There you go.
It has minor feedback. My mic has minor feedback? Streamlabs did an update recently, and anybody that uses Streamlabs knows that when Streamlabs does an update,
There you go.
man, I don't know what the... It was just fine. How?
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh.
Sometimes you
This is gonna annoy the shit out of me. Anytime Streamlabs does an update, it resets so much. Can you turn your gain down a bit? I have cranked my gain down, actually. You know what? How about now? Something, okay. I muted my mic. So something is off. I'm gonna figure this out right now.
There you go. Much better. It might be your light not being properly like
Sure,
straight
yeah, it's
to
hitting
you.
an
Yeah.
angular feature that's throwing off the auto depth.
Yeah, it's not going through the right mic.
Some type of thing.
That is the problem we're having. Hang on just a minute. Okay.
If anything, that's the best mic out of all of them.
Yes, it absolutely is. Ooh, you know what? Guys, continue to talk amongst yourselves. I'm gonna figure this out.
So, talk to me. Ask.
Yeah.
Felicia, what up?
Well-
What you been up to?
Check.
I haven't seen you in like
Yeah,
years.
It's been quite a while. I've been up to a lot. This year's been very eventful. We finally got my daughter sent up to Pullman, up to WSU.
Nice.
She decided to take a couple-year gap year, and we kind of gave her that option just during COVID because she missed high school graduation and all that. And we weren't sure how colleges were going to go, so we knew the university she was going to go to were closed, and what's the point? So do you want to use your college money to start a business or whatever? So, but luckily she finally pulled the trigger and got up there. So she's living in a dorm.
I have a few friends that work with us at the restaurant that just went to Pullman.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like,
Super cool. It's the
A
first.
lot of people are choosing that over others.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that they were pretty hungry for enrollment. So I'll take it.
Who is it right now?
Yeah. So hopefully, she continues. Eventually, she wants to transfer over to Hawaii. That was her original plan.
Felicia, thanks for the sub. Appreciate that. Melissa, what up? How is everything now? Any better?
That's good.
No, I am way louder. I can tell.
By nature.
That's true. Could just be nature.
My mic is muted right now.
Okay. Right now, or when you were saying that?
I'm listening to LaLa's phone upstairs.
So yeah, my middle one, she went over to Gila, the bioscience and technical kind of charter school as a freshman, and we said, sure, try that out. And it's kind of like alternative high school in a way, like that's as far as kind of the niche of people there, and not to take anything away from that. I said, hey, during your sophomore year, why don't you try Mountain View? That's your home school, or school at home. That's where her sister went. That's where basically she knows all her friends from Fisher's Landing. So she's trying that, and she took off like a rocket. She's in dance, and doing good in class. I'm looking to be part of the ASB culture and things like that. So there's this whole different type of teenager that I have just by a different kind of surroundings. Plus, Mountain View's brand new. All the kids are super proud of it. And it was funny because they were at a football game against Union, and Mountain View kept yelling to Union like, "Daddy's money." And I'm like, your guys' school's newer, right? They should have been yelling that at you.
I was going to say, Union is a little newer, isn't it?
No, Mountain View's brand new.
Did they redo it?
Mountain View got completely torn down and totally redone. They may have salvaged a little bit of the footprint, but
I haven't lived in that part of the city in a while.
yeah, the whole thing's gone. So is Wai's. They ripped Wai's
Really?
and rebuilt it. They ripped down everything and rebuilt it. So it was just funny that these kids are yelling at Union, who've always been kind of the upper echelon of school, about Daddy's money. It's like, wait, your school's even newer. So
Yeah, I remember back when I was on Noodles.
yeah,
It was just like all the Union kids will come this way and
yeah, absolutely. So it's been interesting. And then Kennedy's, she'll be 10. She's doing good. She's still in elementary. Was there the last 3? So
Nice.
yeah, doing real estate, still doing inspections, working.
That's good.
Yeah, staying busy, staying relevant, starting to do some college courses again and get a different degree, more towards psychology and foreign language. I'm learning Spanish because
Yeah, I was kind of surprised
1, 2, 3,
to see
4,
that
5.
a little while ago.
yeah. So
There you go.
I like the with what I've done for my career. I just know how valuable it is. You can. I'm not saying command a
Wait,
crew, but
hold
usually,
on. Time out. LaLa said yay. What are you yaying about?
Yay, what?
That was much better.
Yeah, the problem is my microphone is muted, so there's something else that is picking up my audio.
Is there a webcam?
I checked all of them, actually.
So
And not just like, I think this has been a big debate the last couple of years too, and everybody hates on Spanish, but it's just it really is not one language or another. I mean,
No,
people
right.
that have 2, 3, 4 different languages,
Yeah,
are
the
able to
versatility.
achieve a lot
Absolutely.
more. And it makes life easier,
Yeah.
not just for them, but
well, plus it's
people around
it's a
them.
root language, so I mean it's tied to Latin. Latin
Yep.
goes Portuguese. You know, I mean you can pick up certain things for survivability and application all day. So and yeah, if I want to work in a kitchen, or if I want to run a kitchen, or if I need to get good workers and be able to communicate with them other than charades, which is like,
Right.
dude, learn how to talk to your guys. It's like, all right, that's a very valuable lesson. Took me till I was 40 to take it seriously, apparently, but it's like, hey, it's never too late. Yeah.
Anthony, if I share screen, what it's going to do is multi-layer, because that's how it works with this
yeah,
shit.
it's kind of funny how people at my work don't believe me when I say it. I only use Spanish here. We do use it, but for the most part, it's just at work.
Really?
At home, it's always English.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been like that for years.
So is that a conscious decision that you've made?
It's
when
not
actually your
really.
family to
It's
practice,
just
or-
like, I don't know. It's just like it became a habit, I
Mhm.
guess. Lived almost my entire life here,
Yeah.
and just like
Check.
for some reason, it's a personal feeling. Like people sometimes take
Be wrong for this, but the area where I lived my youth, my teenage years, it was very, very racist.
Sure.
If you speak a foreign language,
Yeah.
the end of it.
So it was like throwing up
So-
a big banner.
Hey, I don't speak English.
Right.
I'm speaking
Exactly.
English. I
You know,
got
it
you.
was it's
Survival.
like- it was a old retirement community,
Okay.
per
Oh,
se.
yeah.
and working
The
in the
olds.
restaurant.
Yeah.
So little by little,
Yeah.
even back then, my relatives, my friends, my close friends, I used to get mad at them because 15, fresh to the country. I was here for summer or for spring break.
Yeah.
We have something similar to spring break back in Mexico, and I was supposed to be here for just spring break.
Gotcha.
And one thing led to another, and 30 years later, I'm still here.
Wonderful. It's good to have
Living
you
that
there.
spring break.
Absolutely. Eternal spring break, right?
Yeah, but even back then, I used to tell them, like, hey, talk to me in English.
Yeah, don't come around here speaking. Yeah. Just the
I want
best
to
way
be. It took me a year and a half. Yeah, you know, I've never been able to lose my accent, but at least, you know, I'm completely fluent with
Yeah.
2 languages. You know.
So then you might be able to ask or answer this. So as I'm practicing, you know, I have Post-its and stuff labeled around the
Right,
apartment of like, you know, escrito and things like just to kind of ingrain it. When I know someone speaks Spanish, is it acceptable for me to attempt my broken practice Spanish with them? Is it offensive?
No.
Is there a way to do it?
Nowadays,
Yeah.
it's more common.
Okay.
Nowadays, they will appreciate you.
They'll appreciate
You're
it.
trying
Okay,
to.
good.
But you know, it really depends on the people. It
Sure,
really,
sure. Read the
you know, like,
situation.
exactly. You know,
Don't try to do it if some dude's like, hey, what
you
you
know,
say?
like, hey, you know,
Sorry, I'm
exactly.
just practicing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You know, like it's exactly what I'm saying. Back in the day when I was going through this, you know, somebody will attempt to talk to me like, what the fuck? Oh, Paul will tell you this. Back in when I used to work at Sherry's,
Yeah.
you know, people in the middle of the night would come all drunk and stuff, and they start trying to talk to me in Spanish, and I was like, what the fuck? What makes you think it's Spanish?
Yeah, that's true. That's fair. Just gotta take the screws
Yeah,
through,
you
see what
say-
they have to come up with while they're
I
schnockers.
used to have this like, what the fuck? I'm from Canada.
That's great. Take the screws to it. Yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm changing careers. So yeah, I'm trying to get back in and get my psychology degree. And
Eric,
just
what up?
Do more consultation. And I like chatting and rapping with people and figuring
Right.
out their problems. I've had years, you've had years of experience, you know, to be able to share that is just, it's kind of like you going to cook. I can keep grinding for what? You know, at the end of the day, if I die with tons of money, okay, but I still die.
One,
So
two, one, two,
what's
one,
something
two,
more
one,
that's
two,
going
one,
to
two.
feed the soul and the family, and with that, you know, being able to communicate with not only my kids who are still 10, but my nephews and
One,
nieces
two, one, two,
are
one, two, one,
8
two.
and 4 and 3, and so
Right.
just yeah, being able to communicate and say, you know, what's bothering you, and really be able to
Yeah.
communicate that. It seems like a good skill, or a good thing to learn at least.
Right.
The worst
yeah.
thing that's going to happen, I'll be able to talk to people better. You still figuring gear out?
I'm trying to. Go ahead and start with the topic. Since
What is
So-
the topic this evening?
Jordan he wasn't familiar with the term quiet quitting. And I wasn't either until you mentioned something.
It's been out for a while. It's been a thing for quite some time. I mean, now it's more vocalized per se, but for I say a few months, it's becoming more and more popular everywhere.
Now, explain to me what quiet quitting is.
What people are saying quiet quitting is you go and do your job. Period. Don't do anything extra.
Okay.
Don't show up early.
Okay.
Don't stay over.
Okay.
Take your break when you need to.
Huh.
Basically do the very minimum what you get paid.
Or do
Or you-
exactly what you're getting paid for
Ex-
in their book, to the letter of their contract. That
To
they
their
put in with
well,
you, or-
and see, this is the thing. I mean, I mean, people do have a point. It's what we were saying just a little while ago.
Yeah.
You do have the right to a family. You do have the right to a life. You do have the right to life outside work.
Right.
However, you know, if you stop and think for a little bit, the state that we live in, the minimum wage is almost twice the minimum wage in those versus other states.
Sure. Oh yeah, absolutely.
So-
Versus Virginia.
so,
and,
you know,
southern states.
People that say, "Oh, let's do the bare minimum." You know, you're getting paid extra. You're getting paid more.
Yeah.
To do a job, and those people are the people that are like, I will never be recognized. I will never be thanks for the job I do. They, you know, why should I do something that I'm not going to be rewarded for?
Yeah.
You know, but
They want a pat on the back for doing basically the bare minimum.
well, the pat on the back is that's exactly what that's what the way I think is like you already getting paid for a job.
Yeah.
You know, you're getting paid to do that minimum job.
Yeah.
You know, why not take it upon yourself to learn the skills, to learn, to grow,
advance yourself. Use it as
grow.
building blocks.
Like,
Yes.
People want the race before learning another station,
right.
or learning another trade.
Yeah.
They
How
want.
about now?
Turn up the volume. Turn up the volume.
Which doesn't make any sense because
Yeah. So
Oh, he said yes.
okay.
So
Where are we at as far as balance?
Balance. Remember that commercial?
Is that,
balance.
there's still a whole lot. You are low, they are high. Okay, good. That's good.
So you're saying there's a chance.
So, what about now?
Smoke.
What about now?
Sorry, I'm just grabbing.
Holy shnikes, this is ridiculous. I am too high? Am I too loud? Because Nolan, thank you for being here. Hello, Eric.
Hello,
thank you for being here.
Nolan.
Hello, hello, everybody. Melissa, hello. Thank you for helping me try to work through these sound issues. I think I figured it out. Play a sound.
So it looks like we have 13 people right now.
Well, I think we're one here and there, so 9.
So it's 13 right there.
Oh, see that one's
So it's 11.
Yeah, see, I figured quiet quitting was more like, you know how kids don't respond in text? They just, they think that silence or no response is an answer. I thought it was more like that, like,
Yeah,
no, I
yeah.
just didn't call in, I didn't say shit, I'm out.
No,
Because I can see him doing that. Like, no, I
Yeah.
didn't come in, that means I quit. Well, thanks for telling
I
me.
know why. I know why now. I know why.
Commercial break.
Here she is.
Oh, now LaLa shows up because she's like, you know what? I didn't. If those mics sound like
And
shit,
see,
I can't.
she
My
will
manager would
she
freak
will
out
be
if
more
I.
familiar with it because she works on the same industry that I worked on.
The quiet quitting part.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Like I recently did a whole video on it, but I did it in Spanish and I posted on my TikTok. And I did get some good feedback, and
Good.
most of the people think it's true.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I know different areas of work will see it different because like we work with people.
Yeah.
Like restaurant business have millions of positions
Yeah.
that you have to.
I've got a timeout. Everybody say hello. First of all, hello, LaLa. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here.
Sorry.
Now, so you guys, Jordan and Francisco, you kind of know, but you probably forgot. Anytime you guys hear one of those notifications, like the follow me one that just popped up, or any of those other, notifications, we have to dance.
Oh,
Because
shit.
that's a FunkShop thing. You don't have to get up and like do a moonwalk or anything, bro. You just got to bob in your chair. Creates more excitement. That's all.
Oh my
That's all.
goodness!
All right, now is everybody can everybody be heard? Okay, LaLa, do a mic check.
Do we have
Mic check.
symbols that we clap to? Dance.
I don't.
monkey.
I'm afraid to have anything else that makes any noise in here right now because
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I think I know exactly what the thing was, and I think I know. Thanks for the chair. Like that, right there.
Yeah.
There you go. See, Francisco, that was the worst dance I have ever seen.
Oh
you
my
guys.
god! Well, let me get on the rhythm first. How about that?
Did you have a long day, bro?
Stressful, to say the least.
Okay, well, let's do this. Since LaLa, you just got here, and we're going to talk about workplace, right? It's a good time to talk about stressful, as far as I know. I have an idea of where Francisco's going with the word stressful. LaLa, how was your day?
Mine was good. I was off today, so
So not so stressful.
not so stressful now.
Francisco,
Yeah.
what was so stressful about your day?
I hate mistakes.
Okay.
So when you work, I mean, it's not really the kitchen part. It's just like any workplace that you work, having to redo things because somebody makes a mistake. It's just not saying that I don't make mistakes, but I try to avoid them at all costs. I try to avoid redoing stuff or taking a little extra long to do something that shouldn't be taking that long.
That's absolutely respectable.
And I speak for myself. I don't know what others have gone through the day, or what's on their mind, or what did there's millions of scenarios.
Do me one favor.
Yeah.
Don't turn off your mic, but push your mic into the mic holder a little bit. Looks like you're trying to pull it out, bro.
Oh, I see what you're
There you go. There you go.
I see what you're saying.
I've known you for a couple years now.
Just a few.
Just a few. You have a much stronger work ethic than 99% of the people I know.
Well, thank you.
This is going to be an interesting topic when we get into the meat and potatoes of tonight's discussion because your work ethic is so like there. If somebody says raise the bar, that's an understatement because you don't have a bar. Like you hang from the rafters, bro.
I do lately.
So the balance here is crazy. Anthony said, mine was good. I quit my shitty job and finished the first 5 weeks of my boot camp. So he's doing a tech boot camp. That's kind of cool, though.
There you go.
I want to know more about that. So one of these days, maybe we can catch up because I need some tech boot camp. Jordan, how was your day?
My day was pretty good. Had a couple decent homes to inspect. Yeah, pretty productive, pretty busy. Out to bed at 2, up at 6, and doing life. So, yeah, good. No complaints.
Word. Good. Nolan said, have you ever been through a McDonald's drive-thru? They're constantly making mistakes. They are, and if you go on Google and do a Google review, and you go on Twitter and tag them in a Twitter complaint, they have somebody get a hold of you that sends you stuff like this, free combo meals. So here's a couple free combo meal coupons because I got this combo the other day. It was about a week and a half ago. And I said no onions. I ordered it in the app, but with no onions. The box that the sandwich came in, the burger came in, even had the little receipt taped to it that says no sliver onions, but it was full of onions. So I raised shit. I tweeted it. I put it on a Google review.
Yeah.
And they had somebody email me and said, what actually is the problem? So I took pictures of everything and I sent them to them. And they sent me some free combo meals. So they actually do kind of do stuff.
And McDonald's, if there's a place to learn from your mistakes and how not to make them, that's basically the platform.
I was
right?
I was waiting for that.
Yeah. If you're going to make a mistake, make it at slivers of onion. Now, sure, there's dietary. You could have caused some epileptic or whatever type of issue, but yeah.
I always say I'm allergic to onions. I'm not really allergic to onions. I just don't like them unless they're grilled. I'm picky. I'm the pickiest fat guy you'll ever meet. But
oh my God, you don't want to get me going. So now let's go back to this. McDonald's, high schoolers, middle schoolers, 16, 17, 18-year-old making $16, $17 an hour to do mistakes when it took us 10 years to earn that wage.
Fair, but when you were earning the minimum wage back then, I liken it always to the cost of life at the time. My minimum wage was $4.25 when I started. Gas was $1. Theirs is $17. Gas is $5. It's still 30 to 40% of our income.
So there will always be that going back and forth with that because the cost of living right now
Here
is tanks to those people that 5-6 years ago voted for the wage increasement and to make it up to what was it at that point, like $20 to 20 and by 2024. So it's all a chain reaction.
well,
It's all a domino effect.
Agreed.
Like in 2 years from now, they're asking for the minimum wage to be $20 an hour.
Right.
So
Here.
what's going on?
Not
we're
nationwide.
talking. No, we're talking about Washington.
Right.
So it's just like I said a little while ago.
Yeah.
The federal minimum wage is about $7.30,
Right.
or something like that. So
So if it's on each state to decide the minimum wage, then they must have to look at the costs and their books and things like that.
Yeah, but when Seattle decided to jump
Yeah.
straight into the $15 an hour,
Yeah.
so many businesses
I remember that.
hurt really bad and shut down. And now it's expected everywhere. My daughter lives outside of Pittsburgh, and a lot of their entry-level places like McDonald's and Burger King and all that are offering sign-on bonuses just to get people to come work. And they're offering them between $10 to $12 an hour. Their minimum wage is $7.25. Unless you're a tipped server, then it's $2.83 an hour.
Yeah.
So they have quite a bit of difference between their stuff. But just to get people to come in the door and apply, they're offering sign-on bonuses and stuff.
And that's exactly what, like, Washington has an incredibly high cost of living, and it's because they keep raising the gap.
You think that's the only reason?
It's definitely not the only reason. Absolutely not the only reason. I mean, I would.
If you think of the corporations like in King County alone, you know, and let's take Silicon Valley. You know, that used to be the dumps and skating pools, but when tech and the industry moves, their cost of living goes up, infrastructure has to go up. So I understand the kind of cyclical fallout to the sub, you know, and you know, like there's a lot, mainly country in this state. It's not like a packed New York to have to sustain everybody.
Well, not only that, the value of the dollar is declining so rapidly. And if you really put things into perspective, like we consider McDonald's 20 years ago and what an employee should have made 20 years ago, it was way closer to fair than it is today because the gap just keeps getting wider and wider and wider as greed goes up from the people that can afford to be greedy. But who's the one that's going to end up paying for it? The lower and the middle class. The gap between classes is getting smaller and smaller the lower you get, but it's getting wider and wider the higher you get. And that's why I want to be a gozillionaire so I can say fuck all of you guys because I don't want to have anything to do with any of you guys anymore.
See, and I don't believe there is a middle class. I think it's this idea that disappeared long ago, and because nobody goes, well, or maybe middle class is the wrong word, but nobody identifies that way. Even if you're making $28,000 a year, you technically by the numbers you are, but you're not going to say, "Oh no, I'm a lower income earner." You're like, "No, I'm about middle class."
And that's
convince
exactly
yourself up.
That's exactly what I mean by the gaps are getting smaller.
Yeah,
like you're going from absolute poverty level to $75,000 a year are all in the same financial structure.
But see, with the cost of living that we have here in Washington State, who's not poor though?
Well, I mean, what dictates the cost of living?
I want to say the wages.
It's not. It's the wages.
Usually it's housing and vehicles.
It's supply and demand. This is one of the most demanding places for people to buy a house if you can afford to move anywhere in the country. If you still have years that you have to work because you're young enough to do so, we don't have an income tax here. So that makes Washington State a very desirable place to live. People are willing to spend more for a house to not have to pay income tax out of every single paycheck.
But think about Vancouver, for example. You don't have the road structure. Yet you keep piling buildings on top of buildings.
And who do we have to blame for that?
Donald Trump.
Let's not get into all that.
I don't want to.
Let's not go there.
Basically,
Not saying
that
I
started
agree or
the
disagree,
president of
but
that era designated
who should we blame?
low-income zones, referred to as opportunity zones, where Holland Company and Hurley could invest in low income their capital gains. They would defer as much as they wanted. As long as they hold it for 10 years, they don't have to pay it on the first investment. And then when they sell it back to our own asses, they don't have to pay it on the next set of taxes.
and when they buy it on credit
BlackRock.
instead of cashing out, they're not paying taxes on that either.
At a zero interest.
So,
Right.
I mean, if you're wealthy and you can buy shit on credit because you have the credit, it's a catch-22. You get to stay in that in that hamster wheel at the top of the food chain, while the rest of us are the ones that are picking up the doo-doo and trying to make a meal out of it.
when they do that, eventually their tail will catch up to them. Eventually.
We hope it's during our lifetime. I can't pinpoint it on the former president in our current situation simply because this ball started rolling way longer than he became president. Let's be honest.
Fair.
This ball started
here specifically was that era, but yeah, you're right.
Right.
And something needed to happen to improve that location. We all remember how crap down Waterfront was. Yeah, it's better it is developed now than just waiting for the I-5 infrastructure. So
True.
in my opinion.
No, I can't disagree. Anthony said, people in tech, housing, food, gas prices, bills, all of it has gone up way higher than wages have gone up. There has to be a balance somewhere. I understand people wanting to go to McDonald's and making $15 to $17 an hour because for some people, those are the only jobs they can get, and they have to live too. If you cannot afford to cover just the basics, having one or two roommates,
Yes and no.
you're at a poverty level.
And that's exactly what I'm saying. Yes, you can go to McDonald's and make money. Believe me, I know people that make 6 figures at McDonald's being management.
Fuck, am I
But
doing much?
you're talking about teenagers. They're supposed to be on a part-time job while they go to school.
See,
You-
everybody
you-
says
you have to- you have-
that's the starter job.
Most of people start there. Most teenagers work in the restaurant industry.
It used to be. It used to be that. But now you have more elderly people working in fast food joints than teenagers because their Social Security isn't paying for their houses and their mortgage that was able to cover it 20 years ago, 15 years ago. But now it cannot because they just don't make enough money with their Social Security. So we have people that are working until the day that they die, serving these little fucking punks that are going through the drive-thru to order a Big Mac with no fucking onions.
Yeah, I was gonna say yeah.
To be fair, the
I don't
kids
think we're
can't
gonna hit
afford that
retirement.
now. Like what? A number one's
Yeah.
$12 now. A Big Mac.
And
Yeah.
that's true too.
$13. I don't
Yeah.
think teens
Like
are
somebody,
eating there.
they're getting the jobs at
Yeah.
these fast food joints so they can get the employee discount.
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah.
be
I
honest.
was like, it's $50 to feed my car now. There, it's
Yeah.
like, well, I can make a pretty decent lasagna for $50.
I guess I'm lucky.
So
to be
one of my
eating for free.
cases, I take 4 kids, and I spend between 15 and 17 hours in one day. So 4 kids can have a sibling visit for 4 hours. That's how spread apart they are because I do a lot of driving with these kids in the car, and I take them and I buy them lunch. The state allocates $7.03 per kid.
Yeah.
But every time I'm like, okay, where are we going to have lunch today, guys? I always let them choose. 90% of the time they say Sonic.
Yeah.
And these kids, 7, 9, 15, and 16, they're not ordering the kids' meals. It's easily 50, 60, 65 bucks by the time I pay for everybody.
You got to teach them. This
We
is
got-
your role. Sorry, we got a $7
somebody
budget.
really mad today
I
because
want-
we didn't let him order off the kids
I
menu.
can't do that, dude. I can't.
2 Coney
isn't that
Islands
crazy?
is your limit.
Francisco just mentioned something about somebody ordering off the kids menu that's obviously not a kid. I get people all the time in that try to do that. And, you know, and our menu says that they get that a drink is included with a kid's meal. Well, it also states on there for people under 10. If you are over 10 years old and you're getting a kid's meal, I'm going to charge you for your drink. Because that's an upcharge for you getting a child's meal.
Yeah, for us it's 12.
Fair, that seems fair enough.
Yeah. Oh,
Does
you'd
it?
be surprised at how many people
are you taking
gripe
a
and
loss
bitch.
on the child's food? I mean, it is smaller portion, smaller cup. What if the person is 400 calorie restriction and just wants a small?
Well,
and-
yeah,
or has
yeah, but
when
$7?
you
Let's
when
talk
you
about
come up
grandma.
But there's
when
a
you come
chance
up like
that-
that, when you come up like that, yes.
Okay, so it's
Different-
case by case.
But like for
is
example,
case by case.
like for
Yeah.
example,
Okay, that makes sense.
It's 90% of the time it's just somebody
Assholes.
wanting to be a jerk.
Okay.
And running the servers 1,000 times for refills and
Oh.
That's where I
Not
that's what I
asking
was
for
going to
everything,
say.
yeah.
Like,
Shot of Coke.
Yeah.
how many times is a server having to go back to that table and refill
Yeah.
that kid's cup?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And see, when I order my soda, I'm like, hey, you might want to bring a pitcher because I'm going to run through 3 of these in
Yeah.
about 90 seconds.
see, and people like that allow you to
No one
know
said,
that
but what
ahead
if
of
Ryan
time.
came
By
in
all
and
means,
ordered
I'll
all?
bring you 4 or 5 and let them sit there and
still
get
probably gonna be
watered
more
down.
than
That's on you.
$7.03.
Like, that's fine.
Yeah, anytime
Yeah,
I make
exactly.
me
See, it will be very different when somebody's like, hey,
Okay.
you know, I'm on a restricted diet. I'm supposed to eat so many calories in a day.
Or I have $7
or
and this
I'm
kid's
like,
meal
yeah.
will feed
Or-
me all day.
But
please.
when
Yeah.
you go out to a restaurant / bar,
Yeah.
that you know you're going to be spending money,
Sure.
and you're trying to just milk it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
That's
fair.
different stuff.
Hold on.
That's fair.
Yeah.
We've got a comment in chat that I don't want. We've got 2 restaurant industry people here. I don't want to skip this. So Eric said, the cost to make things is still the same.
No, it's not.
What's gone up are wages, transportation, and expenses.
No, I just a few months ago, a case of lemons or limes in Oregon. I don't know if the price is different up here because I haven't looked at the prices, but in Oregon, it went from it was like $30 some a case, and it jumped to almost $100 a case in less than a month.
During
sure,
summer,
The
during
cost of the
summer with
seeds.
us, we use a lot of limes and lemons.
Yeah.
During summer, we were paying $120 for a case of limes.
Yeah.
And I know part of that is the fact that gas prices went up and transportation expenses went up. It's getting harder to find truck drivers to deliver that. But a lot of that is also the fact that limes aren't growing as plentiful as they were 10 years ago
Right.
because we were having so many climate issues where there's so many
And now the
GMOs.
the
and
hurricane
pesticides
down
and
in
shit.
Florida is going to affect
Personally,
oranges.
I see
and
the bills every
Jordan, that's
single.
gonna piss me off too. I see what you're looking at, and it's pissing me off.
I'm quietly trying to get it to adjust.
Hold on, don't move.
Well, I have to move back.
Yeah, there
I
is
see the bills every
cost
single.
cost
Look,
of
I
product
did
has
reactivate
changed
it.
a lot.
The board kinda goes
The
away,
farms that we get beef from aren't as productive, or the plants had this going on or that going on, and then during COVID with everything shutting down,
Fertilizer costs.
yeah,
all
there's
that.
so many different aspects that go into it. And yes, the seasons and natural death, yeah, absolutely, that makes a huge impact on the restaurant industry. Huge
Cost of the
impact on it.
seeds might not have gone up, but everything else.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and then the cost of employees and all that other stuff too. It's not our costs have changed a lot.
The first place I saw it that I remember as a kid was, I remember getting like just a Fred Meyer bag full of corn on the cob for like a quarter or $1. It's like as many as you can fit. And then it started going into fuel, which I'm not arguing for fuel efficiency or whatever, but it's like when you start using that for fuel, it's like, well, maybe that might, you start using a ton of land for gasoline and things like that, which is a whole other thing. But then I remember seeing a special the other day, and it's like $1 an ear. And I'm like, $1 an ear? This used to be like a
I think
nickel.
it was
an ear.
$1.25 this year.
Yeah, maybe it was like 3 for 3 was like the special at Freddy's, and I'm just like 3 for 3 for corn.
Nolan, I know we keep having this issue, and I don't freaking get it. I don't know why. I'm really getting tempted to swap out that camera
There you go.
and see if it's
See,
a
it was
camera
the light.
issue.
Yeah, it might be the light.
It was the light.
I think it also could be how far away from it you are.
Okay,
I
can
might-
scoot closer.
I'll try a few different
Just
things.
sit on Francisco's lap. We'll be all right.
You know what? Let's do this.
And where's Chris? I was supposed to be sitting on Chris.
Chris is left.
Part the Red Sea real
Oh my goodness.
You can flip flop the cameras.
quick without me wrecking everything. Nope.
Yep.
There's all kinds
See,
of things
that's
that
the other
that
issue.
fluctuate
That is
cost.
why freaking taco trucks and food trucks are popping everywhere.
yeah,
Because they cannot afford to run a proper restaurant.
yeah.
You know, you cannot afford to hire people and pay people and be able to run your business.
Yeah, it's
That's
crazy.
why,
And to
you know,
have a
like-
brick and mortar restaurant is
And watch
so
3-4 years
expensive.
from now, it's going to be the same thing. All these little taco trucks, all these little mobile ghost kitchens, they call them.
Yeah,
They're going to start paying the
we
consequences.
stopped our ghost kitchen that we had because it just wasn't taking off as much as they wanted it to.
I can adjust from where I'm at.
No worries. Oh,
Sorry,
I'm in
sorry.
the wrong direction.
How about that?
Yeah, now you're
It's
really
always
going the wrong
reverse.
direction.
All right, Francisco, you rolled to your left a little bit. I mean, right.
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 Well,
Your other left.
We're playing musical stuffs here. So, give me a second. I'm gonna
Thanks
do
for
some
showing up for the sound check, folks.
new readjusting. Sound and cam check.
See,
yeah, thanks for pointing it right at my freaking forehead.
I'm gonna fix that, bro.
he's gonna zoom out.
trust
Making
me.
it look like you got hair growing is what Eric says.
Trust me.
You know, I take a lot of what my father-in-law, he's 74. He's retired from UPS. He's retired from the military. And, you know, you hear like, well, these kids nowadays, these kids. And it's like, but these kids nowadays are facing things, Dad, that you didn't. You know, they have to pay for their sports. Well, we never had to pay for sports in our day. Well, yeah, that's why we do now, because you didn't take your fair share. hey, we didn't have to do this and this and this. Well, we do now because, you guys all wanted to live a mile apart from each other. Now we have to live 6,000 square foot shoulder to shoulder to make up for it. So it's not necessarily about working hard. We're always told if you work hard enough, you'll get there. And I think our generation, 80s people, if you start to look at the...
Why did you look at me when you said that?
Because you're of 80s-ish, everybody. For me, of an 80s, hearing those stories and then working hard and then seeing, actually, it doesn't work that way anymore. And just realizing that it's not about the chasing the money, that corporation, I was taught at Home Depot, you bleed orange, you come in, you work hard, you do. And I did, and I ground, and I got up to where I needed to go, but at the cost of 60 hours a week, at the cost of more family. And there became a point where at a very early age in my life, I realized, yeah, fuck all that. Like, I don't, no matter how hard I work, I'm never going to have what my dad did, which was, or just by working at Albertsons the way he did in 1960 to 1970.
Right.
It's not going to happen 95 to 99.
And you were how old when you realized that?
22?
When you say fuck all that?
Yeah. And I started to then apply my work ethic and my drive towards self-employment for time.
See, what in personal perception, I see 30-year-olds with that mentality.
Okay.
Now they're saying, well, I don't have a car, fuck it. Well,
Yeah.
I don't have a place to live, fuck it. I don't have nothing safe for the future, fuck it.
That's not a lie. Like,
Oh, for sure.
and there's the divide. The mentality doesn't make any sense to me, and I hate to
And that-
think of people that fit exactly what you're talking about, because we're trying to talk about in a general consensus. But Anthony and I know this woman who has decided she got a school bus, converted it into a home. So she drives her house around and parks it wherever it's free to park it. And she's living off of Social Security, from what I understand. She's not very old. Food stamps, the whole nine. She knows how to work the system, and she has been for years. But she loves to put out Instagram videos and TikTok videos talking about how Trump is the chosen one.
This person has
What
purple
the
hair.
fuck is wrong with you?
Does this person have purple hair?
Yes.
Okay, I know exactly who you're talking about. Yes. I wasn't going to put her name out, but okay.
There's so many people that are like that, and
Yeah.
society is confused. And I think, in my personal opinion, you guys can go ahead and put me on a mound and throw rocks at me all day long if you want, after I get this opinion off my chest, but I'm just going to say it. We have an issue where the 30 to 40 to 50-year-olds did not have guidance, didn't have proper guidance, so they are counting on whatever they see on their Facebook groups that they subscribe to be their guiding light. And
I mean, in a sense, you're going back to like latchkey kids, and more in a sense, because we did. It's been a big thing with the Gen X.
Agreed.
On TikTok.
what does that mean?
The latchkey. You didn't have supervision at home.
Yeah.
You didn't.
Oh,
You
okay.
got
You
a
rode the
key.
bus,
You
you
let
had a
yourself
key.
in.
Yep.
You
Got
were
it.
cooking meals for the family
Yep.
by age 6. Like you're right.
Okay.
You didn't have any structure. You didn't have any
Because you know,
teaching of how to.
most of the reason
in a
for
way,
that,
in a
though, was
sense.
because our parents actually had work ethic, and
But
both mom
no.
and dad were working their
No,
butts
they
off.
had they then
But they had to.
work. They had to.
Right.
Both
No,
parents had to go, so it wasn't even an option
Well,
for them.
so
Then we see our parents having to sacrifice time with us, and we're like, "Wait, your dad didn't have to do that."
Mm-hmm.
So then I'm learning, and I'm making the lesson like, "Fuck, I'm not going to work my whole life and give my kid a key. I'm going to do
Right.
the minimum
Right.
and go spend 60 hours with my family, not 60 hours working." As far as that goes,
Well, see, that's another different scenario. Like I said, everybody's life is different.
Oh, for sure.
Everybody can see a different way.
You know what, though? Real quick.
Hold up. I had the fortune that my father provided for my entire family, a family of 6,
Yeah.
while my mom was at home taking care of us.
Yeah.
And, he was the one go to work 3, 4, 5 weeks at a time
Yeah.
without seeing us.
you got a good parental
And
example.
when he came to the house,
up until I remember when I was 10, 11 years old, he will say to each one of us, you want to go to school? You will go to school. I don't care what I have to do.
For sure.
I will pay for your school.
Yeah.
Now, you want to be worthless and do whatever the heck you want to do with your life, then do it.
Yeah.
But then it's on you.
Yeah.
You will take care of yourself.
Absolutely.
Most of my brothers and my sister, were fortunate enough to say, you know what, my father told me that he was going to take care of my school if I wanted to.
Yeah.
Most of us didn't just.
Sure.
most of
Let's
us
just dive right in.
decided to,
Absolutely. Experience by life. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. See, and I was the
Working
opposite.
hard
My
is not
father,
Doesn't matter.
had passed when I was 1, so I got to see my mom, a self-employed single mother, for 10 years. I remember wearing a sandwich board on 29th and N in Rosemere that said CPA here, trying to get people to come do taxes, and just this grind mentality and self-employment. And that's probably where I see, because she was able to be flexible, get to church, become a youth leader and things like that, you can work hard, but you can work for yourself, because these corporations, they don't give a shit. I took a job back at 40 because I kind of wanted to get back in the kitchen, so to say. I started running a department over at Lowe's, and within a week I realized, I can't work for somebody that's like, hey, supervisor, you should go find these 500 switch plates that we have to mark down to a penny. Go spend 2 hours doing that. It blows my mind that would even be feasible. But to that corporation, they don't give a crap. You're just a number to do that job. So you'd walk into the break room, everybody would be sad and looking at their phone and eating their cup of noodles. I'm like, I'm out of here.
So all of those people that you walked in the break room and they were sad and depressed and eating their cup of noodles, do you think they already made the conscious decision to quiet quit? Isn't that what quiet quitting is?
I don't know about conscious decision. I know that that was their motivation. Well, there was no motivation to even get them out of that mentality.
Because they were there just to do their absolute bottom line basics to get their paycheck.
Sure,
that's what quiet quitting is.
Well, but
that's part of it.
If you're a cashier, you're not planning on being a cashier your whole life. So you're planning on doing the minimum until you can get to the next thing and get to the next thing. If you're a lifer cashier, then most of them are, they work at the pro desk because they start, they're doing pallets of wood at a time. And
that's exactly where I see, instead of being a plus, instead of being something positive, it will be negative, because at the end of the day, everybody will start seeing it. Everybody will start doing it and follow after laziness. Follow after half-ass, and there will be no self-pride on saying, oh, I did this without being pushed to do it. I did this because I wanted to be recognized. I didn't ask for recognition before I did what I did. You know what I'm saying? And nowadays everybody's like, why should I? Let somebody else do it. I'm here. I'm just going to stand here in my corner and do nothing until somebody tells me to do it.
I threaten my staff a lot because I have a younger group now for hosting and busing, and my busters were standing around the one day, and I'm like, look, I have a stock of toothbrushes in my car that I will go and get, and I'll find you something to do, or you can find something to do. I am paying you right now to do something.
Time to lean, time to clean.
Yes.
and people don't have the mentality nowadays. People don't do anything unless they are told to do it.
Hold up, I want to read a few
first-timer.
things. Nolan said, I was getting minimum wage, getting screamed at, hit. I'd call my leaders for help, never got any answers. I want to address that in a second. So I started calling out just because I was a little tired or didn't like the way the staff treated me. That was on shift. Mr. Chris, first time in chat, said, why give 100% to receive 50% in return? So where I do agree with that, sort of, you're still getting 100% of your paycheck. Now, how much of this...
No, what?
What? Mr.
Nolan?
Chris, how did Mr. Chris have the authority to ban Nolan?
No, but Nolan
banned him.
Oh, Nolan, why did you ban Mr. Chris?
You didn't realize
Nolan, what did you do?
What did you do?
What is going on right now?
I read that wrong.
I thought he was talking shit. I got it. I undid it. I got it. I took care of it.
How do I undo it?
Now, with that, you're still getting 100% of your paycheck. How much? So anybody that knows me knows for the majority of my life, I was self-employed. Mr. Chris, I took care of it. She banned you an accident. I apologize. You know,
Welcome
somebody
to the
give
club,
Mr.
bud.
Chris, somebody do a gifted sub for Mr. Chris for our mod Nolan messing that up, and I'm going to charge Nolan the $5 later. So
Sorry, bud.
most people know that I was a DJ for most of my life, and I was self-employed for most of my life. But I had this work ethic that was much higher than the average DJ. That's for damn sure. Like, I called in sick twice in 25 years. 2 times in 25 years, I missed gigs and had other people fill in for me. Now, when COVID took away my ability to do my job and I had to get a day job, my work ethic was so much higher than everybody else that I was being hired with. I got hired as a group into a telephone customer service.
Charter?
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, you knew that.
No, well, I was guessing because I've been in a call center, and there's only a couple that kind of fit exactly what
it's
you're
Spectrum
saying.
now, but it's just like Xfinity
Right,
is
yeah.
Comcast, Charter is Spectrum. When I heard of people like, I feel like I was harassed by that customer, so I'm going to take 3 days off, and they would pat the person on the back and be like, "Yeah, you've got sick leave, so you can do that." I'm like, "What? What the fuck?
It's their banked hours.
Wait a minute." No, I know, but there's so much coddling going on, and I have come to hear me out. I have come to realize that they're forced to
Yeah.
by certain structures and standards that are in the workplace now that are being set up by people that are trying to kind of like there's an HR for anybody for any company, and if you don't abide by these certain rules, you're going to get in trouble for it. I could not believe how sissified and pussified today's workforce has gotten. It is such an easy job. Oh, sure, we got yelled at a lot.
Can we call it force though? Now
What do you mean?
there's no workforce anymore.
No, you're right.
Work.
You're right.
Yeah.
So when I did my training, it was 6 weeks paid training. You know, you'd show up at a certain time, you'd leave at a certain time, and you're not even on the phones for the first 6 weeks. And the pay was great for the job position. The benefits were phenomenal. The sick pay, the time off, paid time off, the PTO was incredible to me. Absolutely incredible to me because I never ever had any of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do you think the company just offered that when they first started hiring employees? No, employees had to bitch and do the bare minimum to get that type of shit.
No, I get that. Okay. But we're at a point now where that all of the benefits are way better than our parents had benefits in a job position like that when we were kids.
But they're still not good enough for today's culture and today's issues.
That's part of the disconnect, and that's where I was going with that. Like, it's still not good enough. It's still not good enough. By the time, so I left because I got a better position. They offered me a $2.50 raise per hour when I put in my 2-week notice. I hadn't even been there for a year yet, and I was going to be making $25 an hour if I would have chosen to stay, because they just wanted to keep me because I had that work ethic. You know, I was never late. I didn't call in sick. If I felt like I was a little sick, I would call in and be like, you know what, I still feel I can come in there, but I know that we have rules and regulations due to COVID. Do you want me to be there? And they're like, nope, don't come anywhere near the building because of the COVID protocol.
Right.
And they had already got nailed by the health department because we did have an outbreak of COVID in the building. So when I told them how much I was going to be making at my new position, there was no way they were going to be able to match that, of course. Not even close. But they made it absolutely clear that if I decide that this new position doesn't work out, I will always be welcome to come back. And I wasn't even there for a year. By the time I left, there was not a single person from my 22-person hire-on team, the training team behind me that was 25 people, 2 of them were still there. The training team behind that was 24 people. 2 of them were still there. So by the time out of almost 80 people that were hired on with my training class and a few training classes after, 5 people were still there when I quit. 75 people in less than a year decided they couldn't handle it. They couldn't take it. Sure, it was stressful, and sure, we got yelled at a lot, and we got cussed out a lot. But I just have zero patience.
Now, did you
for fucking
check
sissies.
their termination paperwork? Maybe they weren't meeting call metrics or
sales
conversions or things like that.
90% of them quit.
Okay, fair enough.
They weren't let go. Because I'm going to tell you right now, I know some people that were there just collecting their paycheck.
Yeah.
And I was listening in on some of the reprimands, not reprimands, but the coaching calls. I heard a lot of coachings. And I know a lot of people that were slackers, and they had a lot of coachings throughout the year that I was there. People that I trained with had a lot of coachings. They got away with murder, dude.
Yeah.
Murder.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how does no wonder this is so? Does anybody really want to know why your cable bill is so high? I can tell you. I know why.
Well, or do you want to know why you can call in for 3 days of PTSD? It's because assholes like that have pushed those rules into the system.
Right.
It's almost like training with an asshole chef. You're great at chef, but you just, I didn't learn anything from you. So something's got to change.
Well, Nolan said it's to pay them, but a lot of it is to compensate for all of the forced rules that are implied on these companies as well.
If I remember correctly, my wife just told me a week or week and a half ago, they have created a mental break pay.
Absolutely.
If you feel,
I think it's a mental health, like, because
if you feel overwhelmed,
you can just take
like
job, on top of your like regular breaks.
A personal mental break day.
Right.
I like the air quotes.
Well, and you can get a leave. It's like Nolan said it's the family leave, but it's called something different.
The family leave.
It's different than the family
There
leave.
has to be a
Like
qualifying
it's
event
an
for it.
emotional health. It falls under emotional health category. I know what you're talking about. And people were doing that at Spectrum all the time. I never ever did.
Is that not a good thing?
If we have to...
Setting the judgment aside, having a potential need to take a break. And sure, there's always going to be abuse. But is it more abused or is it more used for people not to jump out of the 20th?
And
personally, I think it's more abused.
This is what I understand. Like, I've studied this thing. I've studied it a lot. There is several TikTok channels that talk about this on a daily basis. There is this guy that says, and he said for the past 20 years, and I kid you not, this guy cries when he makes his videos. I was never valued. I was never appreciated. I was never this. I was never that. Yet he managed to stay 4 years at Tractor Supply, let's say.
Okay.
He managed to stay another 10 years at another company. If you don't feel appreciated the first day at work, wouldn't you leave? Why the fuck wait 5 years? Find somebody else. Find something else. Find something better to do.
Well, I think employers have done a fantastic job at dangling the carrots. You know, well, if you just make it 90 days, we're going to let you off probation and give you an extra $1. Well, if you just make it to this is. If you just work a little bit harder, here's your carrot. And we all have been fucking like, hey, I've never caught the carrot here. And then it becomes a time where you're like, yeah, I'm out of here. But you're hoping and you're improving. That, at least for myself and my wife, again, back to the bleeding for our companies. It's like, well, they said next year I'm going to get a promotion. So I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing and work harder. And then next year comes, it's like, and I'm going to liken this to back to the 08 collapse. Everybody walked around with their hands in the air like, well, at least I have a job in this economy. Well, guess what? The economy recovered. At least you fucking have employees. Start to pay us, because we took 5 years of no raises because of, at least in this economy. We didn't make the economy. You guys made the economy.
Well, nowadays it's totally different.
It's
than that.
not though.
Yes,
because
it is. Because
it's,
especially,
but
well,
it's all,
at
it's
least
just
in the
pushed forward and down.
At least
They're
in the
still
restaurant
taking advantage of people.
in the restaurant business, nowadays we have to beg, and I'm not in management, but I do see it. People have to beg employees and pay $4, $5, $6 more
Than what they're worth.
than what they're worth.
Well, because
so they can come and work.
No.
because they don't want to work.
no, they have to pay $4, $5, $6 more because that's what it's going to take for them to value their job over whatever else the fuck they have going on. Their kids, their family, their house.
Yeah,
their
they come
free
and try to
time.
work for one day and leave.
Okay, but those aren't the people you're trying to offer $5, $6 to. Those are the ones that come and
It
go.
has
It-
become a standard. That's the problem. It has become a standard, especially in.
I've been with
downtown
my
Portland.
company for almost 24 years.
Yeah,
Exact same company with corporate franchise.
nice.
They after this whole COVID shutdown stuff, to get employees to come back, because we are not getting people to come in the doors. At least they'll come in the door expecting X amount of dollars and giving me 1975 workout. Like they're not.
References and
Yes,
a resume like that.
Yeah, they're not worth. Period. What they're saying they are.
Right.
So the ones that stuck with us and that are there, we're giving that extra money to,
Yeah, the loyalty.
and yet they're cutting their days back. They're like, I only want to work 2 days, but this is how much you're going to give me. Otherwise, I'm sorry, you're stuck.
Right.
It's like,
And that's the prime example
Yeah.
right there. She's at 23 years. So now let's say she's been there 23 years. She gets paid $25 an hour.
Yeah, she should be
For
pissed
the-
at her bosses.
Okay.
yes and no.
Let-
Like
yeah.
there's yes,
So
yes and no.
23 years.
Yes and yes.
Yes.
No,
That's
no.
all there is
Years.
to it. It doesn't
Yes and
matter
no.
that they can't afford it.
Well, see, it's just it's just a scenario.
Sure.
Just
Take one down, pass them around.
just go on. We're too excited about this.
We don't need no sugar.
Think about this.
I've been
How-
typing in chat. I'm like, I'm trying to figure out how I can get these guys to
However
calm
long
down.
she's
a
been
little
working
bit.
at the company.
I want to catch up on chat.
It's just a scenario.
Just kidding, I wouldn't do
$25 an hour.
Yeah.
Now, 2024 comes around. She happens to lose that job.
Mm-hmm.
And she has to start over.
Well, she has to start at a new company. That's not
And
starting over.
You think that is fair with the experience, with the knowledge, with the traffic that she's done throughout these 23 years? You think it's right for her to earn the same amount of money that an 18-year-old will do?
Absolutely not.
But that's what they're doing.
That's what the bosses are doing.
No,
the bosses
that's-
have the option to pay her more.
That's what
They don't have an option to pay the new kids
Well,
less.
see, the bosses
That's all
have
there
to
is to
choose
it.
paying, because obviously she's worth $50.
Right. Absolutely.
Because obviously
All day
we
long.
know more, they know more. We know more than an average 18-year-old kid.
Yeah, for
Okay,
sure.
let's
Now,
So-
let's see. You really
I-
think that the bosses have to choose between pay her more
I have a
and keep
principle
the
behind
doors
why I
open?
haven't yet.
Because
I know. No, I know.
who's going to afford 5 employees at $50 an hour?
I don't know. That's a tough question for the owners. It's not a question for me as an employee.
But that's exactly what I'm
Right.
saying.
That's 100%.
what the restaurant
You're right
business
on
is.
that.
No, I get that.
Okay, everybody,
Absolutely.
time out, real quick. Everybody, time out. So when you guys are, I love the fact that you guys are going back and forth, because this is why I knew it would be perfect to have both you guys here at the same time. And Jordan, I'm so thankful that you actually showed up. Do me a favor, and this is LaLa, this goes for you too. Listen to each other carefully, but try to keep your eyeballs on your camera.
Oh my God.
I want to listen over here.
Yeah.
I don't listen with my eyes.
I understand that, but as a producer of a show, my job is to try to keep it engaged. And
Engaged.
realistically, we literally, the four of us kind of look like we could get away with saying we're not even in the same room together, aside from the glowing LED light.
And the hot mic for the first 12 minutes.
Yeah, so let's pretend like we're all in COVID quarantine, and this is MSNBC, and we're having a 4-person panel, and I'm
No,
the
Eric.
mediator, and
Well, I realer than that.
I want to go back real quick. You guys take a deep breath. Have a bite of your cookie.
I'm gonna go grab something to drink.
Yeah, good idea.
Yeah.
Good idea.
Sure.
So
Let's
Melissa, I'm going back. Melissa said schools have to allow students mental health days too. Yes, they do. And I'm curious as to how that works. Like if a kid's like, I feel like I've been picked on. I want to take a week off. How does that affect their grades? Do they get to take their schoolwork home with them and do it as if they were like on?
Well, most schoolwork is online now as far as stuff you turn in.
And wouldn't that backfire a little bit?
In what way?
Because most of the people that suffer from depression and mental issues, their accidents happen at home, not in school.
Well, but that's not for the school to say, well, you should come in because you might have an accident at home. That's for the mom and the child. But sure.
You know, I mean,
And if a kid has an accident at home, the school is not going to be held liable because the school's open.
Counselors, advisors.
Yeah, I'm
Career
with Jordan on
advisors,
that.
They don't really have a mental health advisor, per se. We call in the kids all the time. They're like, I don't want to go. And I'm like, what's wrong? She's like, well, I have to give a presentation. I'm super nervous. And I'm like, okay, we'll try it again next time.
Thank you.
Sometimes I'll push them and be like, no. But there's times where my 15-year-old especially.
It is a damn good thing I don't have any kids.
Yeah.
It's a damn good thing I don't have kids.
I don't recommend it. I love them.
I'd be
but
locked
if you
up.
don't have them.
And isn't it
Stick with
absolutely
that.
bananas that I from what I understand, I am absolutely fantastic at my day job. Like, I am wonderful at my day job.
Good.
But I can imagine if I had kids of my own,
Ugh.
I would have my kids taken away and I would have somebody be doing my job with me, offering
Well, nowadays,
special
really,
services.
from kindergarten up to high school, can we really call it school?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Chris said, if a company would give me as much as I give them, I would give
Wouldn't it be more
110%. But like Jordan said, they don't do that anymore. At this point, you are just a number and will not give you incentive to do that 110% because at the end of the day, there is someone else that will do that job.
Yeah.
If
They've
you look at
told
the
us that.
turnover rate, it shows they don't care.
Yeah.
Now, I agree. Now, this is what I was going to try to interject when we were talking about the fact that LaLa makes $25 or $20, whatever it is she makes.
Mm-hmm.
If you were to leave today, how much would they have to pay somebody to come and replace you tomorrow?
Including all the training time and everything else.
How much would they have to pay somebody to replace you
To
tomorrow?
make a carbon copy of you.
A carbon copy of me is not possible.
Okay.
Okay.
I will 100% say that.
Perfect answer.
Because you know the company inside and out. And
Yes. And I know how to adjust to different work styles and different people. I am
Scenarios and stuff.
more adaptable to every store that I have been in.
At least in the workplace, but try living with her.
Shut up. between all my stores out here and all my stores in Pittsburgh that I worked at, I've learned how to deal and how to adjust to work with so many different types of people. I'm also available for everything this here and that and all kinds of stuff. So I couldn't put a price
Plain
tag
and
on it
simple,
because
will
they
take
can't.
3 or 4 people at her pay wage to do what she does.
Exactly my point. So when she goes and presents that to the powers that be and says, look, I've been here for 25 years and I'm still making less than an entry-level person would be making if you replaced me.
In my opinion, is
Why
not
aren't
a
they
matter,
fairly compensated?
In my opinion, it's not a matter of presenting it. People that appreciate you, like your boss, will see your potential, will see your work ethic, will see.
Do you truly believe that?
I feel that way.
Are you being paid at your workplace for the level of commitment that you give them? Are you being fairly compensated?
I make more money now than when I was a general manager.
Okay. Well, and
if
that's good.
If I want to take vacations, they will pay my vacations.
And this is
Is that because of your tenure? Because of how long you worked for the company?
because how
I've
much
only
he
worked with.
sweats?
Or
The
just
company-
the
I've
experience?
only worked with them for only 4 years.
He's got sweat equity like nobody's business, bro. And I say that because I know, like, he shares videos with us, and I know his work ethic.
Like I know how to represent a company.
Okay.
This might sound a little inappropriate, but why are we so quick to try to shut down a border when the hardest working people in America are Mexican?
I agree with that 1,000%.
Thank you. Jordan's like, man, you're going to get yourself chastised. Jordan is politically correct to the point where, like, so...
Look, I have one store whose entire kitchen
You're trying so hard.
is Hispanic, and I can put 3 of them on a shift, and they will run circles around my busiest store that staffs 10 people in my kitchen. Like, and not even break a sweat. Like, there's no comparison there.
The work ethic is
At least
absolutely amazing.
The ones that
Phenomenal.
I have encountered. Now, that's at one store. Some of my other stores, it's different. They are not giving as much as some of the other employees there. So
Yes.
it varies. It comes down to individual pride
stations
and work
in
ethic
life.
and stuff. Yeah,
You know,
absolutely.
It goes back to each individual person.
Absolutely.
Like, for example,
Best we can do is a pizza party.
All these people talking about, I'm not going to do more than what I should. Why should I break a sweat? Like, well, do you want to be able to rise with your company? You want to be able to grow with your company? You want to be able to be taken into
Anthony said
consideration
because they don't pay us to. Exactly. Exactly.
they don't
White
pay
people
us.
privilege. So for
So,
those,
a question then.
That's
as far as-
exactly what I'm saying. You know, if you don't do more, why will you be expected to get more?
I don't know.
You,
For 10 years, we
I mean, you
kept
wanted-
doing
you
more
wanted-
and more as they kept having to fire people, and they never gave us more. A lot of us just got burnt out.
well, the house
That's
didn't-
true.
look,
a lot of
fuck
burn. I'm not saying that I'm not burned out,
Sure.
but I have a high level of pride in my job. I love
Absolutely.
my job. I love the company.
That's great.
I love what the company stands for.
Yeah.
My higher up people, I don't have direct access to my highest person that could make the financial impact as much as the people around me. When my staff come to me and they're like, I'm so glad you're working here today. I am so glad that you're here today
Yeah.
over this person or that person. That makes my job
Yeah, the
worth it.
non-monetary value. Absolutely.
yes, sir, you might speak.
Paul, would you like to ask a question?
So you said something about not making more because you're not doing more. This house right here costs a whole fucking lot more to buy now than it did 10 years ago.
That's everywhere.
So why shouldn't somebody be making more today than they were 10 years ago doing the same job?
Great question.
No, it's true.
Then again, it's up to in every individual to learn more, to grow more. Like do the same job, expecting to get paid more to do the bare minimum. Like you want to make more money, grow. You learn.
Well, I have to pay more for everything around me. This house hasn't improved itself. The value of the things around me has not increased. If anything, they've decreased in as far as wear and tear, as far as the chemicals that are in the fucking gallon of milk, as far as everything else that's going along in this giant cycle that we live in day to day. The quality of 90% of what we deal with, from our clothes to our shoes. You know me, I love Air Force Ones and Jordans. I had a pair of Air Force Ones that wasn't even a daily pair of wear. And you guys know what that means. That's not my daily kicks. And I had them for about 2 years. They should last, if I'm wearing them like once or twice a month, they should last about 10 years, right? They've already blown out on one of the sides. Like, quality is not there anymore.
After COVID, the quality control people apparently never went back to work.
No, I agree.
Because
I agree with
I'm
that.
constantly.
But even we can't blame it on
constantly finding
COVID.
stuff.
Even
No,
pre-COVID.
it's true.
Well,
That's true.
But if you think of the way that the population went, it went to quick smash fashion. That's stuff that's made in 12 minutes. Because if you like this person, send them a vote, and you can buy this on Amazon right now.
Right.
So the quality isn't there. Most sneakerheads, you're right, they don't wear them as kicks. They're on a shelf. So the risk that Zion's going to blow that out. Oh no, it happened. Is.
But even, I'm still talking, like, the loaf of bread has way more chemicals in it than anything else ever did. The gallon of milk, the quality has gone down. The prices have gone up. But
Because
you
of the
expect
chemicals.
the person to
It's
get paid the
supply
same wages
supply
they
and
were 10
demand.
years
And
ago if they're
not
just
only
doing this as well?
that, Spectrum or Comcast or Sherry's or McDonald's, they're charging more, they're making more. How does that not increase into my pocket to sustain my own life if I'm working there?
Right.
And it's a broken system is the answer.
How much have the prices at your restaurant gone up over the last 3 years
Prices of
of food,
For-
the menu?
The menu
for
prices.
the menu price.
Yeah.
In the past 3 years, I want to say about 10%.
I would say probably closer to 15%, but I definitely don't know.
Because I do see it. And
no, I've seen it.
No,
Believe me, I buy food there.
Oh,
and I don't
ours-
buy food
but,
there as much as I
mean,
used to because the cost has gone up so much.
It goes beyond that. It goes to seeing the bills, seeing, like you say, the price of rent, water, sewer, all of that.
Everything, yeah. Ours.
And our produce, even though now versus
Eric, that is bullshit.
right now
bullshit.
right now versus 3 years ago, the restaurant is paying almost twice the amount of money for the same food that we were getting 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Yet it was only an increase of 10 to 15% in the past 3 years.
Why is that?
Why is that?
Yeah.
Because it's expensive everywhere else. So you really think that if
No, I mean, why isn't it passed on to the consumer at the same rate that they have to buy it? If they're spending 50% more, why am I, the consumer, not paying 50% more?
Because then we will have to close our doors. People are not
Because they're not gonna-
It's
people
not
aren't
a-
gonna come
it's-
in.
It's not a viable business model,
Right.
is what you're saying.
No.
Yeah,
So
because
the
if
workers have to prop it up.
if you're coming in and you're buying that cheeseburger at $6 for a year, okay, and then new menu print comes out, they raise it to $6.25. Okay, do that for about 6 months. Oh, new menu's coming out, $6.50. Somebody who hasn't been in that time that the menus have changed comes in the next time and it's another new menu. It's suddenly $8. They're like, oh wow, this isn't worth it to come here anymore.
Well, but
Or I'm only going to come here once a year now for a special occasion.
But at their business, their costs went up, so their pay also went up. You know, it all rolls downhill. If
Right.
everybody takes the same step up, nobody's left behind. Nobody's
But the
left to like, hey, can you work
consumers-
at 10 extra hours really hard because we need to keep menu prices down? Then it just becomes a non-sustainable business, and it might need to close in this
Well,
economy.
that's what we're just talking about right now. That's why so many food trucks are popping up everywhere.
Right.
And nowadays, it's not just Mexican food like it used to be back in the day.
Right.
Now
Taco
you have
trucks.
fancy food.
Yeah,
You know,
absolutely.
you have. There is a Thai place over on Highway 99. There's, used to be a fancy restaurant. They closed the restaurant and opened a truck
Right.
because they can't afford employees.
Right.
Now it's just the owner and somebody else, 2 or 3 people doing the job that 20 people were doing back in the day. That's why. I don't know. It's just like.
And do you see
the
as many
peop-
customers as you used to in a sitting in a dining
Commercial break.
setting? Are the restaurants as busy as they were, say, 3 years ago?
We're lucky. The restaurant that I work for, we're lucky enough that we have a consistent, customer base.
Sure.
And they're
Which you
loyal
build,
to
you've
us.
built that up because of
Exactly.
the product
It's
that
like,
you're putting
you know,
out.
and
low
that's
prices
exactly
Yeah.
and
that's again.
I'm a
that's-
national chain.
yeah.
People know that it's going to be consistent, clear across the
Yeah.
board, especially people that travel.
No deviations.
They are always
absolutely.
saying, I only go to this specific one because they know it's consistent all the way across the
Yeah,
board.
quality. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
During I think it was last summer, when the produce company, when the gas prices were way up, the produce company started adding on fuel charge on top of all the other prices going up of all the produce and stuff like that
I've
too.
seen fuel charges on the bills for the past two
It's
and
been
a
a
half
while,
years.
yeah. We had a set.
Yeah, the delivery,
Yeah.
they're charged for fuel.
Yeah.
It's
See, being a
about-
bigger company than what yours is, we had a set flat rate for everything that we were getting from them. And then they started adding on the fuel charge as prices were increasing up on top of everything else.
Yeah.
So it sucks. It really does. I hate seeing people come in that save for months just to come in and have a special meal because it's a birthday or it's an anniversary. I just had a couple in the other day that was celebrating their 65th wedding anniversary. And this little couple were amazing, but they saved up for almost 6 months to be able to come in and have 2 very tiny steaks to celebrate.
Yeah, see, I'm okay with like Sherry's used to be hopping. We'd go smoke half a pack of cigarettes and drink coffee and pancakes. Couldn't smoke. Then half of the patrons stopped. We lost all the Apostolic Lutheran community in Battleground to all the smoking.
Oh, boy.
So now if it just is a broken business model, maybe humans aren't wanting to get together and eat at a restaurant or a greasy spoon anymore.
Sherry's
So-
goes beyond that.
Do you think
Sherry's
humans aren't willing to, or there's
Sherry's
just
system has been broken.
we're
for
tired of
quite some time.
prices
Yeah.
going up and the quality going down? Like
I
I'll
think
tell
it's
you,
a combination.
you remember
actually.
like I used to love going to Fat Dave's after DJing at A&A. I was making really good fucking money DJing 2 nights a week, and I'd be like, okay, who wants to meet at Fat Dave's? I'm buying for everybody, and I'm had like a $200 bill. The next weekend, it's a $250 bill, but we have 2 less people sitting at the table. I'm like, what happened?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, we had to increase our rates. I'm like, well, the quality hasn't gone up. If anything, the portions got smaller. The prices went up.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to do all that anymore.
Yeah.
It's not worth it to me. So,
And they've been tricking us for. You remember when a gallon of ice cream was a gallon? It's been 10
Right?
years since
It's not
been
a gallon anymore.
It's been 1.25 quarts or 2.25 quarts, but nobody bitched about that.
And-
And,
and
it's all of a
that's-
sudden, oh, it's 16.9 ounce Diet Coke. What happened to my 20 ounce bottle? Well, perception. It's
and
about.
companies,
Bag of Lay's is,
it is
90% air.
proven.
It was 50%. Now it's 90%.
Portions of everything have gotten smaller. The words, the letters in the packaging have gotten bigger, like a Snickers bar. The letters get bigger for marketing because it is perception. It makes it look like it's a bigger candy bar.
It really does.
But the actual candy bar inside the wrapper has gotten way smaller. The price went up. Mr. Crease said it. Mr. Chris, I apologize. I worked for myself for over 20 years. Had to shut down because corporate players came in because they don't care if their employees cannot live, even at full-time hours, having to get a second job just to make bare necessities. If that makes sense. It absolutely makes sense because anytime somebody references bare necessities, you can see my clock right here. That's a Jungle Book clock, and I love Jungle Book. It is my absolute favorite movie.
But the bottom line is what you call full time nowadays.
55 hours a week.
2,080 hours a year.
See, that's
you
right. 'Cause
remember-
my
you-
salary is based on a 55-hour work week.
You remember when was
Do
the
I
last
work
time
55
that you
hours?
said 40 hour was full time?
Right. It's
Do you remember that?
when I was in the
As
Navy.
an hourly, yeah. But then
When-
as soon as you go salary, they're like, nah, it's 50 now. It's like, well, wait a minute. So you're increasing my work week and making my wage even lower.
There is, well, maybe as a salary, but as an hourly employee, when Mr. Barack Obama was elected president and Obamacare came into place, a lot of places changed it
45
down to
hours.
32.
Yeah.
No, down
yeah,
to
it was down to
32 was
32.
way before Obama, bro.
Well, 32
That was-
is
I hate
like,
to
like
start
a
it.
minimum
That was
for
Bush
health care.
That's the
Senior.
minimum
That
qualification
started.
for healthcare.
That started
Right.
during Bush Senior's tenure.
That's when Obamacare came into place.
Turn
Well,
your
that's
hair.
Obamacare was
qualified
not what
for
made
Obamacare.
full time 32 hours.
Because
Sorry, Eric.
they didn't want to pay the health insurance.
That came into play way before Obamacare
I
did.
think Washington, anything 24 and under was part time, and anything 26 and over was full.
No,
for a
32
while.
hours
Up to
was
32
Has it been
was
32 forever?
part time,
Yeah.
and then it became 32 to be
In
full time.
fact-
Just so the companies that had
Somebody look the stats up.
100 employees or more will have to provide insurance.
I bet Anthony's already
benefits
on it.
for their
Eric's already
entire
plugging away.
staff.
Then you don't think that the
When did that
company
change?
should have to do that?
I remember.
Should it not be
so
part of their operational
I've been with
costs?
my
It's
company
a,
since
it's a write-off to them in their taxes.
98.
Like, there's a reason
and I
that
know
it's
that
now
we had to have a
labeled out
minimum
as a fuel
hours to
surcharge.
gain health care or even qualify for paid vacations. So
Yep.
at least that early, I know.
Eric said in 1997, I had to work over 20 hours a week to get benefits as a union member in Oregon and Washington.
To pay the fee for the union.
In 1997, it was over 20 hours a week.
But that
And
was
then
a
it became
union
32.
too.
Yeah, that's
Union and
stuff's
normals
a
are
whole
different.
thing.
Turn their chairs.
Right. Well, and a lot of that depends on what union, depends on what the work class is. The
And
workforce,
again,
but-
you know, I'm not speaking for every single.
Eric, you're not old
Job
enough
out
to have been
there.
working at year 97.
he's the same age we are. What are you talking
I know.
about?
I'm just giving him shit.
Anthony said there's no legal definition of full time. No, I know, but how many hours a week does somebody have to
I
offer
think there is.
health insurance? I think it's 32.
I think it is
I think there's a
32
legal-
now.
There is a legal.
To
You have to offer.
You have to
a
offer them-
certain amount of hours.
and then if they don't quite make the 32, then they are eligible to go in under the
Right.
state health.
Eric said I
thingy.
worked in like 95 at Albertsons.
95 what?
We were
hours?
working in
No, year 95.
1995.
Well, it really depends. It goes from place to place because when I was salary, when I was hired under contract for a few different big national companies,
So I just did.
you know, my salary was based out of 45 hours. Yet we were working 60, 70 hours,
Oh yeah.
but we only got paid for 45.
Right.
According to the DSHS.wa.gov, where do hours of employment come from? Employment can be part-time, 31 hours per week or less, or full-time, 32 hours per week or more.
Right.
Now, I'm not going to take the time right now to find out when that started, but I know it was way before Obama.
Yeah, and that's the legal definition of what the company then has to offer you as far as sick time, personal time, health benefits, retirement contribution, vesting details. It's like a switch.
I remember-
if X, go to block 2.
Do you guys remember what year the first Walmart came into Vancouver?
I wasn't here.
Okay.
2004?
It had to be way before that because I moved to Washington in 2003, and in the parking lot was already cracked.
Okay.
Well, I remember people protesting.
I don't remember.
Because they knew that Walmart was going to hire. Their big sales pitch to putting one in Vancouver was it was going to create so many jobs. But there was a huge protest and picket signs and blocking streets because people knew that they were going to employ people under 32 hours a week so they
Yep.
could avoid paying medical insurance.
Yep. And then it burdens the state.
And there a
state
lot
contributes.
of the picket signs I specifically remember seeing it was a 32 plus. And people
Was
were
that-
holding signs that say 32 plus walking.
Was those picketers were union?
No, they
No.
were just community people.
Yeah, it was
they
just-
didn't want the Walmart here because they knew the Walmart was going to drive out the thriftways and the
smaller-
Danielsons and the smaller
the
grocery
local,
stores.
yeah. Plus, they also knew that the quality
Melissa
of
said
products and all that stuff.
1996, I believe. Yeah, that sounds about accurate.
96?
Yeah,
It was here in '98 when I moved back here
it
for 3
wasn't
years.
that long
I guess I
after we
didn't
graduated
pay
from high
attention.
school.
Yeah.
So
I guess Mill Plain wasn't my stomping ground much. I
I
was at
remember
Orchards.
even
Russian
during senior year and that people talking about it and how horrible Walmart treats their people and this and that
yeah.
and
yeah.
you know they only pay this, they only give you this many hours,
Yeah.
that, all kinds of stuff.
And it's intentionally structured that way, and they discuss it with the state representatives before they go into the state to figure out not a loophole, but a way to not hit a threshold where they have to contribute. And then, so every time you shop at Walmart and a person is paid for being there for 24 hours, you're actually paying to pay more for that product because they then have to go to the state for their own health insurance and food assistance because they can't make it because the carrot's being dangled.
Hold up.
I came.
So while you're searching that, when I worked at Noodles, when I first
I'm only searching it because Eric brought it
yeah,
up.
no, it's a good point. When I worked at Noodles, because I was here in Washington, when I first started working as an assistant manager, they were supposed to pay a certain amount of overtime per paycheck.
So we got to
They
say welcome
didn't.
back to Felicia.
So
Welcome, Felicia.
like 3-4 years after I quit Noodles, I received a letter, and they were sued for all of that, and we all got a chunk of money.
Yeah. I mean, think of how many times you've had to, prior to direct deposits and all that shit, wait for your checks an extra day or wait for, oh, I missed those hours. And, you know, these corporations are still earning money on all that. So, again, it just, going through all that really just pulled the
But
veil
that's
back.
never
of it.
going to
But
stop.
I haven't been in
That's
service
never
industry.
going to
I've
stop.
been big
when,
retail.
When think about this, when you're
It can
paid,
stop, though.
when you get paid, or when your pay period ends on a long holiday weekend, you still have to wait the extra 2 days, and that's not your corporation. That's your bank. That's the bank that is milking the money for the
sure.
extra 1 or 2 days.
But at least I know my relationship with my bank. I know they want my money to make themselves money. My company, who says they want me to bleed for them, better make sure my fucking check isn't missing
The
8
money
hours
is there.
because it
Well,
could be
I mean-
it could be the difference between me getting my kid to school. You know, as far as gas money.
As far as I know, and I've seen this because I'm on my manager.
Sorry, I curse a lot.
I'm on my
That- you're-
manager's-
you're okay.
Okay,
Don't worry about it.
we,
I
all,
wield it like
we all do. We all
Good,
do.
good.
On
We
here,
all do.
even when mom and dad are in the audience, Hopefully they'll be in the audience again someday.
Yeah.
But even when they're here, we still don't hold back. We just don't. No sexually lewd conduct.
Yeah. No,
That's it.
I find power in.
F-bombs,
the
SH
words.
bombs. We don't care. That's freedom of speech. So Eric said Washington State does not require employers to provide leave or pay for holidays, vacations, or bereavement. These benefits can be found in your employee policies or collective bargaining agreement. They are generally an agreement between an employer and an employee.
It goes back to boss employee.
Anthony said, why is the pay period not set so that it's not an issue?
What do you mean by that?
Because days change. The calendar isn't stuck. How like Halloween could be on a Wednesday or a Sunday.
Melissa said, Walmart was my first job at 18 in 2004 before the one on Mill Plain turned into a supercenter.
I want to go back to that with the pay periods, because anywhere I've ever worked, it was either the 1st and the 15th, or it was every 2 weeks. So what do you like?
I think they mean to avoid that, like the 3-day wait period for like a 4th of July weekend, and correct me if I'm wrong, commenter. I believe that's what they're touching on.
The way it happens to us, because we get paid the 5th and the 20th. Mm-hmm. There will be times where a holiday is falling the Monday, the 3-day.
Yeah. And
Okay, I see what you mean now. Okay.
I get business and bank holidays. I get all that.
When I was getting paid on the 1st and the 15th, if that day fell on a weekend or a holiday weekend, we would get paid that Friday before.
Yeah, it usually happens.
But
like
that was also the U.S. government,
like
so
not
it was
in corporate.
No.
Not
like
in retail.
Well,
retail.
like for example, if your paycheck was to fall on a Monday, the 20th was to fall on a Monday, your money is there. Your boss, your company paid you, but because it's closed,
because the bank is closed.
The bank is closed, and the following day, for some reason, it never releases.
It's because they put it into a clearinghouse, and then the
they
clearinghouse has to mature it.
And then it goes to the Wednesday.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That's 2 extra pay.
Yeah, and those ones aren't the
and
those
I
ones
don't
aren't the one I'm
understand why,
necessarily
because
that comes down to more
from my understanding, banks are required to be open 6 days out of the week. It is illegal for a bank to be closed more than 3 days.
What?
They do get they do get federal holidays.
You more than 3 days in 1 week.
No, in a row. Like
3 consecutive days?
They can't.
Unless it's
a
They-
federal regulation.
I think it's
for part of the
mandated.
FDIC.
Because the FDIC.
That's why some banks are open on Saturdays, because when the holiday comes up on the Monday, they can't have Saturday, Sunday, Monday closed. They can't have 3 consecutive business days closed out.
Can't have more than 3.
Well, it's 3 consecutive
Two,
business
no.
days, not 3 consecutive days. Saturday,
Oh,
Sunday,
okay.
Monday, no problem. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we're gonna have an issue.
Got it.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
So that's what created
Wednesday,
the Saturday,
Thursday,
Sunday weekend, probably, because
Right.
Saturday was day 7 and Sunday's day 1,
Right.
technically. I don't want to miss this comment. Mr. Chris said, if you are 18 and work 40 hours a week, there should be no reason why they should not be able to have the bare necessity, but this day and age, that's not even possible. No wonder why there is a mental health problem these days, because they have to work 2 jobs to make it.
Yeah.
And if you add in sleep, keeping up your house, making food, you do not have any time left for yourself.
Or educating yourself.
And that is very important to have the time. I absolutely agree with that, especially as a
Agree.
bachelor. Now, Francisco, your situation's a little different, because I'm jealous, and I'm going to say this, because I see, like, when you come home from work, a lot of times your wife will have a meal for you. Your dinner's ready. When on your days off, I have no doubt that you're doing everything you can to pamper her and be there for her and return the favor.
I don't let her get out from bed.
Right. So you guys have figured out how to work as a team, but what about us people? And when I say us people, I mean my fat ass that won't have a teammate to do that with. I have to work way more hours. If I didn't have housemates, I would hate my fucking life. If I had to pay all of the rent, all of the utilities, and the only free time I have is to sleep, because I'm having to spend every waking hour until I'm 90 just to survive.
And in my opinion, that goes back to the work ethic. I'm kind of lucky enough in the sense that I was able to purchase my home early in life. I was only 32 when I purchased my home.
So
It shouldn't be.
I don't.
Yeah.
I'm not going to stop you because I want you to continue. But just to pause on that. So are you suggesting that I don't have a solid work ethic because I don't own a home?
No. I mean, that's what I'm saying. In my opinion, it has nothing to do with anybody else. I say my personal opinion, my personal
For you personally.
experience. From
See, and
from what I've lived.
I'm comparing myself to the general population. Our mental health crisis. Part of the reason why it's so bad is because everybody's
happy because we are always asking ourselves to meet those demands.
What demands?
General population demand. If you're going to make somebody else happy instead of making yourself happy, you will never find that balance. You will never find the
medium.
right. Well, I'm talking about the financial disconnect, because anybody that has to work their ass off every fucking day of their life just to barely make it is not going to have a happy lifestyle. Anybody that says money can't buy happiness has never truly had the money to pay all of their bills. Because I'll tell you what, the glow that I see in people when they don't have any financial burden
It's amazing.
is way brighter than the average Joe. Mm-hmm. Way brighter. The weight that is off of my shoulders, I get paid once a month. So I pay all of the bills all at the same time. And then LaLa will tell you, I'll pay all the bills as soon as the bills come in, and then I will tell everybody, this is your part, this is your part, this is your part, and get compensated for it. But when I pay all of the bills, before I'm even compensated, I'm like, feels good. I don't mind that I'm working 50 to 60 hours a week and driving 4,000 miles a month and having kids destroy my vehicle on a daily basis.
But then again, you found yourself that balance.
I'm not, though. It's not fair that I have to work my tail to the bone to be where I want to be.
That should piss you off. Like, it should be like, why?
And
like,
it is
I agree, you're
depressing.
happy about it to not have that stress, but
No, at the end of the day, it's depressing.
I feel
I think
you.
that's what Chris was referring to. Like, the mental health crisis, because in America, so much is expected of us. So I'm involved in numerous different cryptocurrency projects, and most of those communities are global.
Hold on, we got flying comments right now. Wait.
Excuse me.
I worked 40 hours a week educating our youth. Don't you set your own schedule, though? And couldn't pay my bills. So teachers, I'm assuming you were a teacher. Teachers get screwed, honestly. I feel I have a lot of teacher friends, a lot of people that have worked for me that have become teachers, and I see on a regular basis the schedule. They come back and work during the summer times because what they're making teaching is not enough. So I totally understand. Like, teachers, they deserve a lot more
No, it's fine.
because they're not just teachers. They are
I'm trying.
counselors. They're caregivers. They're all kinds of stuff.
I'm trying to put this into words. I don't know if I mentioned this to Paul before, but I come from a family of teachers, and
Yeah.
what I see my family go through, as far as their lifestyle,
Oh,
because they're devoted to school,
Yeah.
is totally different than the lifestyle of a teacher here in the United States.
I bet.
Because now, I mean, I see it. You know, I understand. Yes, teachers aren't. They will never get paid enough to deal with what
Right.
they deal with on a daily basis. But they want to work 8 hours. They want to work. They want to go
Which- and-
do their shift, go home, and forget about school. You know, back in the
There are-
back,
yes.
back when I was a kid, you know, one of my aunts, I was the favorite ones, so she will take me to her house so that I can go with her for a 2-day or 3-day period of time at the school that she was teaching at. And every single day she will get up at 5 a.m. to get her presentation ready for school.
Yeah.
And after school was over, she will stay up until 9-10 o'clock
Grading
at night
and doing
doing schoolwork.
Absolutely.
Like back in the day, she had no life.
Yeah,
her
no, they
school
don't.
was and she enjoyed the heck out of it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like teacher and most of the ones that have worked for me that are they're now into special education teaching, and they do multiple facet stuff, and they're there for their students. The extra stuff that they're having to do, they're having to buy supplies and different things in certain areas. The district that my kids went to, I never once had to buy a school supply. I had to buy school clothes, I had to buy school uniforms, but never once to have to buy school supplies because they were state funded. Because the area that we were in is a depressed area, so they don't have the income structure that a lot of areas have in their schools. So yeah, their entire school district got free lunch. Didn't matter your income or anything else. Did you hear about I never once had to buy school supplies for my kids?
Nice.
Nothing like
Yeah,
that.
that
Because of the school being in a depressed area, there was no income in the area.
Well, see, my daughter, we take our
Same, Eric.
my
Same.
daughter to Fisher's Landing Elementary. Her home school was Ellsworth, which was one of the lowest in the district, and we choiced her, but because they have such limited free lunch at that time, their free lunch program was so few participants that their funding was zero. So they didn't get money for new books, new anything. They'll be the last school that's remodeled just because all the kids can afford their own lunch. So PTO, I spent 2 to 4 years. Every year we would raise like $80,000 to hire 2 more people. You know, I think teachers, I agree with you, teachers are screwed, but I believe also they're screwed in the way that we're allowed to vote that we want extra education. We just like the 2006 thing, like, hey, we want you to do more, but we're not going to pay you more.
Right.
When you think of when the pay structure was created, it was the 3 R's: reading, writing, arithmetic, not STEM, not new math, not every other thing. And we as voters keep going, no, we want our kids in school. But we need them in school so we can go work to pay the tax. So we need a 12-hour day that our kids are at school.
Right.
We need,
We
that
need the
free
extra-
government
yeah.
health or child care.
Well, that's the like I was saying, the school district that my kids were in Pittsburgh. 100%, they would get new books every year. Just this last
Nice.
my daughter's senior year, she graduated 2 years ago. Got free laptops from the Today Show because the principal had written in, or the superintendent had written in, yada yada yada, please help.
Yep.
Meanwhile, this school has one of the top football programs in the state. They have put out 4 NFL players on top of numerous NBA players, WNBA players, like various different fields. In the entire U.S., that school district and the one other school district outside of Pittsburgh has put out the most professional sports athletes, and they are the 2
Brokest.
most state-funded
Yeah.
schools in the state and almost in the country.
That seems to be pretty fitting considering what's in the news recently with Favre and stuff.
Right.
Steal from the poor to
Yeah.
entertain the rich. Yeah, and it's a backward system. To use free lunch as a calculator or some type of metric on how much funding some should get. I get that it can work where it needs to, but also just how reverse it can be.
Yeah.
Ultimately, education, and this is a stance we've always taken, is sure the school, and we just look at it like that. School is intended to be free childcare, so you can go to work and make money and give government money. So anything more that you want your kid to know, you better take a vested interest, because if you're going to count on them, that's on you. No matter how much you vote into it and test regulations, that's why we do all the testings. Are you doing what we voted for? Are you there for 8 hours a day?
When you look at all these other countries with their school systems, like they get free schooling clear up through college or university levels.
Absolutely.
What are we doing? Like, what are we doing?
Exactly.
Like, we want everybody to look at us and follow us and do our things,
It's up until
but we're
middle
not
school.
looking and saying, "Oh, wait, that's working over there.
Yeah.
Can we implement that here? Can we implement this one over here?" But no, we don't want to do that. That's not no.
Yeah, it was so interesting. One of the reasons my daughter started taking French, if she was French 4 and then graduated with her bachelor's, she could go to Europe and go to the University of France for free. just for her masters. It's like, wow, what a great thing to offer, to say, hey, educated person, come over to this country, we'll give you some, and we'll kind of make this work. I don't know, but again, these are all surface questions to a much deeper issue, right?
Very, very much
It's all
so.
systems built on top of systems.
And that's why I knew this would be a great conversation, because it can go in so many different directions. Mr. Chris said, "Oh fuck, Eric, calm down for a second."
How far back are you?
Said, yes, good work ethic is important for sure, but when you do not get compensated for your work ethic, you will get burned out, and physically and mentally cannot give that 110%. You are just burned out, nothing to look forward to but stress that you cannot get dinner one day a week. That is absolutely true, and even Francisco can't argue with that, because I'm going to put you on blast right now and say, yeah, you know how many times I've heard you say that you're ready to quit your job and turn your back on the restaurant industry. It is having an effect on you emotionally and
mentally.
But it's yeah. I think I was just quicker to give up
I will
on the
get
prideful.
stressed and think about that every single day, because at the end of the day, I don't go to work for my boss.
Sure.
I
get
go to work.
that.
I go to work to make people smile with my food.
No, I know.
I work for. I'm one of the few people that can say I work for the customers.
But you still feel like you're putting your all out there and not being fairly compensated, or you wouldn't even think about leaving it.
He's got a point, because
No,
I
no,
mean,
no,
I
it's
do
a
it
great-
too.
believe me, I was
I do
reading.
it
I was
too.
reading that comment, and I'm like, yes, but
Yeah,
Eric said, I think several districts in Oregon assign laptops during the year. Yes, they do. Washington, too. Eric said, my friend's son all went to the same high school in Beaverton. We did, and they all got laptops. Estacade and Dayton, Newburgh also gave them out to the kids. I think most were donated by Apple or Google. I don't know about the other schools, though. Felicia, teachers definitely don't make what they are worth, but most I work with seem to get by decently. At least in this district, some are making $90,000 to $100,000 a year, or
What district is
Teaching,
that?
I know.
I know
comment
what district
there.
she's in, but I'm not going to say it on air. She can type it if she wants. I'll tell you after.
I want to go teach there.
They have been long enough, not great, but a livable wage. However, being a teacher is rough as hell. It's not easy by any means, and you have to have a degree. I'm making six figures now, but I also choose my own schedule. I take on my own workload. Jordan, are you doing the math? Do the math. I saw your wheels spinning. I told you how much I made for last month.
No. She said the district, so I was running. I was
you're trying to figure out
run.
the
That's my old
I thought
district.
yes, it is your old district.
You're like, damn, I left you
I
soon.
thought that look on your face
No,
was
no.
because I
Nope.
said I make six figures.
No,
He's
man.
like,
It's just-
motherfucker, you don't make six figures.
No.
No, I do. I do. But I have to fucking grind to do it. Chris said, I think you're putting Biggie to sleep. No. I was just waiting for the right moment to interject. Most of the time, quite often, almost, I mean, a lot of a big percentage, I do this by myself. So when I can sit here and have other people do the discussion and do the talking, I enjoy it. I love it. I absolutely love it. I'm begging. Most people will tell you, a lot of times I beg people to come over and go live with me.
So who's Yoda?
We got two.
Yoda is
That's
Eric.
Eric. Shane Hansen in our chat group.
Yeah, but see, I complain about my coworkers because my coworkers don't have the work ethic I do.
Nobody has the work ethic you do.
But
You're-
see, that,
you're- you're
that becomes
breed-
a source of pride and your definition
It
of
was-
you.
Your
Some people
work ethic-
don't define themselves by work. It's not
Right.
take it or leave it. It's a tool to give
You
life.
know what I?
It's
You know
not
what
my
I caught
life
myself do? I
to
caught
get my
myself
tools.
doing. I caught myself doing this after almost 4 years. I sent a freaking text message at 11:30 o'clock at night yesterday to my boss with a list of the stuff that we need. I'm like, why the fuck am I doing this? Like, I'm not a manager.
Yeah.
I'm not a
You're right.
supervisor.
Because you have
I'm not
You're
person.
pride.
still in that mode.
It's like
I'm going to try to figure
Yeah,
that out.
like,
right now.
that, and you have a lot of pride in your job and
See-
your work.
You in the kitchen is me with a gig.
yeah.
I have always shown up way before any other DJ ever shows up. I always have a good half hour, 45 minutes just so I could absorb the environment before I even play my first song. I take my time setting up. I don't rush through anything. And I overthink it to the point where it's not doing it and looking back on it. I am glad I don't do it anymore because I cared so much. If a room wasn't dancing or it didn't look like they were smiling or didn't look like they were having a good time,
it was personal.
it was personal.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But you're there for
absolutely
work.
personal. Like, you bust your ass on your food, and if somebody doesn't give you a compliment at the end of the day, you feel like maybe you did something mediocre or not, you know.
But I've learned to live with that because
I did too. Obviously, I did it for 30 years.
Like now, in this day and age, you will hardly get any compliments.
Yeah, it's you
In the
have
food
to
industry.
stretch to get compliments in food industry.
Like in the food industry, it's like you get paid to do that.
Yeah.
Like, you know, it's like, hey, you know, I get paid to do a normal plate. You know, I don't freaking go and wipe the corners of every plate, making sure they're presentable. If I see a freaking vegetable that is burnt, I will not serve it. I'd rather give me an extra minute. I'll make sure it's clean. I'll make sure it's... If I don't eat it, I won't serve it.
That's how I look at stuff too.
You know, nowadays, like, oh, fuck it. Again, with the fuck it mentality.
Yeah.
It's like, why should I? Fuck it. It's different, and it's not.
Eric just missed everything we were saying. We were talking about you, Eric.
Nowadays, it's not even really work ethic. It's just like what LaLa says, the pride. Mm-hmm. You know, it's the mentality.
It's like, you know, pride. Like
we were thought to do this.
Well, but we were told if we did that, the world would be ours like it was theirs, and that it'll be the next generations and the next generations. We're coming to realize that that's all bullshit. It's not going to work out that way.
We were convinced if you
We're
have
not
a
gonna-
skill,
yeah.
if something you're good
Yeah,
at,
but back
you stay
then-
dedicated to it, and it's going to be able to turn you into a millionaire.
We are
Back-
bullshit.
good
back
about
when we were
something.
being
we all are
taught
good
that,
about something.
That's
That's
what they
what they were-
believed.
yeah, and that's what
how
was
the
happening
system
for them.
works.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Over time, as Social Security did not become what it was supposed to be, things have changed now.
Yeah, but there was never adjustments made to the plan.
Right, yeah. I mean,
Corporatocracy has
the
taken
Gen
over
X,
this country. Period.
yeah,
Period.
that and the Gen X era from, let's say, 62.
Hold on. I don't mean to cut you off, but I love the fact that you just said the Gen X error instead of the Gen X era.
Error.
Because that's exactly what it is.
I think she meant error.
Yeah.
Play on words.
74.
It's fitting. Carry on.
Bigz and I have had this conversation
How are
before.
we-
Our generation went from watching Little House on the Prairie and nice wholesome things to also having the split households and different things.
Wait, Craig still watches Little House on the Prairie.
I know he's up there watching it now. We were the first
Yep.
to experience a whole family, a half family, and a mixed family.
Yep.
And experiencing having all this technology thrown at us while we're still trying to grab onto the old stuff.
And to even further expand on that, think of who, when we were growing up, who
Mm-hmm.
we rushed to as far as idols. And I'm going to throw rappers, R&B, a huge boom of populations. And what were they saying? Fuck the system, fuck the who,
Mm-hmm. Right.
fuck this. We can figure it out. Leave us alone. We're going to get our own. We're going to make it our own because y'all are lying to us.
Well, and we
idolize
will.
these
We are
lyrics.
going to. But I still believe in that ideology.
Absolutely.
We are just caught in the middle zone.
Yes.
We are unfortunate enough to be caught in between humanity being humanity and corporatocracy taking over, and we are stuck in limbo until society takes control back.
Yeah.
Until we can get into positions where we can make the changes.
And
When
I
we
pray-
need to get
It's going to
that
be our
old
kids.
school, that old guard, per se, out and start letting people in there that have the mindset to work together and change things.
And that'll be the kids, the same ones that don't want to take the shitty job. They're like, no, the system's broken. Fuck that. I'm going to go fix it because I watched my 45-year-old mother chase the carrot her whole life. And she never had mom and dad at home because she was a latchkey. So I can see this momentum. And I teach my daughters, look, don't bleed for a company because they're not going to come pay your fucking mortgage when you go broke, but they're going to expect you to give everything when they're going broke.
Yeah.
And be grateful that you have it.
Yeah.
Fuck
our
that.
our class motto was why ask why?
Why ask why?
Because we were asking,
Because you need
why
to.
do we have to work this? Why do we have
No,
to
but
do
that
that?
was
that was
literally our graduating
That's
yeah.
a fantastic
So
motto.
I want Mr. Chris to elaborate what is the pride in being held down.
The problem is with the why ask why mentality. You and I know that means we need to know why we have to ask why. But everybody else was like, why ask why? It's pointless.
Well, it's
Because you
Well,
need to
so
ask,
you can
why
say it
Why
with-
do I have to do it this way?
You know that.
Why do
Jordan
I
knows that. I know that. But the majority of people that we grew up
Don't
with that use that
understand that.
mantra, they were like, fuck it. Why even try?
right. It's like it is what it is. You're not reading it with the right questions or
right?
emphasis
I
on the
use
wrong
that.
syllable.
It is what
Correct.
it is a lot.
Correct.
Because
Why
That's
ask
all-
why?
that's
Because
always-
it's
Yeah.
worth it.
Eric
Not
said,
why ask why.
why ask why drink
drink,
Bud
but
Dry.
that was the ad going
That's
around at the
great.
time. But we adapted it
Oh, nice.
to being our motto.
It
It
was
was like,
Yeah.
See,
Why?
we tried to do absolute,
Literally, why?
absolute seniors, and they're like, no, that's alcohol related. We're like,
you see, you went to school in Battleground.
yeah, Prairie. We were trying to design. Yeah, it was
That's
it was fair. To be fair, it was t-shirts.
Completely understand that whole why they wouldn't allow it out there.
I was like, that seems kind of cool, but. So we made some bootleg ones anyway in the art shop or
Nice.
art room, and the silk screen got taken by Mr. Bradford. Anybody remember Bradford at Prairie?
I didn't go to
99,
Prairie.
95.
Your
brother did.
My sister might,
Doesn't mean
but
I would know Mr. Bradford.
Yeah, my
brother
older
did a
brother
lot
and
of things
sister
that I
went to
didn't do.
Prairie. My sister graduated in '85 from Prairie.
Okay.
I went to Evergreen.
Nice.
So, yeah. So she might, but I don't.
Yeah.
I don't remember very many of them.
Hey, guys.
Yeah.
Guys. Guess what I just found?
What?
The button that allows subscribers to watch your content on your channel ad-free.
Wow. No ads, everybody.
If you're a subscriber.
So you know what to do if you haven't already.
If you're not subscribed, if you need to know how, go ahead and type in !sub into chat. You will find out right away.
Bang.
And quite often, I'm pretty generous with subs. Like I spend money on gifting subs to people on a regular basis. A lot of the people, a lot of the homies on the FunkShop TV family enjoy watching a hype train. So if I notice that there's been a few subs and a few bits in a row, I'll do a gift of subs just to kick the train off because people like the excitement.
Yeah. And we're. Yeah. I don't know if we're still talking about
know what
work
I've-
or anything.
Noticed I was trying to host on my thing earlier, and it would not let me.
Can't host?
No, it won't let me do it.
You have to go to your own channel?
Usually I just hit the share on the top of my thing, and it wouldn't let me.
It's just the music.
Oh, all right. Let me see if I'm going to try it.
And some electro swing.
Oh, it's just really quiet in here because Anthony and Eric told me to turn it down. Can you guys even tell there's background music playing? Just
I
out of
can't.
curiosity.
I can't hear it.
You can't hear it?
I can't hear it. Not in here. I turned the volume clear off on my phone.
Eric said, oh, yeah, host is gone in share.
Share is still there, but host wasn't, at least on mine.
Is that too loud?
And Francisco, to talk to Chris's comment, where is the pride in being held down? I think at a certain point, you have to realize that it's more detrimental either to your health or your state of mind or where you want to go in your station of life. No matter how hard you work, that pride of ownership needs to be shelved in order to be preserved in the right aspect. So when a corporation is taking advantage, like Chris has spent 20 years building up an industry, and then the licenses all got sold to corporations. So his hard work and his tenacity and him being the first, none of it mattered, because when the big dollars come in, they'll squish the little guy. So for him being able to shelve that pride and be like, all right, well, fuck y'all, fuck it, I'm gonna go this way.
In a sense, I already did that because I was in management.
Absolutely.
I was taking, at one point I was supervising 3 or 4 different restaurants.
Right.
And I gave all that away because I didn't want to spend
It's not worth it anymore to
70,
you.
80 hours a week not being able to see my family.
Now, if they would have doubled your income, would you have still worked 70 to 80 hours a week?
No.
Right, because so how much more does it take? Like for those kids, when you said $3, $4, $5 extra dollars, no, to them, their value isn't worth that. To you, even double your income isn't worth it anymore. They're just realizing it at a younger age. It took us longer to get there.
What'd you do?
I think maybe.
You can't
Who
host.
fucking knows? You know what I mean?
No,
like
yeah,
I get you.
it is-
Like,
it
there's
is no
times
longer
where
a
I'll
thing.
work 60, 80 hours straight because I know I need to get
Oh.
this job done.
It
It's
is-
my name on the job, and I'm going to do it right. And I don't care if it.
So,
and
okay.
I'm with you. I'm the type of
Okay.
person in construction. I don't care if I
It
if
let
I
me do it
underbid
last
it.
week. So I
I'm
was all
taking a
puzzled. I
loss
was like, what's
because
going
I'm-
on?
that was my
October 3rd.
product. That was my
Oh, okay.
responsibility to be responsible and show you the numbers. And just because I effed up on stuff doesn't mean I'm going to pass that along or be like, well, sorry, can't finish it. I'm going to be there sacrificing my own money. Now, I've learned from those lessons, but I'm with you. It's work. It's your name, you know?
Right.
But
Go for it.
some people don't give a shit about their name anymore.
Go for it,
Mm-hmm.
Paulie. Go for it, Paul.
Yes, the gentleman in the blue.
Go ahead.
If you guys would look at your camera and talk directly into your microphone,
You
it would
guys were
sound
chatting.
We are.
so much better.
You
We
guys
thought
are fixing
two
the
were
screen over
talking.
there.
You were looking up there.
You'll get used to that.
Don't sidebar us, and then no, that's fine.
Don't use me as your scapegoat, though. Yeah, you want to be loud and proud. You want to say it with your voice, say it with your chest. Eat the microphone.
Absolutely, what he's saying. You
Yeah.
know, it's absolutely, and
Yep.
that's what I'm saying. Back in the day when I used to do that, there was a point in life when I said, "Enough is enough."
Right.
And now, working only 45 hours, I'm making the same money that I was making
Right.
back 4 years ago.
Right.
And now I'm able to have time for my family, go out to dinner, go out to do whatever the heck I want to.
Yeah.
But you still have to have some sense of pride on
So if
doing.
You know what pisses
if,
me
if
off, though?
this Francisco could talk to the person that Francisco was, would he have told you to do the transition sooner? You know, like would you have told your 22-year-old self, look, don't do it for 24 an hour. Find a place that'll do it for 28 an hour because, or those. It's because it's retrospect or we're looking back. I gotta
Looking
respect the
back.
kids going. No,
I can't
Oh,
say
it's
that.
not worth
I
25 an
can't
hour.
say the 22-year-old person or the 22 variants of me, because at 22 is when I started my drug addiction.
All right, so let's say
So let's
when
say
you really hit the work hard.
When I got out of that addiction and I made a promise to my wife to be there for her and show her, tell her that I was going to do whatever we put ourselves to do. Like say, I told her before I turn 30, I
Yeah.
will get you a car 0 miles,
Yeah.
and I did it. I told
you
her
buckled down, made the commitment.
before I turned 35, I will get you your house, and we did it. So. But then again, back in the day, it didn't matter. Paul knows this because I've worked my entire life in the restaurant industry.
Yep.
In every single restaurant, absolutely every single restaurant I work for, I've always started at minimum wage.
Right.
Yet, within 1, 2, 3 years, I will double or triple that. But it's just never in my entire career I expected to be recognized. The recognition came by itself.
Right.
By me working the way I used to work. 3 months down the road, hey, you want to try another station? Pays a little more.
Yeah.
You want to learn something else? Pays a little more. At Noodles, when I worked in Noodles and Company, I started as a part-time because that's when Sherry's took her 40-hour a week as a server. So I went to Noodles and say, hey, I only want to help you out. I don't care how much money I make. I only want to help you out to make up those 10 hours a week that we lost in Sherry's. And they say, okay, try it. See how you like it. The very first day that I went and worked at Noodles, the supervisor said, just sit in front of the computer and see, play with it and see what you think. 2 hours later, I was taking orders just like a normal employee.
Right.
It's just like, and then,
Quick learner, the skill set.
and,
yeah.
2 months, they offered me
The store.
a shift supervisor.
Right.
Within 6 months, I was an assistant manager. 1 year later from the day I started working 10 hours a week, I was a manager of a restaurant.
Right, but do you think a 24-year-old, which are the people that you're hiring right now, the ones that we're saying are not hard workers, how many of you were there at Sherry's or Noodles? Was there 1, 2, 0?
Back in my time,
Yeah.
there was plenty.
So a majority of your coworkers worked just as hard as you. They were offered new stations and things like that. I'm just asking.
back in the restaurant
Back
business.
then,
Everybody
yes,
wanted to
absolutely.
make an impact.
When
Yeah,
I,
absolutely.
19
Everybody wanted to move up. Everybody wanted to keep
1990,
going.
I kid you not, and this is a true story. 1995, I was a dishwasher.
Yeah.
I had to fight another dishwasher to become a cook
Okay.
because the kitchen manager said, "You guys have so much pride.
Fight for tips.
Fight it out.
Absolutely.
Whoever wins the fight,
Yeah.
I'll get you a position in the kitchen,
Nice.
and I'll pay you $2 extra."
Mm-hmm.
Well,
That's-
now if he said
that's
that,
how
he'd have an
hungry the
HR
restaurant business
He'd
was.
have an HR issue, right? he can't play the old.
Right.
It's true.
I get what you're saying. I really, really.
Are you
do.
wanting to play this video? Is that what you're holding out for?
We're gonna play this video.
I watched this video. It's hilarious.
We're gonna play that video.
That was a gunshot!
That was
Everyone
loud.
get your heads down! That was a drive-by attempt, Frank!
Kenneth, that was a neighbor's car backfiring.
They're coming for the eggs!
Kenneth!
They're coming for the eggs! That was a gunshot!
Kenneth.
Everyone get your heads down!
Kenneth.
That was a drive-by attempt, Frank!
Kenneth, that was a neighbor's car backfiring.
That's pretty good.
For the eggs!
Kenneth!
They're coming for the eggs!
Awesome.
Okay, we just Eric threw that in chat. It's just good. Good thinking, Eric. Good thinking. Back to our regularly scheduled program.
You thought we were sleeping or something?
No, it's just good. It's good to take a break for it.
Well, Albertsons isn't around any longer,
There's one somewhere. I don't know.
so
I've seen it.
that
Good
corporate
night.
structure didn't work very
Salmon
well.
Creek. Actually,
Isn't there still one in
Is there?
Battleground?
Jordan, hold up.
Is there one?
There's Battleground and Salmon Creek both do, but you said Albertsons isn't around anymore because that corporate structure didn't work out very well. Why doesn't Albertsons exist anymore? Anybody know?
Didn't Safeway buy it out?
No,
Albertsons
Kroger's.
bought Safeway.
Yeah, it's
So
it's Kroger
Albertsons
company. They're all
own-
No,
Kroger.
it is not Kroger.
They're not. I thought they
No.
were
Kroger's
Kroger.
is Freddy.
I thought
Kroger is Fred Meyer.
I thought it was the other way around.
Vaughn's is Safeway.
Vaughn's was Safeway. Albertsons bought them. So,
Then why didn't they keep Albertsons' name?
if you look at the ad, the ad is Albertsons and Safeway joint ad.
No, I get that.
But
That's because
I've
there's
always thought that
peppered throughout the
Safeway
country.
bought-
Vaughn's was going out of business.
There's like
Albertsons
9.
bought it.
Well, Vaughn's was only in Cali, right?
Well, Vaughn's is the parent company behind Safeway.
Oh, okay.
Just like Kroger is the parent company behind Fred Meyer.
Right.
If you go Middle East into eastward, there's Kroger stores.
Wow.
Just like
Like
Vaughn's.
Syria or Iran?
They got sued by the union. Okay.
Oh, not Middle East. Okay.
I was like, what? Because he didn't have the chat up here, and I'm not.
Oh.
I'm not on it on my phone right now.
What the hell are you talking about, bro? The hell? The hell's going on around here?
See ya, Chris. Thanks for coming in, bud.
You leave?
He's saying good night.
Oh, gotta go to work. Chris, appreciate it. Thank you.
Get some goodbyes.
Thanks for hanging.
Looking forward to your stream. Thanks for stopping in.
Chris is a streamer?
Chris does live sales of, custom jewelry, crystal collections, artwork, all sorts of fun stuff. He does
That was the dude you were talking about when you got here.
Yeah, the one who brought
Okay.
up quiet quitting.
I
Yeah,
didn't- I didn't realize
he's
that.
a great. I've known him for 10, 15 years. I've never met him face to face. We only play Rocket League and
Ooh.
gaming online. There was one time I tried to drive to his house during a midlife crisis, and he was willing to take me in. So he's a great friend.
See, I told you.
Yes, sir. I will.
Safeway.
Eric said
owns-
Albertsons is owned by Safeway. I know why, and my dad is part of why. Albertsons made their employers sign off the clock and work. They got sued by the union.
Oh,
My dad has a memo from corporate saying to do that. I specifically remember I had friends that worked for Safeway, and they were pissed off when Albertsons was buying them.
you should have just worked
So
harder.
I don't know how that all happened. They had to pay out millions, and then the son-in-law of Joe Albertson ran into the ground. Then they ended up being sold off in bankruptcy to Safeway and Hagen's.
Hagen's. There it is. That was the one.
That's just
See,
weird.
now that's a prime example of a corporate structure demanding work for no pay. It was that way when we were coming of age.
Yeah, back in the day, it was normal.
So March
Well, yeah,
6th,
but our kids have learned from our lessons.
March 6, 2014,
We should be
Safeway
proud of that.
Incorporated was acquired on Thursday by the parent company of Boise, Idaho-based Albertson Stores, creating a combined company with more than 2,400 grocery stores.
War Eagle.
Albertsons buys Safeway with former Fred Meyer boss as their chairman. That's what that says.
I gotta start
Chris, I love you,
looking
Jordan.
down. I'll talk to you, bud.
All these freaking stupid Twitch. So Twitch chat apparently puts a limit on how many characters there can be in a link now too. What are you doing, Twitch? Come on, Jeff.
Being Twitch.
We know you're upset about your divorce, Bezos, but can you please take the reins again and fix this shit? Please.
You think he's upset?
I was
No,
gonna say,
not
you really think he's unhappy?
The amount of money look, bro, I'm gonna tell you, I appreciate somebody that makes smart investments,
It's called-
and nobody made a smarter stock investment
much
than Jeff Bezos' ex-wife,
as-
because she got in at the low, and then the stock went through the fucking roof, and it started to come down a little bit, and she's like, divorce.
As much money as he has, he's gonna use that as a tax write-off.
I don't think you can.
He doesn't take an income tax. It doesn't matter. It's half his wealth, so it doesn't matter. It's all just fake digits that he can make.
It's a gift to charity.
Yeah, and he probably has made back what he paid out probably last year, at least during the COVID. You know, when Amazon really took off, and
I've heard there is a Amazon hub being built here in Vancouver.
And Amazon is suing Washington over some suing Washington's OSHA for safety hazard shit.
well, they got more money than Washington, so they'll probably win.
I'm willing to bet that they're doing it to try to avoid having to pay something to the state. It's ridiculous. When you have that kind of money that you can just swing your dick around like a helicopter and control the world.
Do you remember the first time ever seeing Jeff
I
Bezos?
don't remember.
I don't, honestly.
He was in a Taco Bell commercial for the Monterey Jack Chicken soft taco. I don't know if you know, the 1996-ish, and he's selling tacos. And this is when he was doing the book thing, full side bushes on the sides and bald, wearing a plaid shirt and some Dockers. It was like, who the hell's gonna buy books online?
Yeah, I definitely don't remember that.
He looks much different now, is my point. I was hoping you had seen the commercial, because then it would have been a more relevant talking point, but I'll just fill the space with chatter.
I mean,
That's what we're here for. So
that's what we're here for.
Fuck it.
That's exactly what I was going to say. That's what we're here for. I don't want to argue over Albertsons Safeway because I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Enough about it. Eric's got inside information. I'm reading articles that say everything that says Albertsons CEO Bob Miller, the former CEO of Portland-based Fred Meyer, will become the combined company's executive chairman. So, whatever.
So wait, he was former Fred Meyers, or he is Fred Meyers?
Bob
That
Miller was the
lifetime's a
former
trip.
CEO of Portland-based Fred Meyer
Okay.
Incorporated. He became
Okay.
the company's executive chairman when the Albertsons and Safeway merger happened under Cerberus, whatever it is. Stupid name. I wouldn't go to a Cerberus to buy my groceries.
Now, is that Mass Effect 1 or Mass Effect 2?
Yeah, that's not where I want to buy.
So
my
Jordan,
groceries.
you gonna come over and do the one chip challenge with us?
No,
Why not?
I don't do spicy things.
Oh.
Bro,
my
wait
God.
a minute.
When
I
does
remember
that
getting kicked out of a BJ's.
I don't do spicy things anymore. How's that? Oh my gosh, that was a great challenge. I found that one time at a food supply. And I'm like, I should get that. And I'm like, no, I don't think so.
Well,
I did
apparently-
get some one time.
Did you?
Yes.
The Rollins? Yep.
Apparently
that tube
this
of
year it's blue, and it turns your tongue blue.
Yeah.
paste. The new chip does?
The new chip, yes.
Okay.
I saw a couple people saw.
Hold on. Anthony said, wait, I'm in.
Whatever.
I did all the other dumb challenges. Did you see our videos? We did the one chip challenge.
So this 2022.
LaLa and I did the gummy bear, the little nitro
So
challenge.
they're-
You want a little nitro, bro?
No.
It'll be fun.
When
Oh, you're
when
not
is
doing
this
any
happening?
spicy.
No.
Huh?
The world's
When is
finest
this
gummy
happening?
bear.
I don't know yet. We got to get that figured out.
What
You
is
gonna come
wrong?
over and do it, Francisco?
Look, right there.
Where's the fun in that?
The top shelf.
What is the point?
Second row in. There's a couple of little gummy bears in little boxes there. You see it?
Well,
Little nitro.
Oh, no. Fuck that.
So I'm assuming you've never had Dave's Hot Chicken either, then.
No.
Oh,
You don't do any spicy at all?
No.
Then how the fuck did we get kicked out of BJ's for screaming over eating wasabi?
Wasabi's not spicy. It's a hit
not.
and it disappears. Anything that lingers and
Wasabi's
like you
not
want to
spicy.
rip your face off if you get some on.
It burns you when
for
it's in your
hours.
mouth. But
See,
then
I
it's
don't
gone.
have that
And-
effect.
and the
I don't get
wasabi's a
that
root.
effect.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah. See,
I don't
no.
like wasabi. I just don't like the taste of
See,
it.
and wasabi's great because it hits, it digests like a root, and it's not
Yeah,
a
it's
sauce
like it
leaking out of
pops.
my ass because
just-
I'm on fire.
I just personally don't like wasabi. I
It
don't
will
like the
pop-
flavor of
It will
wasabi.
pop so much in your tongue that
Yeah,
it
like-
will give you a headache.
Yeah.
But
See, I don't
like 5 seconds
get
later,
this.
it will
This that
disappear.
you're describing, I don't get when I eat spicy. I don't get all
Oh no,
of
I
that
don't.
when I eat
I don't
spicy.
know.
And I
Again,
love
I'll
spicy.
eat. I'm sorry, I don't do spicy that stuff. I'll
Challenges?
go to Namaste and we can go have Indian at medium
Okay.
extra.
Okay.
In cuisine, absolutely. As far as like, hey, you want to try this to see how bad it hurts? Fuck no.
I haven't
Okay.
had.
Okay. What about the Korean noodle?
I haven't
that
had.
is.
I haven't
Hold on,
had
hold on.
spicy
Is it
food
sour?
until today. The
I
way
would
I
do sour.
Yeah,
I had pad thai today.
yeah. Pad thai. I love pad
Oh, I
thai.
thought you said I got baptized.
No, I got pad thai.
The Father, the Son, and the
Really?
Spirit?
I don't want it. If it's spicy, I'm not eating it.
There's this new little truck.
I like my tongue.
Got
on,
detention.
I have
Okay,
a
hold
good
on. Some
palate.
kids did the chip challenge at
I'm a
school
cook.
and got detention.
Not like Francisco, but
What a weird thing to get
Hey.
detention for. They did
but I
it
love
in
to
class.
cook. How's that? I get into a
It was very
fucking
distracting.
zone.
There's
I heard.
definitions.
Oh well, yeah, that's an
2
issue
times
then.
spicy. Two
Yeah.
times spicier than what? The original?
Yeah. There's a black package and a red package.
Is the black bad? Oh, is the black the one-time strain?
So
Yeah.
Yeah, come on.
the place I went to grab lunch before work today is brand new. The little lady that was cooking the food is just like, here, if you really want spicy, here, take this. She gave me a little 1 ouncer plastic cup with some powder chili. It's like, just be careful, don't get it on your eyes.
Oh, that's
Don't
nice.
put this anywhere in your
Be
body.
careful. Be careful when you have this.
Yeah, don't
Because
snort it.
when I went in and put my order, the guy in the counter, he's like, "How spicy you want it?" I'm like,
What that lady said.
the spices you have." Mm-hmm. It's like, okay, I'll put spice plus. Like, okay.
I gotta stop looking down.
So the lady, the cook, obviously she's the one that knows the recipe. She's like, give him extra lime. He's gonna regret ordering an extra amount.
Yeah,
So
That's it.
I mean, I was nose dripping. I was
Yeah.
sweating. I almost cried. I'm not gonna lie, but it was damn good.
Anthony said some kids did the chip challenge at school and they got detention.
I already read through all that.
Oh, you did. Okay, never mind. So with that package of noodles, the
Yeah.
challenge is to eat 2 bowls, 2 packages. You make 2 packages, put them on the same plate. Very little water, only enough water to mix the powder up in the noodle, and eat it in 10 minutes.
No.
I've done it twice.
Why?
You have to have plenty of liquid
What did you
on the
win?
thing for it to cook properly.
No, you cook
Bragging
it
rights.
in, but you have to strain it all out.
It's all
I
bragging
wanna see
rights.
the trophy. Where it,
It's
surely
all bragging
can-
rights.
It was streamed
I've
live.
got a YouTube video.
You should pull up our.
It's 1,200 calories of total torture, is what you're doing.
And you put 2 of those together.
Thank you, Felicia.
Put 2 of those together.
Ad time. I got an ad.
You got
No,
an
if
ad?
I'm eating 1,200 calories, I want it. Just something better that I'm gonna sit and enjoy.
Well, so in the entertainment world, they call that shock value, and it's good for entertaining people.
Oh, okay.
And I play it like when people watch our 1 chip challenge, like LaLa kicked your ass. I'm like, she did.
We
but
were
I also
tied.
overplay so fucking much
Sure, sure.
because we've got a camera in front
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I'm not really a camera person, so
Yeah.
I'm not there for.
of me. Yeah, she was military. Person.
Yeah, we-
She just
I wish
ate it.
I wish I had my freaking phone recording today when I was eating that bowl of food.
Yeah,
It was hot.
I'm not a Thai food fucks me up. Like I can't eat Thai food without fucking up my stomach.
It's certain. I love pad thai, and that's about it because I learned it when I worked at Noodles. You know, they have
Noodles
noodles
is
from
horrid,
all over.
bro.
Well,
I
it
can-
used to be horrid.
Yeah, I can do the
I mean,
pineapple fried rice.
It turned
but
horrid after I left.
Thai-
I was
Thai
gonna say
food-
when I had it when you were there, I was like, okay, this is kind of cool. It's a cool little gimmick. You can have all if you like pasta. I've had it a few times since, and I will never eat it again.
Going back to corporate structures,
Yeah.
they took the hype. They went and opened 500 restaurants.
Holy shit!
Wasn't that the one that started off? Was that, or am I thinking of a different one? She started off as a food cart, went on
No.
Shark
Noodle-
Tank or something like that,
Noodles
and then
and Company started back in Colorado.
okay, then that's
And-
not the
well,
same one that I'm
it's-
thinking about.
But then they got the hype, and
Okay.
they started open like to a point they were open one
Too much,
weekly.
too fast.
Well, but it wasn't only hype; it was also franchise opportunity.
No, Noodles was never franchised.
You sure?
Never.
He was
I
a
mean,
manager there, bro, so he knows what he's talking about.
I know that now they might be, but back in the day, it was
When they
never
when they were
franchised.
first opening up, they were just
There
No.
wasn't really. Wow.
That's what happened with our Italian concept of the company that I work for.
okay.
They expanded too quickly,
Yeah.
and
I
it was
love
not
it.
as well of
And they
a
took a
thing to go
they
through.
Took a hit big time. They didn't know how to structure it.
Well, that and they were emerging as pasta was becoming the bad diet.
No,
Yeah, but
because
No, that's true.
The,
That-
amount,
Yeah.
the amount of noodles they had, we have low calorie noodles, rice noodles, gluten free.
But it-
No, I get that there's alternatives.
that
There-
cuisine though is
But the
looked at as
mentality
a
behind the
healthier.
word noodle.
yeah, it's like
Yeah.
Krispy
Was-
Kreme came out
was-
when Atkins was going through the roof. Like it was like
Yeah.
you guys are idiots.
Yeah.
Yep. The mentality behind the word noodle, just as Noodles and Company was really picking up the,
The
momentum.
perception
that-
was shifting.
I
Take
think
momentum.
it had they failed because they didn't know how to conquer the
Yeah.
mass production of food they did. Because they couldn't keep up with the demand.
They
couldn't
failed
keep
because
up.
everything was bland as shit.
No,
Again, it's because they
were a
opened
couple
way too
really
many.
good
They
pastas.
didn't
At
find
first.
enough. They didn't
Their
find
mac and
enough
cheese
suppliers.
Used to be
Used to be is the key word, though.
Used to.
They've changed.
They changed the recipes. They changed the qualities. They changed the product so they can supply the demand.
yeah.
That's why it went downhill.
See, well, I also think they were trying to model the structure of that
It's the same-
cafeteria style assembly. Chipotle was probably the first one here locally that you stood and did your that. Then Mod and
Subway and-
Noodles
and-
yeah,
yeah.
Subway. Okay, they've been around forever and they're trash.
Right.
Well,
But yeah, Chipotle was the
Chipotle's
next
trash
one.
now.
Right.
And
Yo,
then
for sure.
Qdoba.
I try to order online. They're like, we're out of chips. I'm like, you're fucking what?
How are you out of chips?
How are you out of
Yeah.
chips?
And when you get them, they're halfway cooked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one I won't go to anymore.
And then
I can't put up with the teenagers there anymore.
Yeah.
It's like, can you wipe your station just real quick? You got time to lean?
when
You got
I-
time to clean.
when
That's
I
what they
work-
taught me at Taco Bell.
Yep.
When I worked for Chipotle, I can talk about them now because I don't give a fuck. When I worked for them, they had their motto of "We will never advertise on TV. We will never pay
Yeah.
for a radio commercial. We will, the word to mouth.
Thanks
will
for the
take us-
share.
Will conquer the
So,
world." What they're doing now?
Dancing.
Every other fucking commercial is
Yeah,
Chipotle.
yeah. Toting that they're natural and all this other shit, which
Back
Yeah.
in the day, you
well,
could see.
Home Depot used to do the same thing. You know what never was going to be in Home Depot? What used to never be there, if you've ever noticed?
Don't ever really go to Home Depot.
Aisle
so-
numbers. We never had aisle numbers. We didn't have banners hanging from the rafters that said hardware paint. We walked our fucking customers exactly where they needed to go, and we took care of them from, soup to nuts. And then now there's aisle 23.
Did you say we took care of them from soup to nuts? Oh, nuts! Like, see, I'm getting old, dude. Anytime somebody says nuts, you know what it makes me think of?
You're getting tired.
How bad my nuts are starting to sag. It sucks, bro. Getting old sucks because your nuts start sagging and they get pinched up in your boxers.
I
and
don't
then you
feel
start thinking,
I don't feel old.
man, I got to change my underwear game.
I don't
I
feel
got to
old.
start wearing different kinds of underwear that's going to support.
You know
that.
what-
He didn't say when
You
you
know-
start to feel. He says when you start to turn old.
No.
We're turning old. Sorry,
Yes.
no matter how you feel.
I don't feel like I'm like
like his nuts should dip into
Emotionally?
the water, but
emotionally. I'm 25 years old, but I'm sitting
Hey,
when I'm
back
sitting
in the-
and driving for so long. I get out of the car. I'm like, holy
Back
shit!
in the day, when I worked at Noodles, actually, there was this kid that he enjoyed the hell of working with me, and I told him, I'm like, hey, you want to work in the food industry, go for it. He only lasted like 6 months, but I told him, I'm like, I make you a bet. I'm like, you think I'm too old for the restaurant business, and at that time I was only like 35. He was like, you think I'm too old for this? I'm gonna make you this bet. Like, when somebody half my age come to the restaurant business and do what I do better than the way I do it, I will gladly quit the restaurant business.
yeah.
Now, this day and age, I don't think that they will ever come.
Yeah, for sure. Because that's definitely a skill set that constantly evolves and improves. And
Not only that, you know,
And it takes a passion.
it's a passion.
Yeah.
It's a mentality. You
Like,
know, nowadays I'm looking for things to better myself. Still, like I invest hours a week, like watching videos
To
of
cook.
different. Yeah,
yeah,
heck yeah,
absolutely.
heck yeah.
Yeah,
You know,
for sure.
I admire the heck out of cooks that you know make something out of nothing.
Right.
Like,
Everybody's
I-
got to hydrate.
So I
Hydrate,
wonder
posture
if
check.
And posture check. God dang it, Felicia.
Felicia,
It's 11:43, and the only thing I have to
if
drink
you
in
would
front of
have
me is
been
Rockstar.
more of a like an insurance salesman your whole life, if you would have the same mentality to
And mute
to
someone.
bleed for it, but you get to do
I don't know.
stuff that you're
Mute
passionate
something.
about.
Yoda wants to mute Felicia.
Felicia's not on mic.
Damn.
What are you talking about? You can't. That's not a thing.
Who would have thought that a year ago I was so shy to be in front of the damn camera?
Bro, I don't know, man. You have been.
Like, this is the most I've talked in front of a camera in like forever, like ever.
No, you came over and like at the Vancouver Mall House, and you sat in on a stream with us before. I think Anthony was there too.
I just sat there for a while. I've never said anything.
You talked a bit. You have definitely been more talkative tonight, but I've been begging for years, Francisco.
Because I'm all alone.
You like the way I did your name there, by the way?
Francisco. It looks
If I could have incorporated a white stripe through it, I made sure it was red and green.
a white stripe.
Some Mexican flag colors.
Here we go.
Dan,
It's not a bad thing. It was out of respect.
Eric, you're a
All right, Eric. Hold up.
deacon.
You know what, let's do this.
Ka.
Eric, pick two people that are going to have the dance off.
No.
What's happening?
Oh.
Eric redeemed a dance off time. So
What is
Well,
that?
that means we turn the music up and
You guys
two
better
people
hurry
have
up
to have a
because
dance off.
It's getting that
Karaoke.
time for me.
Please
My
no.
puppies are
Stop it.
are all alone.
I'm getting hungry. I want
These two are fighting each other. No, okay, you two have to get on
No,
Discord and
Lala
do
and
this.
Briscoe.
No, not happening. Sorry.
I need readers.
Yes,
I
sir.
need to zoom in.
No,
Even
sir.
right there?
Not happening.
Yeah. Well, I keep noticing my lag, and like I'm squinting and trying to watch. Look at the. It's probably just.
Karaoke next, huh?
I have been in
we
front
can't
of a
do
screen
karaoke
for
anymore.
8 hours
You're
today.
gonna,
so.
Can you change that one on your?
Because hurry up, because
Yeah.
When I redeem, you can change
the
it to something
redemptions?
else. Well,
yeah.
yeah.
I'm going to go through and revamp everything.
I probably can come and do it one more time this week. I'm all alone until Monday.
Yeah, I don't work until Monday. Tomorrow I am going to go and help my dad clear some room to get a hospital bed in the house so my mom can have a comfortable place for the rest of her time on this planet.
Or each evening as she goes to rest.
Yeah, I mean, that's the rest of her time on the planet, right?
I'm just trying to keep it more. I get you. Yeah.
No, I
Yes, sir.
I agree
know,
with you.
I
I absolutely agree. I could have worded that different. You know, so mom has a comfortable place for the next 10 years, for the next decade.
Yeah.
Mom can't leave this planet until I get married again, so I can dance with her at my wedding.
Perfect.
And Jordan's like, okay, well, poor mom. Since mom's gonna be older than all of us, and she'll always.
She already is.
So, yeah. But aside from that, I'm gonna organize some stuff in the garage and obviously revamp some things on the stream that I did.
But hey, this
I think we got the
setup
sound dialed in though.
This
Everything sounds
setup
okay.
right
now,
here is pretty cool. Though.
It is actually.
Yeah.
Very impressive when I came down here.
Good. I'm
This is
glad
not
you.
hokey like at all.
No, and it's comfortable.
Yeah.
I am gonna
I
spring
could
for
use
new
I
chairs.
could use a
eventually.
haircut, but other than that, like,
You know who couldn't? I cut my own hair, and I have cut my own hair since like 1991.
Way
Yeah,
back
but
in
yours is easy,
1991.
Yeah, I just shaved the whole thing.
yeah, I was gonna say.
But yeah, like my pops,
Like, you
my
know,
pops
I don't
really
like-
needs a haircut. Jordan,
I don't like as bold
Jordan,
as
you
I
could
am.
you could use a trim.
Bro, I just got one 6 days ago.
You just got one
This
just
is
now. You
it.
just put a
This
hat
is
on.
my spot. This is my style now.
Okay. Okay. And
Usually
you
I got a
look-
big aloha hat on. And people
Shush,
are like, Are you
Felicia.
a surfer? I'm like, not yet. Almost.
1991, I wasn't even born yet.
Shush.
I had my bun capabilities. when we used
1991, I
to
was
rock,
getting
right?
out of middle school.
Yeah, because Hazy and
Shush.
Prof and all
was
you
getting
used
ready
to
to
bust my balls for
We
it.
graduated in '92.
Anyway,
Well, see,
Kennedy
our
saw that
school
I had
system
long
is
hair,
Oh,
and
that's
she's
okay.
like, "Can you
Yeah.
grow it out again?"
I
was like, all right, I probably can do that one more time.
15.
Okay.
You're 15 when you get out of middle school,
Okay.
and then you get three years of
With high
college.
School.
91, I was a junior.
Oh, okay.
High school.
Okay.
3 years, and then
But that's
you're off
considered
to
college.
university already.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah.
Well, we've been live for 2 hours and 48 minutes. I think it's been a
We
good
have.
long stream.
Productive.
I think so. Yeah.
LaLa made some
Fun.
dinner. To me, it was lunch because I didn't eat anything all freaking day, and I should have had a 12-hour work day, but it got cut short because the
I actually-
dad, for my second visit of the day, ended up going to jail. So I came home early.
Yeah, I was.
That'll do it.
I had dinner right before I came here.
Yeah, he. In fact, the police, the court let him send me a message, text message, before they hauled him off. Can I let my visitation specialist know that I'm going to jail so he doesn't go and pick up my kids and take them to the park and
Ooh,
wait
yeah.
for
And
me?
I'm not there.
Like, yeah,
That's
they allowed
nice.
him to do that. Nice,
That's
Judge.
nice.
That's nice.
Thanks, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
And then he said, "Can you move the visits to the jail?" I said, "Absolutely not."
No.
Nope.
Not happening.
I mean, it can happen if he's going to be in there for X amount of time. And
Let's
there aren't
see
any
how
other
this plays
options,
out.
But we're gonna give this a few days and see how see how long he's going to be in there first, and then we can assess the situation from there. It was a rough week, man.
Why would you put the kids through that though?
Well, here's
As a parent, why would you want your kids to come and visit you?
you
don't
think
want
that way,
them to
and I think that way.
To see
But
that way.
when you are in a situation like that, and many kids, honestly, and I hate to say this, I hate to think that this could be beneficial to the children, but learning the process of visiting somebody in jail for everybody probably isn't a bad thing, because the first time it's very, very intimidating, and it's a pain in the butt. So, you know, if
I mean,
And usually if
yes
you
and
have
no,
this
but I'm
going
saying
on,
just
yeah,
this
I
is your
mean,
life.
The experience, the experience for the child. Yes, I get it, but
You know,
like
I would-
personally, as a parent,
If that were to happen,
I wouldn't
hopefully
want
the
my kids to.
Yeah, but that's
Eric
you.
said it gets easier
But
over
if,
time.
if you have a visitation specialist, you live in the system,
yes,
so you
Yeah.
have to get all your family
I was
just
gonna say,
used
hopefully-
to it because
Yep.
you're probably not going to escape it. You know you have 4 years of parole.
You already
and
know that
you know in 6 years
Yeah.
you're probably going to go back or whatever each situation is.
Yeah.
So
hopefully
to them
the
it's just
children go
I'm
and
going to
visiting
tell you right
there
now, I would
learn.
much rather take kids to visit a parent while they're in jail than deal with what I dealt with on Tuesday. I had a kid that fell off a swing and broke his
No,
arm.
that was-
I had
that
to
was
call
rough.
911 and call an ambulance to pick the kid up and deal with the foster parents having to come to the hospital while dad insisted
they-
on going to the hospital, even though technically dad's visit time was over. So I could have told him that he should leave, but I jeopardized my boundaries, I guess, for lack of a better term, and made the judgment call. So in the better interest of the child, it was better to have a parent there that could help him, comfort him, and console him while they were moving his arm around to get X-rays and stuff.
The way you work and the way I perceive your work, I think that most of these kids nowadays they have way more respect for you than their own parents.
Some of them do, especially the ones that are old enough to understand the dynamics of the whole situation.
I think that, like you're saying, overstepping the boundaries and going above.
Well, legally, I mean, in that situation, his visit ended at 6. The ambulance got there at 6:15. I could have said you're not allowed to go to the hospital, but that would have
Right.
left me be the only one there for the hour that it would have taken the foster parents to travel to the hospital. I made the call for the dad to sit next to the kid in the hospital bed while the kid was getting X-rays and going through the pain and discomfort of having their first broken arm at 4 years old.
4. That sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kennedy
So-
broke hers at 8. Broke my heart.
Well, he was Supermaning on a swing. Now, if you're on the playground and you see kids on a swing, kids sitting down to me is scarier because if the swing goes forward and the kid flips backwards for any reason, they land on their head. They're done.
Yeah.
So the kid was on his belly, Supermaning. I was like, how could that? How could anything go wrong, right? Swing goes backwards.
Oh, he rolls over,
flips
forward.
him over the seat,
Yep.
and he comes down on his head and his arm, and I heard it.
Oh.
Heard it, plain as day. I knew immediately. The dad goes, "Oh, I think he hurt himself." I said, "He definitely hurt himself.
Big time.
You pick him up, hold his arm in front of him, please." And I coached his dad on how to hold his kid's arm correctly while it's broken. And in my situation, foster parents and biologicals on the visit aren't supposed to cross paths or see each other. So I let the dad go to the hospital until the fosters were coming, and I arranged for security to escort dad out the back door as the fosters came in the front door. And dad decided, no, I'm going to walk myself out the front door because I don't want security to walk me out. You know, basically, I'm a man. I'll do what I want. So he made direct eye contact with the foster parents, and if the foster parents felt threatened in any way, shape, or form, they could red flag that to the judge. Wouldn't look good on dad's part.
So does he? Do they know? Like, does he know who the foster parents were? Like, does he walk by him? He knew that that was.
Oh yeah, they made eye contact. They all saw each other.
Okay.
Yeah, because he called me and he goes, the foster parents are at the front door trying to get in. So they're walking in on their own accord. They're not trying. They are. Mm-hmm. And then they came in and they said, he walked right by us. I said, yeah, I know. I had it arranged for security to walk him out the back door, but he decided he didn't want to. So I did what I could.
Right.
I talked to one of the agency leads today about it. She goes, I went through your report. That was one of the toughest reports to read because it was all over the place. She goes, but you did everything exactly the way I would have done it myself. So, cool. Good. I said I was worried because I made the judgment call to not tell the father to leave when he decided he was going to the hospital. She said it was in the better interest of the kid for him to be there until the foster parents got there. So, you did the right thing.
Sure. Yeah, good call there.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
What's that?
it is time.
Anthony said I broke my wrist at age 6.
Yeah, Kennedy did that. We rented a bounce house for spring break. She wasn't on the bounce house. She was on the swing. And she jumped off and just broke her wrist.
Jesus.
Honestly,
Growth plate,
I
all
don't
that. They
think
had
I
to
can
twist it. I'm
I
like,
don't think I can recall me breaking any bones.
I
no,
never
either.
broke any bones. Well,
I mean,
except
I got a little nick on the back of my head, but being broken, no.
I had my collarbone broke, so I was
I
riding
broke a girl's
horse.
collarbone once.
Yeah, you did.
Bro, it was an accident.
That
man.
bitch.
We were at Bible camp and we were running a relay race, and I slammed into her and leveled her, just like Bobby Wagner leveled that guy that was running on the field with the smoke bomb the other day. Did you see that? Woo!
That was good.
He had it. Security couldn't catch him. Bobby's like, I got him.
That's
Wham!
good. And now the guy's trying to sue him.
There's
Yeah,
the break.
Yoda. I cracked my temple open at 28.
Damn.
That was a fun little brain surgery. But that's the only...
Oh, Anthony said, wait, sports. Let's talk about Wilson. Before we talk about Wilson, let's talk about Mariners going to a playoff for the first time in umpteen years.
Wait, they
19.
haven't started?
Postseason tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
I believe tomorrow's the first postseason
because they
game.
still had wild card games that they were
yesterday
playing.
was the last Detroit game.
And
I
it's
wanted to go
Toronto,
to it
right?
'cause I
And we
was in
did
Tacoma.
very good against Toronto in the regular season. So it could be looking really, really good. Francisco, before you leave, we're gonna wrap this up real quick. What does everybody feel about Wilson?
Bye,
I'm
Felicia.
just waiting to see. I mean, no offense to you guys, but I'm just waiting to see how long it's going to take for the Denver Broncos to realize they made a mistake.
I think they already have. I think they already realized it.
What can they do, though?
But there's nothing
They have
can
to
do.
keep spinning it like, it's all good. He's learning a new system.
Can they just freaking...
The ball floats a little more here.
Can they just, like, pay them out? I mean, they already lost the
The
money.
air's thinner here. It flows
yeah.
different. Yeah.
They
whatever.
already lost the money. You know, they already have the contracts. Like,
Contracts written.
fucking bench him.
Contracts written.
Let the other...
Please take him back.
Let the other guy...
Embarrass his ass. That might actually...
The only-
Maybe that will wake him up a little.
That would be the first time ever
No.
that they would do that, though.
That any team would
I
bench
believe
a
that
starting quarterback.
nowadays-
Yeah.
That might
Yeah.
be a good
Anthony
accountability
said bench
measure.
a $250 million quarterback?
Well,
Why
it's better
not?
than losing, going, what, 1-3 now?
I mean, the sport is about results.
Yeah.
The
Well,
sport's
I
about
wonder-
making money.
I mean, what does it matter? A $250 million quarterback if he's not performing?
could you
How many-
imagine though the
how many
hype
people-
that would get
Oh, okay. That's
from
not-
everybody? Oh my God, they're benching their starting quarterback. They're benching.
Yeah, he
their-
was horrid today. I
Do
didn't
you-
watch the game, Jordan. I watched some highlights.
I didn't. I
I
was
forgot it
working.
was on.
I mean the
and
low
I
lights.
Jonathan Taylor as my main running back, even though I knew he was out.
LaLa, you are absolutely correct. It would be good
Like an
for
idiot.
It'd be good for the
publicity
publicity.
for the team, but it would be just as much negative publicity as good publicity. And in the NFL, negative publicity does not get you very far.
True. But at the same time, it's also sending a message down to
Yeah, it sets a
younger
precedent
players.
because they're all wanting more and more money.
Yeah.
It's like, all right.
I mean, I'm sorry, I look at it's half
As
full.
much
It
money.
could also show these young kids coming up in Pee-wee and junior high and high school. Hey, it doesn't matter how much you make or how much you think you are this person. They can still sit your ass down on the bench and make you sit there.
and in
regardless.
fact, you're the new
But-
fucking towel boy for this
Right.
game.
Yeah,
Be
exactly.
embarrassed.
Yeah, Anthony,
you
that's a
are
good
Bobby
point.
Boucher right now.
They shouldn't have paid him before he played a snap, but they also should have structured a contract so it was more incentive based. Performance based contracts are going to become a huge fucking thing. Thanks to Wilson.
I've
and
waited.
He fucked
I've
up,
waited.
He fucked up the golden
I've
years
waited
of
many
NFL
years
players.
to see that happen in a professional sport, and
It's-
I yet have to see it.
I think this
There
is the catalyst.
there is no freaking. There is no demand. There is no contract written say you must perform. You must do these numbers.
Right.
You must achieve for you to get paid what the contract says you're going to get paid. I have yet to see.
Well, there are. You mean for the whole structure? Because there's
For the
always
entire-
bonuses.
for-
like if you get 10 sacks in a
Okay.
season,
That's
you'll
rightfully
get
Now-
Yeah,
half a
there's.
million.
I mean,
Can we not? Can we stop to talk about Russell Wilson because he doesn't deserve what he's
I'm-
getting paid,
yeah, I'm
let
good.
alone any talk. But let's talk about the number one quarterback in the NFL right now.
Jared Goff.
It's Geno, bro. By the numbers.
Okay.
By the numbers.
All right.
I haven't seen many games.
He has set records as far as having the best quarterback percentage rating in the first 4 games in the NFL history. He is setting records.
the new quarterback.
The
from Seahawks.
old new quarterback, Russ's backup for the last 7 years. The
He
bench
must have-
warmer to
he
Russ
must-
for the last 7 years.
Hold
He
on,
was
there's a
good
cop
student.
outside?
Thank you, Russ.
There's a cop outside of Anthony's place. Well, it's because we brought up Russell Wilson.
Do I go out? Yes.
No.
No. I
Did you hear shots? Then yes.
No.
I wouldn't. Unless he
Especially
knocks
if
on
you
the door
heard
and
shots.
asks you to come outside, don't.
Who the
But
See me, I'd step outside. I'd be like,
so not only is
Yo,
Geno
why you on my
Smith
property?
proving that he probably should have gotten a starting position or at least a better position than he's had as in the shadow of Russell Wilson for the
I'm
last
black,
7
though.
years.
okay.
It
then
also
don't go
shows
outside.
that Russell Wilson was one of the best quarterbacks ever to play in the league in our day and age because part of the reason why Geno Smith is so good is because he had a mentor. Russell Wilson still, to me, is one of the greatest quarterbacks that I have ever been able to watch play.
Up until
Maybe not in today's game.
Up until about 3 years ago.
Right.
Yeah, with the Legion of Boom, he was very,
Now,
very good.
the thing that I want to know, I really want to have a conversation with Drew Lock to find out how Drew Lock feels about the whole situation. Because I guarantee that there are some people in Broncos uniforms that are wishing Drew was still part of their organization.
See, I don't have a say in this one.
Where's he
'cause
at now?
He's Geno Smith's backup. He was part of the trade.
For what?
That's
Drew
what,
Lock.
that's what I'm saying.
Who the
That's
hell fucks Drew
Is
Lock?
Jordan taking
Quarterback
angled
for the
selfies?
Broncos as part of the trade.
Jordan
Drew
Felicia
went
wants to
from
know what you're
Denver
doing.
to Seattle, so it was Drew Lock and Geno Smith that were competing preseason for the starting quarterback position.
All right.
Obviously, Geno Smith won. Obviously, Geno Smith is the better of the two.
Yeah.
But imagine how many Broncos are wishing Drew Lock never would have left Denver because he was part of the
Yeah.
Russell Wilson trade.
Yeah.
Felicia,
So I'm looking up QB
Felicia
power
wants to know
rankings, and-
if you're taking angled selfies.
No.
He's trying to get
This is
signal.
where right here, 0 bars. Right here, 2.
Why don't you sign on to the Wi-Fi, fool?
I don't use Xfinity. Oh, because it's my first time here.
It is the same as it had always been in my house.
Okay. Then I know it. Sorry. Actually, I thought about it and I saw it on the whiteboard coming in, and I was like, I don't fucking need it. But then I'm like, I have to be at 6 foot apparently for 5G to work, or nothing.
I know
All
my
right.
team hasn't even showed up this year.
It's been fun. I gotta go take care of my dogs.
Yeah, and I want to eat some dinner because I had
That's my dog.
spaghetti and meatballs for lunch.
Yep.
want some dinner now.
Okie dokie, guys. It's
Thank
been
you for
Francisco,
coming
thanks
very
for being here.
much.
Appreciate you, man.
It's been a pleasure.
Shout out to Francisco for being here. Thank you. Thank
We'll
you.
be doing it maybe one other time this week.
Yeah. Let's do it. No, Felicia, I was looking up power rankings
Bye.
because I didn't believe Gino was number
Oh, I'll
one,
get it.
and he's
Yeah, I'll
not.
get it.
But he's top. I get you.
In passer rating. Not
Mahomes is
not. I didn't say power rankings. I said power passer rating.
Oh. the pink power
The Pink
Are you
Power
saying
Ranger?
You're an
Ranger.
asshole.
I can't see your
He
mouth
has the
move
highest
because I have to
passer
look
rating
forward.
and the highest completion rating. He is number 5 as far as total quarterback rankings on all NFL.
And who have they played against?
We had
We had Denver, obviously. We had Green Bay as an opener. Did we have Green Bay? As an
no.
opener?
Denver was the opening game.
Oh, Denver was the
Yeah,
opening game.
the
That's
NFL
right.
structured that. So
And then they went and played
as a-
Steelers
Did you see?
in Seattle during preseason.
Did you guys
Or
see
in
the ad
Pittsburgh.
for the Mahomes Brady game?
No.
Where the dude's playing guitar. He's like, "Old man, look at my life.
oh yeah.
I have
I'm
not-
just like you." I was like,
I
"What
have not
a
had a chance to
patronizing-"
really watch any football this year.
It was just a commercial.
And then the one day that I was off that my team was playing, I totally spaced that it was Thursday and didn't even watch it.
So week 1 was Seattle against Denver. They won that game. Then they lost to Frisco in Frisco, 7-27. They got beat up. They lost to Atlanta in week 3 in Atlanta, 23-27. No, that was at home. Week 4 they played Detroit, 48-45, which is fucking horrid. Proves that both of the defenses on both teams were garbage in that game. Because there's no reason for Detroit Lions to score 45 points on a Seattle team. I mean, it was at home. It was in
Detroit's
Detroit.
getting hard, man.
The defense is horrid. Week 5, we've got New Orleans. In New Orleans. So,
To Sunday.
yeah. Yep.
So we're 2-3. We're 2 and
Yes.
3. Okay,
Yes.
It's better than my team right now.
Yes.
so we're
They're
the
all
same as the
fucked.
Broncos.
Correct.
So
2 and 2.
the question
Oh, it's
is,
2 and 2.
even if we had still had our shitty quarterback, we would still be exactly where we are. But luckily,
likely.
we don't have that big $250 million shitty quarterback anymore.
Most likely. Absolutely.
Nice.
I agree with that.
I like it.
I totally.
I mean, yeah, that makes sense.
yeah, 2 and 2. I totally agree with that. I think that is accurate.
I do think Pete's a little on the older side, and the league has transitioned more to an offensive mindset just for injury and all that. But I do think it was more of a Russell Wilson issue than a Pete Pete Carroll issue.
As Anthony said, we've got a $7 million quarterback instead of a $250 million quarterback. Pete needs to go. This should be his last season. I hope it's his last season. I still think he's good. For his age, the charisma that guy's got, the energy that guy's
It's
got is
amazing.
fucking incredible.
Yeah, he is totally who I want to be. I hope I'm
Yeah.
still that spry, you know, at that age.
For real. But he needs to
Chewing
retire.
gum like a crazy person.
Eric said, Jordan, are you related to a dean?
I'm not. I am the only son of my father.
It doesn't mean that you don't have a cousin
Anthony
named
said,
Dean.
"Good man."
Oh, I'm the only. I don't know. I don't think so.
You don't
Are
know
you my
any
dad?
family
No.
member named Dean?
Are you Dean? Are you a brother of mine?
You sound like a Dean. It jumped to.
Is that
I
not
was
working?
reading and it jumped to sub. I was like, I sub. I was like, what?
He said, fuck it, I subbed again. Okay, I'm waiting for it. Where's that notification?
No, I'm related to Chris Pontius,
Who?
Party Boy. A lot of people are like, you look like Party Boy. Remember Jackass, Party Boy?
No.
When I have, you don't, what? You've never seen Jackass?
I have, but I don't know it well
Party
enough
Boy-
to know any of the names.
Well, Party Boy is the one who goes around in the leopard thong, and he just starts dancing.
Another subscriber. Thanks for subscribing to FunkShop TV. FunkShop TV.
And he's Party Boy. Anyway.
Appreciate it. Thanks for the sub, Anthony. Now you can avoid those ads.
Get it.
Now you can avoid those ads. No more advertising for Anthony. That's a round of applause for Anthony. Figured out how to break the system, cheat the system. every time I get engaged. It's not by plan, I promise. I don't get to pick who gets the ads and when. But we will be streaming a lot more often now. I'm not going to take like a month off anymore. I have rearranged my schedule to have a little more free time. I'm going to be doing more DJ streams too. Do you at least get paid for them? It's bro, if I told you the amount of revenue that came from ads, you'd be like, why do you even run them at all? And it's because I didn't really know how to turn them off until tonight.
But like and subscribe, and we could share the wealth.
Pennies add up. So why do we buy crypto? Because someday they add up, right? Something like that. Why do we stake our cryptocurrency? Because it adds up. Pennies adds up to dollars. So, do they? Yes, they do. They do. On that note, appreciate you being here. Anthony, man, it's good to see you in here. We can catch up. You can shoot me a message.
How them Dodge coins doing?
I am off for the next few days. How am the Dogecoin doing? Well,
I said it that way on purpose.
I know you did. Now that Elon is officially buying Twitter, that whole thing could change.
Did you see he wants to do verification via Dogecoin?
Did you see what Twitter did today?
Fractional encryption of each message so that you have to stand by your fucking word?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Well,
what a fucking thought.
Yeah.
Put your money where your mouth is and stand behind it. Oh, love it. Anyway, no, I didn't.
Anthony said my one Bitcoin I bought for $34K has gotten me a $14K loss. Well, I am going to say right now that I'm going to predict that one Bitcoin will be worth $50,000 by the end of 2023.
And if you write El Salvador, they will gladly pay $34,000 for your Bitcoin.
Make sure when you cash out your crypto, you go to a different country to do so the U.S. can't take their fair share of taxes.
Did they ever get figured out on the tax on the crypto stuff yet, or is that still up in the...
If you transfer it to your bank account while you're in America to your American bank account, it's about 38%.
Damn.
Yep. Same as winning
same as cash for cash.
Yeah, same as anything else.
Yep.
So.
Capital or
if
income.
you cash out just enough to buy a plane ticket, go over to another country and do it that way. You won't have to worry about it so much. So. And then you cash it out, then you roll it back into crypto while you're in that country. You put it back into an off-track wallet. They'll never be able to track it.
Okay, you lost me.
I'll explain all that later.
Way,
you grab a lime
back,
and you cut it in half and spin around.
You can get
5 jumping jacks backwards 10 times.
Hard wallet, and you just take out a little bit here and there as you need it. Nobody will ever know. So that's how that's how to get around that. But when we're millionaires, I'll give classes on how to get around having to.
So I need
give
to
up 38%
travel overseas somewhere and open.
There are lots of ways.
Anthony said, "All right, these cops
Do I have to travel?" Because
Anthony, hold up. Anthony said, "All right, these cops are still outside. Gonna go deal with that shit. They're cops. They're dealing with some shit
that's
already.
their job.
Did they knock on your door? If they didn't knock on your door, don't go up there.
Right. If they're not knocking on your door, leave it alone.
What good is it going to do?
It's good to see you. I miss you.
They're outside my window. They looking for something. I wouldn't open.
It's very bright.
I wouldn't.
Well, then they've got a spotlight on.
They doing their job.
So they looking for something, and they didn't knock on your door.
Yeah, if they're not
You
kicking
can
in
call.
your door, you don't have to
You
worry
can
about
call. What 411, 311?
it. Call 411 and say,
say,
"Hey,
look,
can you have the
who
officers
is
outside my
dispatched
door
out here?"
turn their light down, please?"
Yeah.
Isn't
or
411 just basic info? Isn't it 311 that's police?
Non-emergency.
Oh, 411. Yeah,
It's basic
Yeah,
info.
that's why I said
311.
both.
Yeah, 311 is the non.
You can say, look, I live here.
Eric said,
There's
"Do they call
50
your
out
name?"
there.
Yeah,
What's
if they're
going
not
on?
addressing you, I would just ignore it. It'll go away eventually.
They aren't making any noise. Then they're looking for something. Just existing. Are you sure they're really
They
there?
might be on a break.
Look, I had a lady the other day that swore.
They might be negotiating with somebody over the telephone.
Are the blue and reds rolling, or are you just talking they're idling?
Yeah, I had a lady the other day in the restaurant swore up and down that the FBI and police were there underneath the
blue
table.
and
Yeah, so they're.
Where do you live at now, Anthony? Sorry, LaLa. Go. I'm not saying a word until you're done.
No,
tell me
you're
when
good.
done talking.
You're good.
No, I cut you off like 3 times.
It was more than that. But that's all right.
Only in this phrase, dude. Oh, yeah, I'm not driving to Montevilla.
Perimeter. No, I'm just saying that the lady, you know, are you really seeing them out there, or is it like the lady that was at the restaurant the other day?
Was the lady at the restaurant not there?
She was
She
there.
was a hallucination?
But the person
She
that
wasn't
she
all
was
Oh.
yelling at
Gotcha.
was
Not.
there, and the invisible police and FBI were trying to get the invisible person to get up to
The-
go.
the FBI?
apparently. And the invisible FBI. Mm-hmm.
Oh, the invisible FBI.
The
okay.
invisible FBI.
Well, we had my neighbor woke up to some kerfuffle out in front of his place. We're all in attached units, and some lady had pulled her pants down and started masturbating while holding onto his car.
Nice.
And some guy walking his dog across the street was like, "Hey, stop doing that over there!" And so he comes running down. She goes running off, and no pants on, going up Broadway up towards Mill Plain.
Oh, that happens downtown Vancouver all the time.
All the time.
It's so bizarre.
And
that
my
stuff
wife's
happens
like,
downtown.
"Oh shit, that lady was in front of your house," because she walked in front of our office, and our office is on 29th, right on the north side of DQ.
Okay.
And I'm like, "Yeah, that's a good quarter mile. She made it a whole quarter mile with no
Yeah.
underalls, no pants on."
Well, there was a lady just 2 weeks ago. My son works for a pizza place on 4th Plain down by the old grocery outlet.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
on his day off, there was a lady that went in there stripped completely, digging in places,
Shit's
gathered her
crazy.
clothes up and walked out and walked down 4th Plain. And apparently somebody gave her $1. They told my son that somebody had handed her $1 while she was walking down the
Hey,
street.
man, she putting in work.
Right? Is not as deadly as the invisible. I'm telling you, man. And this Teresa that she kept yelling at to get up, I offered my arm to help Teresa get up, but she said no, she's just being stubborn. So I was like, all right.
Well, tell Teresa I'm gonna grab her by the hand and drag her ass out of here. Ready?
Right? Right?
She's like, "No, you don't have her." "Yes, I do. I have her."
She's right here.
I have her. Are you coming with her or not? "No, she's still sitting there." "No, you just think she is. She's right here."
Yeah. Last time I walked down the street, I got naked. Or street naked, I got arrested.
I've never done that.
Yeah, I haven't either. And if I did, it was before the internet and there's no proof.
Oh,
Wait, how old are you? Who? How old is who?
I'm 41.
She's 30. Thank you, Felicia. Biggz and I graduated the same year, same school. So if that gives you a clue. And I am a month and a half, no, not quite a month and a half older than him. Almost 2 months, I'd say. Thank you.
She's older than
We'll
you.
go with that. No, I am 48. I will be 49 in March.
Yeah, you look great.
Thanks.
I agree. Good call.
Appreciate it. So you were 60 like him. I mean,
You should start saying you're 60, and people
Right?
are like, "Fuck."
I tell people I have a 26-year-old son, and they're like, "Were you 12?" Like, no.
Hey, LaLa,
I don't
guess
know
what?
you.
What?
Now your camera's blurry.
Now my camera's blurry. Do I need to? And
Back it away slowly. Back it away slowly.
Oh, you can turn that away from me completely.
Yeah, she doesn't like the lights in her face.
Now it
The light helps
it
immensely.
hurts
but-
my eyes, as it is. Like even having it turned, like I keep having to.
Do you want me to turn it more?
No, it's fine.
Light
it-
makes a huge difference. We're just gonna have to create a login for you on that computer.
I didn't even turn it on at
The
all.
monitors would light you up a little bit.
That's all right. This is Chris's station, isn't it?
Yeah,
That's fine.
but
How
I
often
created
am I
a scene
really-
for you on that station.
Yeah.
No, I know. I just. It is what it is.
Still got.
Right.
I can move stuff around on the fly. Obviously, I just did this on the fly. So that's what's up.
Still got some viewers, man.
I know.
What should we talk about now?
Oh my Lanta. Why is there no place decent to get food late at night?
After 9 p.m. Tell me about it. Even the Taco Bell by the mall the other day, I went to go through there, and they were closed. It was like 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
I'm like, you bastards.
Yeah, during the week. They close at like 10. During the weekends, I think it's 1.
So I had to go to stupid ghetto McDonald's to get something to eat after work.
Everything started closing early during COVID. Yes, everything started closing early during COVID. Then places were having a hard time finding employees, so they still can't justify 24-hour around the clock. Although,
Is Winco not 24 hours anymore?
The
what do you think? I want to go cook some? I want to go buy groceries and then come home and
Go
cook?
get a fucking lasagna or
Well, that's
fucking
gonna take
Even
2 hours to
the
put
bars
it
are
on.
closed
stuffed
at
crust pizza.
2 o'clock in the morning, and a lot of them shut down their kitchens.
How's it going to take
a little
you
early.
2 hours? Hold on.
Have you ever gotten a lasagna and put it in the oven?
Okay, fair. What about a pizza? A
I could
nice
put a pizza-
stuffed
you're right.
crust DiGiorno.
I could do that.
That's
And
better than
I won't.
McDonald's.
I will not spend money on DiGiorno
I
though,
will be back.
because DiGiorno is a Nestle company. And Nestle is draining the earth of
Palm
precious
oil?
waters.
Oh, waters. Okay.
Yeah. Felicia said bar food. It's the go-to late at night. I'm telling you, even bars with decent food, they close their kitchens at midnight.
That's true too. Yeah.
So you can't even do that. And
yeah.
the bar that I would like to go get food from, I'm not allowed in. I'm 86th for life. Anthony said, okay, I'm going to bed later. Anthony, thanks for hanging out. He said, wait, what? Oh, you want to know which bar I'm 86 from? Lucky's. I am 86th for life from Lucky's because I called the cops on a drunk driver that was leaving the parking lot, and the owner came out all pissed off that I called the cops on somebody leaving his bar, and he said he's going to blackball me from the nightlife industry, so I was never going to DJ again, and I was permanently 86th.
Where's Lucky's?
The old zoo. Bobby and Ravina.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I can't go in there. Eric said, yeah, I had to go inside to get his food once. That was because John ordered it, right? Because they do have the best Taco Mac. I'm not going to lie. They got good food, but they let him park in the lot but wouldn't let him in. Yep. Lucky sucks. You know, if they didn't 86 me, I have a lot of respect for Bobby Ravina. I understand Bobby being upset, but to the caliber that he took it and to vow to make sure that I was blackballed from DJing in any bar,
Went a little.
that's a little extreme. I mean, what if I decided, okay, then I'm going to make sure that the Washington State Liquor Control harasses your bar every fucking night.
Yeah, that's true.
That's
You do know workers there.
yeah, I don't want to go that route. I was just, and even on social media, Jordan, you've known me for a long time. This happened years ago, but this is the first time you've heard the story. I haven't talked about it a lot because I'm not out to try to destroy them.
Yeah.
I understand Bobby being mad, but whatever. I might have saved a life. You're right, but and Bobby, I even told Bobby, I said, bro, my sister was killed by a drunk driver. You think if I see somebody driving drunk, I'm not gonna call the cops? Well, you're not gonna fucking call them when they're leaving my bar. Well, I just did. So you're never coming back here. Okay, cool, whatever. I don't drink anymore, so I guess I won't be having your Taco Mac ever again. I'm gonna live. I'm gonna live. The cops are getting a fucking car towed. Well, at least they're doing something, It's better than nothing at all. Better than nothing at all.
Are you cool with them stopping burglars from getting in your house? Or just the tow a car?
We got more
No.
neighbors.
All right. Fair enough.
You
You do you. What if you weren't there?
Oh, he said because I'll get shot somehow. 'Cause he's black.
all right.
He's black.
Okay, fair enough.
No matter what, if the cops show up, it's going to be Anthony's fault.
Fair enough.
I mean, I understand that logic. We can't argue
This
that.
sounds like Duane. What is it, weekly that he was getting pulled over for no reason?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, Brian used to get pulled over all the time.
Skin color harassment is a real thing.
Yeah, 7'2". I'm like, you're a pastor. He's like, bro, it just doesn't matter.
Yep.
Like, fuck, man.
It doesn't matter.
Racial profiling is a real thing. Anthony said, I'm glad I moved out of the Couve. Well, Montevilla, I don't know which is better, bro. Got pulled over there so many times. Well, it's because you drove a car that looked like it was stolen.
I was going to say, are you driving a car that looks like it needs to be pulled over?
It was Jetta, but... Was it Jetta? Oh,
VW
Passat.
Passat. Problem.
You're
Sorry,
a
this
black
is
man
really
driving
wrong.
a Volkswagen.
No,
They
this is
definitely thought it
really
was
wrong.
stolen.
You're not a hot
But-
chick. You can't drive that car.
That's why.
I
You're
can't
not a
fucking
yuppie.
drive that
You're
car.
not a
You're not a
yuppie. You
yuppie,
can't
and you're
drive
driving. Sorry, that was
They
way
thought it was
wrong.
stolen.
I won't get pulled over, but I'll definitely get
Felicia said, "It
labeled.
worries me as my little mixed baby gets older. Don't remind me that racism is alive and well. It makes my heart sad. Hopefully, by the time
He's old enough. Yeah.
he's old enough to be in society
It'll be
by
gone.
himself,
but
we won't
unfortunate.
have the problems that we have now. Hopefully, and that's why voting is so important, especially for local elections.
This is absolutely the Felicia I thought it was. It took you this long to figure out.
I mean, which, of course, it's the Felicia you thought it was. Duh. It's the same name she's always had too. Duh.
Been gone for so long. Wait, who are you?
Good one. Good one. Canned laughter. This has got to be the most entertaining talk thing on Twitch right now. And we're not even talking right now.
Yeah.
I've just browsed a lot of things that are on Twitch. Tony, you're missing one.
One more.
Who's Tony Tone?
So how about Loretta Lynn died the other day?
How about
Yeah,
it?
she did.
Just saying. So just bringing something up. I don't know.
Was that rude of me?
She did. Is Willie still alive? Willie Nelson.
Willie Nelson is.
All right,
He's still
good.
kicking.
Yes. Did you know he was in the military?
Felicia, do you realize what you
He's
just...
what?
He was in the military?
The picture you just painted of
For like
yourself.
9 months, they discovered that he had a back problem. And that's why he got
Hold on. Wait.
discharged. What?
So, Anthony says that's absolutely the Felicia that thought it was. Felicia said, wait, who are you? Anthony says, we hung out at your place a few times. Felicia says, oh, Lord, that doesn't narrow life down much.
So?
Do you realize what you just said about yourself, Felicia?
Was that after I typed it?
You're assuming that she thinks it's a boy, or that she hosts parties and get-togethers, has friends. Why does it have to go to a sexual place?
Because that's where my brain took it.
All right.
So that's why I said, do you realize what that makes you sound like?
Why does it need to be a boy?
I mean, that's true. Anthony is a very common girl's name, too.
Oh yeah, I hear it all the time.
I saw Tony. Tone.
Anthony Tony Tone. Eric. I'm not quite sure where that Eric. I'm not quite sure where the
Fucking know.
Not
Eric.
Tony,
I'm not
never
quite sure
Tony.
where that came from. If it was small group, she should remember. So it's implying she had a large parties. Yeah, I mean,
Or a number of small get-togethers.
way to bail her out, guys. How many Anthonys have been over to your house, Felicia? That narrows it down. Just because you're an Anthony that's been to my house? How many Anthonys have been to your house?
Why is she on trial here?
She's not.
What the fuck is happening?
She said, hold on. Wait, she said, I still don't know who this is. Effing with my head now. Discord is open. Hold on, I'm getting Discord open.
You don't know me? Oh, I'm so upset. You don't know me. Okay, sorry. I thought Anthony was fucking with her.
Don't know me.
Can't see me.
I try.
Anthony is the... I'm not going to say it.
I mean, I get we haven't talked in like 4 years.
Is it?
I barely remember yesterday,
He's
dude.
the whitest black guy I know. That's what I wasn't going to say.
Oh, okay.
That's what I wasn't.
Did you end up saying it on?
I just said it.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you muted your thing. Like on a cough button. I don't
That's
fucking know
valid,
what
though.
you're doing over there.
He said that's valid though.
Yeah, I knew that he would be like, yeah, there's truth to that.
Again, remember, let's go back to
See, I'm
the
trying to
PC
remember
Jordan
any
that
Anthony
sits
I
here
know
that's like,
that is black.
Don't think black. Think light-skinned.
Skinned?
Acts like a
Does he
boy,
like to drive
cracker.
really fast cars?
Cracker. Anthony Jail. No, it is not Buffington, bro. Again, Discord is open.
Yeah, I got it. Boom.
What? It's not Buffington.
I know. I think he heard my. Oh,
I feel so dang confused.
maybe I didn't get it. I took a guess at an Anthony that I know of that runs in the circle, slightly overlapping people who may watch this. And then he said, "Yep, that's me." I thought. It was
Oh
referring to
no, it's
me.
not that Anthony.
Okay.
Not that Anthony.
Last name starts
So
with
you can see
AC.
why I was so excited to.
Oh, got it. Yeah, it's not that Anthony.
Okay.
I know who you're talking about. And no, not him. Wonder how that Anthony is doing though.
Do you subscribe to Next? Yeah, we talked about Next Door Neighbor, right?
Yeah, I'm on the Nextdoor app.
All right. I've started trolling old people on there.
Yeah, you told me about like some of the conversations.
Yeah, it's fun.
Anthony said my middle name wouldn't be Jael. It'd be like Steven. Eric said I'm on there too. I think we're all on there, aren't we? Except LaLa. She probably doesn't
I'm
do
not.
shit.
So it's
That's too much
Anthony
technology for me.
Stephen Bloomington the third.
Blumpkin.
Oh, that is white.
Wait,
An-
Buffington the third. Tell me there's tell me you're the third one, please. That would be such a dope name.
Steven is
Anthony Stephen
Esquire.
Buffington Esquire. No, that's got to go to the third. Hey, question for you: if you name your daughter the same as the father, let's say one of my daughters we named Jordan, can I call? Is she Jordan Jr.? And then by proxy, Jordan the second if she passes it on to her son.
That's a good question. I don't know how that works.
I like that, right?
Yeah.
In today's world, absolutely though.
But why not in the Yester world? It's
Because
not like-
yesterworld everything was gender defined, but we are no longer gender defined. We are now gender fluid.
Yeah, but you're saying that a name is a defining gender.
It is no longer.
I don't believe it's cold.
Well,
No, passing a title would be. A Jordan Jr. would in yesterworld would have to be.
I don't think it's Anthony
boy.
Cole.
It is Anthony Cole.
Is it
So
Anthony
you're
Cole?
saying
Oh, okay.
in yesteryear,
Yes.
I wouldn't have been able to call my daughter Jordan Jr.
Correct.
because she would have a vagina.
Yeah, I think so. Now I don't know the specific rules,
6 times.
but
6
I
a.m.
would think
times.
that would be accurate.
So what if a mother names a daughter the exact same thing as her? What is the
my
suffix?
mom and my first name are the same. My mom's name and my first name are the same.
So are you the second?
No, because my middle name is different.
That doesn't matter.
But if you were, you wouldn't refer to yourself as a junior.
No,
Why?
it's just not how
'Cause women don't.
Women don't.
But why?
Because yesteryear's rules are way weird and don't make sense, and that's why the rules are changing, because there's too many Y's, and now we're defining those Y's and saying that's a very good point, Jordan, so we should just
So
get rid of
why
that
ask
rule.
why?
Exactly. See? Now it comes full circle.
I love your generation.
Eric said has to be the same first and middle name. Does it?
But it doesn't work the same for females. It's
No, yeah,
different.
not women.
Okay, so
Oh,
let's
women
say
are second.
let's say it's the same.
No, you don't put a second after a woman's name. Nowhere, absolutely nowhere in history has it ever been, except for Queen Elizabeth II, or
Well, there-
whatever. That is the only
there's one.
as a monarch.
Okay, but that's also in
But they don't get that title of second until after they become queen.
They
or
are
whatever.
they inherit
Yes,
the throne.
because-
until they inherit the throne.
because
Right.
they have to actually
Right.
select their
Title.
royal
Wait,
name.
Yeah,
Do they-
because like Charles, right?
Right.
He gets this option of some type of
Yeah, because
Doesn't
but
the
they
first one
do
have to
it-
die first, and then the successor gets the number added?
Well, it's kind of like
Yes.
the Pope. The Pope has 4 names to choose from, right? Like
Yes.
Pope John Paul, Pope
Okay.
Gustav, Pope,
Yeah,
Pope
there's a
German,
bunch of different ones,
Pope
yeah.
whatever else.
But yeah, in
And we're in America, so the rules are completely different here, anyways.
Well, why are there rules? That's what I don't understand. Like,
Well, realistically,
What-
there's
why-
not.
how is
anymore,
Junior a
so
masculine identifier?
family name gets passed down bloodline on the male side.
Okay.
The female side
last
does
name,
not
absolutely.
get right.
Right.
So if you have
Oh, okay.
Most
There,
likely-
the break in the
two
chain
John
would occur right
Pauls,
there.
right?
Okay.
And you're passing down like that's
much more
because
clear.
because it's the bloodline passing down.
That's much
kind of
more
a
clear.
thing.
Most likely, the woman is going to get married, so the name is going to change anyways.
That makes the break in the chain.
That's
Absolutely. That
if
makes
she
sense.
decides to change her name.
And
Right.
so up until then,
Mm-hmm.
maybe, but just going forward, it's like, look, you're probably going to fucking change your last name. We're not going to go through with this. It's not going to stick forever.
And then he
What's
said,
the
Jordan,
point?
please name your
Right.
daughter Jordan Jr. Well, it's a little late for that.
I've already had all my daughters.
It's a little late for that. But if I ever have a daughter, I'm going to name her Biggz Jr.
And it was on the table. I
Poor
shit you
girl.
not. So,
He said, do it again.
And then you could call
I
could
mean-
have called her JJ.
yes.
See?
That's awesome.
No, never.
Kennedy
call a
would
girl
love
JJ.
to be called Jordan.
Yeah.
My youngest daughter. She also wants.
Never.
When she gets married, she can legally change her name to anything she wants and not have to pay for extra.
I
not
know.
have to pay any extra money to change her name.
Kids always want to change their name.
I know.
My oldest wanted to be called like Stacy.
Felicia
or
said he's
something.
only 30. He will be having more.
Yeah.
I'm
But yeah, like-
41.
I was going to say, he's a little older than 30.
41.
I will probably have a child before Jordan has another one.
This is true. If you don't have kids, I don't recommend it. But if you have them, enjoy them. They're fun.
I don't plan on it. It's not
So
my
mine are all adults now and very strict instructions of no grandkids.
Anthony,
So
I don't want to be 30.
30's fun, man.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to go back to 30.
Good skill sets. You're relatively stable in life in your station. You got relatively decent working shit. Your stress levels are relatively lower, and you still have what you think is forever in front of you.
Right?
Accurate.
And then that's when you pivot to a new career
Daughter. I don't
at
know
30-ish.
if fun is a word. I mean, I'm sure, Felicia, you guys had plenty of fun. Anthony said, "Did you get married? Wait, you have a stepdaughter? That means you got married?" I think she assumed the position, just like she.
Whoa.
I stopped myself, dude. I stopped myself. Okay.
Yes, you did.
Okay.
Credit. I like that.
Stopped myself. See, Eric put up the stop sign. Stop. Brakes. Maybe that's the sound effect I should have put on. What's that sound for? It's because I put on the brakes.
Congratulations, Felicia.
Fuck, see, it's been that long since you crossed my mind. Have you ever
What a
crossed
charmer.
my mind? Right. Boy, that's the thing that every person wants to hear when they haven't seen somebody in a long time. God damn, I didn't know you were still alive. It's been forever since I thought about you.
Fuck, after the last time I saw you, I just thought you poofed out of existence.
Or I hoped you poofed out of existence. Man, I was really hoping. I was thinking life was gonna be great because I was never gonna have to see your face again.
Yeah, I can't tell if that was a backhanded compliment or a forehanded
yeah.
like "fuck you."
Well, I mean, she couldn't think of who he was out of all of the men that have been to her house named Anthony.
Is that her fault or his?
Still got it.
I have no idea. I have no idea, honestly.
Because you didn't give her any reason to remember you. That's why it would be yours.
Put a crack in the earth. Maybe.
You didn't give her any significant reason to think that you stood out for any reason.
Apparently, Eric's got ads right now.
Well, Eric, you know,
If he would have subscribed, you wouldn't be having.
right now. You could avoid those ads. I'm gonna have to change the sub tagline. Want to avoid the ads? All you got to do is sub. Felicia, I couldn't think of even one that has been to my house, but then again, I don't live there anymore, so I was assuming he meant this house too.
Fair.
Fair enough.
Maybe
Hey.
maybe as an adult as well.
Felicia, do you ever see the kid out there that I used to?
In the ghetto.
Oh
my
my
God! 13th and Reserve. Yes, way to hold it down over there.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, good for you.
She said yes.
How's he doing?
He's doing good.
He's doing so good. Good. Awesome. Awesome. I hate to say it, but I was kind of worried that I might end up being called back on that case, but I'm glad. And he's still there. Like they haven't moved, obviously. So that's cool. I hope the family dynamics are working themselves out, and
Good.
everybody's just. That's awesome. That's good. That's good news. Remember that one time I had to park my car behind 15 other cars?
That was
every time.
There's always so many people parked over
He's
there.
the sweetest, also the biggest sixth grader we got. I have something for him, actually. So I ordered something for him, and it got here after he ended up going back home, and I was no longer on the case. So I need to get this book to him. I got him a book because he was really into drawing and sketching, and I was trying to convince him that he needed to look more into MC Escher, and he thought I was nuts. So I got him an MC Escher book with a bunch of sketches from MC Escher. Sure, you could drop it with Nick. Honestly, I'm sure he would make sure he gets it. I'm sure I could take it to the house. That like his parents and I got along great. So, in fact, I might do that. But let's be real.
Crazy stairs.
Do I want to drive all the way out to Amboy and Yakult? So like, I mean, when do I have an opportunity just to make a trek out there?
Do you have the address still? Could you mail it?
Yeah,
You know you do because it would make
Christmas, maybe?
somebody happy.
That's a long drive. Have you been out there lately?
Yeah.
That's a long drive. I used to go out there twice a week and sit in my car while.
Even dropping it
Kids
at the
visit.
school? That's not as far, right? Or is it?
The school is not as far.
Is there a post
Still
office?
windy roads and stuff. I can mail it
Are
to
there
him.
still post offices in
I
existence?
think they still do
Amboy
rural.
Amboy is a nice drive. That is a nice drive, but unless there's something business-wise that I need to go out there
That's
for.
true. Unless there's a boat behind me, I'm not going out to Amboy.
I mean, the little Amboy store has a nice little deli inside it. It's about all that you.
They still got a Church's Chicken right there in the Amboy.
No, they do their own. Oh well, no, is it Church's?
Is it Church's Chicken in that little spot?
I have
Yakult.
no idea.
No, it's Amboy.
No, I know Yakult does Church's.
No, Yakult does not.
Are you sure? I think they switched to it. Anyway, when's the last time you were out in Yakult?
6 months ago.
All right, yeah, we're probably about right.
Fargo Lake House is back open. Super good restaurant. Okay.
Oh, nice.
No, Fargo Lake House was good.
Yeah, it
I
was.
remember it.
Damien we used to work there when it was a bar.
I mean, his aunt owned it.
Yeah, okay.
That's why. Yes.
That's great.
That's cool. Accidentally pulled into the wrong driveway once, and a dude with a shotgun came at me. I mean, that's Amboy.
Yeah.
That's Oh, what are you doing?
Are you
I'm
still
getting
trying to get
coverage.
Why didn't you log in?
I forgot the. I don't know the. I know that there's capitals and stuff, and I'm not
Only
gonna.
the first letter.
Okay.
It's the same as it's always been, man.
I tried it once, and I'm like, yeah, there's. Was it the?
So it's the same as it's always been. All of North County, yes.
It's
No,
all's
I don't
carry.
disagree. That's all's carry.
Mm-hmm.
All's carry. Because that small town mentality, you know, we're anti-Ansley. Because Ansley likes black folk. We don't like Ansley because Ansley likes black folk. Remember Carrie Williams? Is that a trick question? I don't remember anybody named Carrie Williams. They are very conservative and country. That's why. Well, duh. That's what I just said. Just in different words. That's all.
Just in a different way.
Just in different words. That's all. They hate Inslee and they hate the Richard Sherman Replacement Project. Oh, kinda. Yeah, you did see it nicer. Conservative and country, both.
Wait, rewind that. You did see it nicer?
No, Felicia said she said it nicer. She did.
Yeah, she goes, haha, I said it nicer. When you read it, you said see instead of said.
Oh. No,
I was like...
You did say it nicer.
Now say
I said
it
you did say it. No, fool.
That's what it used to be.
Never was.
Was that the computer then? That used to be a password.
On the computer, maybe.
All right, sorry. All right, it's all good. I could just do this for a second. I'm good. I used to be a puppeteer. We have to do this for 5 minutes at a time. Can I put my phone up to receive the message?
Oh man, Heritage High School. Somebody's asking me to DJ their cheer competition.
Yeah. Cheer or dance?
Cheer competition.
All right. Eric, ever heard the Amboy joke? Slap. Why will ask the questions? Oh, we will ask the questions. That's horrid. Horrible. Horrible.
Yeah, that's it. That deserves a wah wah wah.
Yeah, good idea.
Why am I still here? What is the Amboy joke?
It's in there.
That's just it?
It's in there.
Okay.
No, I mean there is some truth to that. I know some people that live out there that aren't racist though. And I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm not gonna say nothing else.
I mean, aren't they all related anyhow?
That's why part of the reason why I wasn't gonna say it. They are white, actually.
They're like-minded and live there for a reason.
There's some people that have money that went out there and bought a lot of property and didn't realize that the whole town was a bunch of, Klansmen. But it is what it is.
Neither did the residents of Idaho.
Right. Supposedly. Supposedly. It's funny. A lot of people are moving to Idaho and Texas from the Northwest now.
Yeah.
Bye.
I noticed that.
Bye-bye.
Well, Jackson Hole got too expensive, so now they must find the new one.
Amboy is so pretty, though. I love that area. It's beautiful.
It is beautiful.
It is
up
beautiful, but I can't say I love that area. Like it's nice to drive through if you don't know the history or the surroundings of there. But when you know so much, nope.
Yeah, but Anthony, hopefully that just goes away here shortly, and it won't
You have
it
a
won't
mixed
matter what
child,
her
never
child
do your
is,
car.
because it is a child nonetheless.
Yeah. LaLa, did you notice I changed the color of your Happy Halloween so it's not blending in with anything black or anything?
No, and of course I wore a white T-shirt tonight instead of a black one.
Yeah, I mean, remember Obama? I mean, yeah. All right. 3 hours, 45 minutes. We killed a whole lot of extra time.
Yeah.
I'm hungry. And I'm tired of sitting here.
I think there's 2 meatballs left up there.
Remember that time we thought everything was getting better?
Nope.
No, I do. I remember a time we thought everything was getting better. I do. And then we were reminded that half of this country is misogynistic bigots. And what do, right? There's going to be a flippening every 4 years for the rest of our lives, I think.
I think so too.
Remember when we had a big orange racist in office? Yeah, I do. Yeah.
He's still there dominating headlines.
Absolutely is.
And stringing along DOJ.
And it's a big part of that is
Wasting
because the person
taxpayers'
that is
dollars and everything else.
sitting underneath the presidential
We call him
seal
Cheeto
really
with
isn't
nice
doing
with
his job.
Cheeto with a hairpiece. Gotcha.
Cheeto in chief, yeah. Commander in cheese.
I do have to give him credit. He said he was going to fuck it all up, and he did.
And he did.
He said, I'm going to take a sledgehammer to it, and everybody's like, okay, prove it. He's like, I told you.
He definitely encouraged his people to take a sledgehammer to it. Now those people are trying to blame the Democrats for destroying America. Well, they never destroyed a federal building that taxpayers are going to have to pay to repair. So,
Except Portland.
Yes, he can go to jail if he is proven.
did Democrats destroy a federal building in Portland, or did anarchists? Let's have this talk.
Oh, please no.
Because those people that destroyed
I'm
the federal
counting
building,
the timer. I think. I don't think we have enough time.
the people that were rioting in Portland that set fires to the federal building and all of the corporate businesses and smashed windows and turned Portland into a shit show for a few weeks. How many of them do you really think are registered to vote?
It's still a shit show over there. It's been how long? It's still a shit show over there.
Well, part of that is because those businesses claimed money for insurance and never put that money towards rebuilding their business. I've been downtown Portland. It's not nearly as bad as people think it is.
But that's your choice as the business owner. You're like, fuck it. Why would I rebuild?
I'm
going to cash out. Californians do that all the time. Big fires happen. You get your insurance money, and then a developer comes and gives you a check for your empty lot, and then you moved into the Northwest, and you get to buy it all up.
And you get to buy two sides. The two.
Felicia said it's too
And you
late for
can't
this
believe.
deep of a combo. I'm old. Eric said, and we're out of time. Anthony said, I sent the firework into the building. Well, yes, but let's be realistic. What percentage of those mobbing crews that destroyed cities during the protests do you really think are voters?
I would say that some people that will eventually identify as Democrats, youth,
I agree.
probably got swept up into both. So
It got into if your friends jump off the bridge, are you going to jump off the bridge? Kind of a thing.
yeah, no, or even I'm being a part of a historical movement, and we used to work at Lindo's. Remember when the first real riot, the sit-in, the bank one started? I was like, holy shit, I've never seen this. Now it's a normal fucking occurrence. It's mind-boggling.
Well,
But it was a movement. It was tempting to go down there at that time.
Very, very much. Well, I'm not denying that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying the majority of the Antifa-related crowds are, for the most part, anarchist. And anarchists don't
domestic
believe
terrorists?
in organized government.
The domestic
So,
terrorists.
yeah.
That's what they are.
I don't. The right side loves to say it was Democrats that fucked up this country, but I will not subscribe to that point of view because I know plenty of Democrats that would never, ever destroy anything.
But
in such a manner.
there is also Republicans that wouldn't either.
See, but
There's good and there's bad in both.
There is extreme on both sides,
and
but
there is extreme on both. Yes.
to look at a Democrat and say, "Well, it's your fucking people that
It's-
destroyed cities," fuck off.
No.
Fuck off.
I mean, that's like me saying, well, it's you voters that have destroyed this and that. It's you voters that have put this one and that one in, but I'm not in right to say anything because I'm not a registered voter.
and
So, but that's my choice.
all of the mugshots that were being thrown around of the Antifa, this is the Antifa call-out list, and the websites of all those people. Did you ever look at any of those pictures, bro? Those motherfuckers can't even read and write. They can't write their first, middle, and last name. I guarantee they're not registered to vote.
I see the contemplating in the wheels.
so Antifa is different than anarchists.
Yes.
But
But
I believe
but-
in anarchist thought. I do not believe in anti-fascism, Antifa.
I am
type of-
anti-fascist.
Well, sure, but theirs is to an extreme, the way you would
Right.
battle a fascist.
Right. Just
So-
like anarchists is to an extreme when it comes to anti-government.
Well, okay, but they don't necessarily believe in the destruction of property in order to.
Plenty of
at least
anarchists
at the
do.
core. No.
I
But
know,
that's like
bro.
Saying that no, but that's like saying that, and not that I'm saying this, but like all Muslims want to kill anybody that's not Muslim. It's like no. You can't identify the whole group. Some
Exactly
people
my point. That's what I'm saying.
Misidentify
You can't-
anarchists.
You can't point at me and say it's your fucking people that were destroying
Oh,
cities because it's
absolutely.
not the Democratic Party that did it.
Right.
That's my point.
Okay.
It pisses
you're
me
right.
off. They were both
Jordan, have you
Antifa and
watched the
anarchists in
TV
Portland.
series,
They both wore similar clothing. Well,
Designated
there's a lot
Survivor?
of Antifa that is not Democrat.
Not all the way.
Let's be honest.
You need to watch
Season
it.
1.
You need to watch it all the way through.
Yeah, I'm not a really big Kiefer Sutherland fan.
You got to take the fact out that it's Kiefer Sutherland and just follow the character and the behind it. You really need to finish watching it all the way through.
Has anybody
How
ever
many seasons are there?
3.
Ugh.
3 or was it 2?
of what?
The Designated Survivor. I feel like it was
No,
2.
bro. It's an awesome Designated Survivor. It's an awesome show.
Yeah, I think it was 2. Honestly,
Has anybody ever done a poll with Antifa or people that are self-proclaimed Antifa? Because nobody really registers an Antifa card. You don't have your Antifa membership dues.
Why do you keep saying Antifa?
Because it's an organized group, right?
But no, you're putting just the emphasis. Where do you hear and I've always heard it
Antifa.
pronounced Antifa. Is
I've
that
heard
like
it
a
both
jab?
ways.
Okay, you just okay, sounds good.
Antifa.
Okay,
Antifa.
I wasn't sure if that had a
Antifa.
different meaning or like.
Aunt Tifa. Like,
yeah.
for Anthony, it would be Aunt Tifa.
Well, if we want to be technical, then shouldn't it be, if it's anti-fascist, shouldn't it be anti-fa? So we're going to call him anti-fa now.
Antifa.
Anti-fa. Fascist. Fascist.
Yeah.
Fascist.
But
so it would have to
actually,
be anti-fa.
Fascism is a Latin word, right? Which
you're looking at the wrong person
terms,
for that.
So the A sounds like a ah. Antifa.
It's not fascist.
It
It's
is
fascist.
in that language
It's fascist.
where the fascist
But we're
was
in America.
originally created.
Are you sure it's Latin base?
I don't fucking know.
Because I'm thinking more that it's like a not
like
not a Latin base.
Antifa.
I don't think it's a Latin base.
Fascist. Fucking up fascism.
But there's too many vowels in it to be any other.
Okay. Well, either Antifa or Antifa or Antifa or Antifa or
There's
Antifa.
people that claim things that they.
You know what I mean. Who I'm talking about.
I do.
How many of them have a membership card and pay their annual dues? It's not like organized. It's a mindset, not an organization. And out of that mindset and organization, sure, they may vote. If they do register to vote, they're probably going to vote against the Republican Party because of the climate that our politics are in America right now. But they probably didn't vote for Joe either. Let's be real.
Okay, just the little bit of ads that I see on TV when I do get a chance to watch. I've been seeing a lot more people coming forward as listed as independent that are running for Congress.
Sure.
But yeah, I've seen a lot more people coming up saying, "Look, I'm tired of this and that.
I like
so
the young.
I'm going to do
yeah.
this."
Yeah.
Which one are you?
There's a Portland lady that's like, I'm a mechanic. I own a mechanic store. I'm like, fuck
Yes.
yeah.
And she's like, and I'm not afraid
I'm
to
gonna
cross this
fucking
line and that.
fix
Yeah.
this.
And then the Run Betty Run,
You
is that
go,
the one
girl.
that's going for governor or
Yep,
whatever
yep.
in Oregon? Yeah, I like her too. She's funny. And then there's another one, I think he's running for Washington, retired Navy SEAL.
Yeah.
Van something.
Yeah.
I'm seeing these ads and I'm like, it's about time.
Yeah, it's great.
That we get the old, like I was saying earlier, get the old guard out.
Yep.
Bring in some new blood.
Yep.
Put term limits on.
Term limits, contribution limits, all sorts of things can fix so quick, but then all of a
Right?
sudden all their income changes, so they don't
I
give
know.
two fucks.
Let's take their income.
That mechanic one, I love that. I'm like, how does
She's-
mechanic work have anything to do with political? But
She's
you
like
know what? God,
somebody
I
who
hope you
knows
win.
how to fix things. All right, get it, girl.
Okay, balance a multi-state, multi-county budget on a negative
But you
surplus.
know, as a private business owner,
yeah,
you know how to budget because if you don't budget,
not necessarily the town budget. You know what I like? There's
you've gotta
it's
figure out
apples
how
and
to-
oranges.
yeah. And
She
you have
might run
people
her.
around
She
you.
might run a shitty business. She
That's
might
true.
be
That's
non-profitable.
that is true.
Maybe she's like, well, my husband couldn't get a business license, so I got it, and I let him work for me.
Well, I think
So
I don't know if she said she was married or not. I don't remember that being part of her thing.
No. I'm filling in the Mad Lib.
Gotcha.
yes, Eric, know how to budget. I get paid once a month, so yes, I have to know how to budget. Jordan, how should that organization, the anti-fascist organization, be referred to as? I don't want to mispronounce it and be criticized.
I wasn't
and
criticizing. I
miss my point.
like I wasn't sure if it was something like, well, Sleepy Joe, like just if the pronunciation was some type of like quiet quitting, something I wasn't aware of. That's why I asked. I don't care how you say it. We all put different emphasis on different words. I've only ever heard it as Antifa, which is why I thought maybe there was a underlying like backhand you were maybe trying to say?
Oh no, not at
So
all.
that was the
Antifa
only
is
question.
what I was always told is the proper pronunciation.
perfect.
But
I'm gonna switch to
tomato.
Antifa.
It doesn't really matter.
But that was the only reason I asked. I was seeing if there was a joke with it, but like Sleepy Joe.
Oh, you know how to budget. Yeah, so the whole point I was making is most of those people that subscribe to that, the police mistreat black people, so let's burn down a fucking city. I don't subscribe to that point of view, and I don't know anybody that does. And I most of my social circle that does care about politics enough to be registered to vote are Democrat, or vote Democrat, or vote anti-Republican. And that bothers me too, honestly. I don't. And Jordan, I remember specifically you posted, because you used to be very right-sided.
What side is that?
Republican.
Okay.
And I remember specifically you posted on Facebook, I will never ever vote Republican again.
Yeah.
And as much as at first I was like, he finally opened his fucking eyes, but then I thought about it, I was like, no, that is everything that's wrong with democracy.
Yeah.
Because we need to vote for the person that is best fit for the job, no matter what party line they align themselves with.
And at that point, it was more, I'm voting against you. And now, as an older adult, you're absolutely right. I vote for the candidate. I vote in a way that if aliens came and needed to reincarnate people or clone us, they go, hey, this guy didn't vote for a douchebag, or this guy looks like he stood for these principles because that's who he voted for in his fucking Rolodex or whatever.
They're going to know who you vote for because they're going to read it in your head.
See, and I think
maybe
I try to.
The data's tracked. You know, I just want to be able to stand behind. Like you're goddamn right. I voted for her because
they stood for these things.
Even if
and that,
what she did didn't happen, that's what I believe should have happened.
Right. There's enough evidence there were against provocateurs. Well, I mean, there's plenty of evidence that shows all kinds of shit, but
regardless, it went way beyond what it should have been.
No, I'm not saying they're not organized. They are organized, but I have a hard time believing that anybody that considers themselves hardcore Antifa really would ever say I'm a Democrat. If anything, they're independent. They're anti-organized government and more structure for the people. That's the only point I was trying to make. So. Eric said they are organized. I knew people that rolled with them and streamed. Of course, no, I remember
we were watching some of that. Yeah.
But a lot of those people that rolled with them and streamed didn't all necessarily agree with what they were doing either. They were kind of taking on a reporter role. Mm-hmm. So, and again, most of those people that actually do pay attention to politics and actually do care enough to register to vote and actually place their vote and fill out their ballot and drop it off, for the most part, they're probably voting not on party lines but on fit for the job. Mm-hmm. If they do vote for party lines, I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm a fat guy, so I hope the limb is strong, but I'm still going to go out on that limb and say that they were probably voting Green Party. Independent. So, that's all. Eric said, right, I know them too. The ones that were documenting and not supporting were threatened to stop recording live on cam. Oh, yeah, I know. I remember watching all of that stuff too. Mm-hmm. I remember wanting to go down there and get involved, but then I was like, you know what? I don't want it to seem like I'm supporting what's going on because I didn't. I understand the cause. Absolutely understand the cause. I absolutely support a protest. But when it comes to destroying property that has nothing to do with what you're protesting against, I can't get behind that.
Well, so if you take a big group of guilty feeling white people and they're force fed, and I don't mean force fed, they should be fed the way that they see races react in their hometowns when they're done wrong, such as Watts riots, LA riots, time and time again. That seems to be the way to get justice. So you want to take up arms and say, look, I'll fight this fucking battle with you. I've seen you doing it over the years.
I get it.
And I think there's a good intention there. but usually it's the wrong direction that group even wants. And then they take the burden. It's like, hold on, you're fighting our fight. Thanks for your help, but you're really kind of fucking us up. And that's kind of how.
No, I agree with that too. I absolutely agree.
Yeah.
People like Anthony that light the firework into the federal building rather than actually do something constructive to get the point across and to change minds. Realistically, that all that does is create more divide because you're creating an opposition. If we can figure out how to fight battles without creating an opposition, that's a guaranteed win. What if capitalism has been the issue? What if the businesses, big ones, not the poor mom and pop shop, should have been the target?
Oh, dude, that's a fantastic point, and I'd like to talk about when we did the big Wall Street sit-in. What was it? Occupy Wall Street.
Okay.
There was a comedian, David Cross. He said we really fucked that up because we've written.
My psyche balls are getting pinched.
We've written into the laws that anybody that goes into a bank and says I want to apply for something has to be treated as if, equally. So they have to process their application. So instead of sitting and shitting in parks and stuff, we should have been targeting the companies. We should have been at Bank of America lined up saying, I want $1 trillion loan for a grilled cheese business. And the minute one of them said, we're not taking your fucking application, you greasy hippie, boom, you start getting federal cases against them, you start getting discrimination cases against them, and you start bogging them down. Because what else do they have to do?
But you're not physically destroying a structure
Exactly.
and causing bodily injury.
Right, and that's why I said if you fight the battle the right way, you're not creating an opposition. You're creating an opposition with the organization, with the capitalist organization, but you're not leaving any room for a political argument to call you the enemy.
Yeah. But usually you don't see those opportunities when everything's so heightened. You're charged. You need an immediate payoff. You can't sit and plan like, all right, if we did one application a month, or if we protested at this one.
Anthony said, I actually did a lot, to be fair. I was there for Occupy Seattle. I disagree, though, Malcolm X. What was Malcolm X's principle in the end? What was his principle in the end? He turned his back on Louis Farrakhan, right? But he wanted to do it in a peaceful way. He did not want to have war any longer. And that's why he was assassinated.
But he didn't want war amongst his people.
MLK admitted that Malcolm X was right. In the end, maybe. Violence was needed. At that point in time, sure, it was in the beginning. But there's a difference between taking violence and taking arms against a racist coalition and bashing windows of a business just because there's more than one of that business that exists somewhere. That's not acceptable. It's not acceptable at all.
Big difference
police
now.
are a racist coalition, though. Then fight it in court. Go get a law degree. Become
hate
lawyers
getting into politics
and fight it in court. Bashing out Nordstrom's windows is not going to do anything to prove that the police are racist. It does not do a damn thing to prove the police are racist. You may have brought awareness to something that everybody already knew, but you also created a lot of hatred and divide on the other side of the fence and gave them more fuel to have a reason to storm the Capitol building and blame it on the Democrats. So, talking about the Justice Center protests. Well, what did the Justice Center protests lead to, though? How many businesses around the Justice Center ended up with their windows smashed out because people were angry?
I got an ad.
Huh?
I don't know if they're subscribed. There's an ad up.
Oh. No, Anthony subscribed, so he doesn't have to pay ads anymore.
I was just giving you a...
He actually didn't agree. He said he didn't condone the violence, but understand those young men needed to do it. Right. And that I agree with that principle. We weren't there. You know, we all have second-hand, third-hand, fourth-hand stories. We've all studied from different books and different directions. And it's none of us are historians or experts. None of us have a degree. None of us are, we could be social warriors all we want. But at the end of the day, as long as we're fighting with violence and destroying property of innocent people to try to get your point across, we're creating just as many enemies as exposing the truths. And I can't subscribe or support that point of view. Can't do it. There needs to be two sides to the coin. No, there doesn't. It's 2022, dude. There does not have to be two sides to the coin. We're not going to start winning over the masses and assembling people to stand up against the corrupt government that we have until the Republicans and Democrats can set aside their fucking differences and realize that we're all in the same fucking boat, being pushed further and further and deeper and deeper and deeper into the fucking trenches by the oligarchs and the billionaire society. That won't ever happen, though. You know why that won't ever happen? Because people say that won't ever happen. I do not know that won't ever happen, and I absolutely refuse to subscribe to that idea. I refuse to sit and accept that humanity will not come together. Because eventually the government is going to have so much power, and the lower class, because there's not a middle class anymore, it's either upper class or lower class. The lower class are going to stick together. They're going to get their heads together, and they're going to be like, why are we fighting each other when it's this fuck on top of the hill that we really need to be fighting against? I don't need to be throwing a brick at you. I don't give a fuck what color your skin is anymore. You're not my enemy. You're not the one that is forcing me to work 60 hours a week and not getting to know my children because I have to pay a fucking mortgage. You are no longer my enemy, and there will be a day when American humanity realizes that. Eric says Bible says it won't happen. Eric,
get the Bible out of it.
I'm a spiritual person, but you need to take your Bible and close it. Put it in a box and step out of the box that you're in, dude. I'm being nice. I'm being nice. Because you're being brainwashed. And anybody that thinks for a second that humanity and America cannot come together is part of the problem, not part of the solution.
Get out of the cult.
Step out of the cult. People are too different because you are making the difference between people. You are not that much different than I am. I am not that much different than you are. But you believe that people are too different to be able to come together and make a difference. I don't.
Yeah. I have to agree with you. I believe that at its nature, the humanistic potential for bonding regardless and achieving the best if your basic human needs are met and you're able to focus on the good is unquantifiable.
Anthony said, you say that, but we just had Republicans vote for a multi-billionaire. Do you know why so many Republicans voted for a multi-billionaire?
Who's that?
That orange guy.
He's multi-billion? I thought he was just like a millionaire.
You know why so many people voted for that? So many Republicans vote for that guy? Because so many people went out and trashed cities and gave people a reason to do whatever it was that they thought those people weren't doing. So they thought that everybody that was destroying cities was voting for Hillary Clinton. Guess who they were going to vote for? Whoever opposes Hillary Clinton. We created the divide ourselves. And we keep doing it. And it's being perpetuated by media. They know exactly what we're doing. They know that we're destroying each other.
Yep.
And they keep throwing the little tidbits out there just enough to keep the divide going and to keep us separated.
How about holding journalists accountable? How about holding the big news outlets, regardless of which side you're watching, accountable for their stories and their spin and their bullshit? Hold them accountable. Hold Tucker Carlson accountable in public the way people do, but also the other side if that's what it takes to get the truth. The journalistic integrity is gone. It's gone with Cronkite. At least it was honest then.
It's not even just journalism, though. I mean,
it is. You can write anything, and it becomes a fact before it can be disproven.
It is in journalism, but it's not just journalism.
Oh, sure.
It's corporate America. It's the Carhartt ad that says the man has to do this and do this and do this and act this way to be a man. It's the gun manufacturers that say you're not a man unless you can put on a camo outfit and go hit a target or kill a deer.
Yep.
That's the mindset that we've been creating in America for centuries.
What made me buy an AR this year?
So you could go shoot a deer because corporate America told you had to?
Yep.
All right.
I completely fell into the consumerism. I'll admit the fuck out of it. I have no need for it. I've never done it. I don't even own shells or bullets for it.
Well, see, here's the other side.
It only shoots 5.56.
How many people?
Little.
Here's the other side of that. How many people believe the Democrats are trying to take away gun rights? I don't think any Democrat believes that. Are they trying to put some sort of restrictions on it? Sure. Okay. It's 2022. That's fair. Now, how many people think the Democrats are trying to take away anybody's guns? Nobody. But what is being perpetuated in our media? They want to take away your AR-15, so go get one before you can't buy them anymore. What is that doing? That is creating a mass hysteria of people that are going out and buying more guns. It's not just the politicians. It's the Facebook group. It's the Don't Tread on Me Facebook groups. The NRA. Exactly. But the NRA is putting their money into the politicians' pockets, so they'll say a certain thing when they're on the stand. It's a agenda that they are pushing. Why are they pushing that agenda? Because they think the Democrats aren't going to go buy guns because it's making the Democrats think the Democrats don't want anybody to have guns, and all the Republicans are going to go out and buy all the guns. So when it comes down to a civil war, the Republicans are going to be able to kill all the Democrats, right? Isn't that kind of the essential mindset in America right now? How many Democrats do you know could protect themselves if it came down to it?
Can we just stop destroying ourselves?
Thank you.
That's what it's coming down to. I believe on the Statue of Liberty, it says, "Bring me your weak, your poor, your." I could not state the whole thing.
But you know, you're trodden.
Yeah.
But the argument to that is the United States didn't build the Statue of Liberty and put that sign on it.
Exactly. The French did as a gift to the United States for assisting in certain things.
If you
and
ask
stuff.
the Republicans, they're going to say, well, we didn't want that put on there. That's not in the Constitution, so it doesn't matter.
Right.
Neither are most of the amendments.
Right.
Luckily, it's a breathing, living document.
Now, my question.
Can we get off politics, please?
Yeah.
I hate politics.
And it's a little late to tee this one up, too, dude.
I mean,
I always back off. When we start talking politics, I'm done.
Yeah, see, race, I'm out.
why and this is my last point, why does one side of the political fence hang on to two books as if they were written by the ultimate power of the entire universe?
Highly suggest you leave the veterans and the military out of this completely
because
right now.
26 white guys held on to the books when they wrote it.
Now that's a good point, though. Why are we putting so much fucking money into military machines but not taking care of the veterans that actually fought to keep us free?
Yeah.
Because they preyed
No,
on...
there was actually so many, and it's...
Mr. Chris is back. So you guys still up?
Yeah. So,
Eric.
the last POTUS did put into effect and budget for more veterans to be helped. A lot of veterans don't know where to go to get help. They don't know that there are things out there to assist them in different things. It's an ongoing thing, and a lot of veterans are too proud to go and get the help that they are offered and getting and need and deserve.
So I said, why are there two books that the right side hang on to so tightly as if they were written by the supreme being? Eric said, but it was made to be amended. One of them I was talking about was the Bible. Was the Bible written to be amended?
No. Anyone that taketh away word or add to, so shall his time in heaven be, or hell be added unto.
But it's also an interpretation of a language that is done lost, that nobody actually knows the true meaning behind each marking or letter or hieroglyph or however you want to put
Are
it.
you talking the Bible or the Constitution?
The Bible.
The Bible.
I mean,
Okay.
It's a
Tomato,
dead
tomato.
language
It's
that
kind of the
nobody.
same
Nobody was
principle for
alive
both.
then.
Right.
I mean, fuck.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
If we had the people that wrote the Constitution here today, do you think when they said that every man has the right to bear arms, that they were talking about the kind of firepower that is available to today's human?
Well,
No.
if he then said, well, what does the military have? And he said, fucking drones that can microwave you from space, he'd be like, oh, yeah, you should probably be able to have an AR. It's not going to fucking help because, again, they have drones that can microwave you from space, and your AR can't reach space. But I get the idea.
But if we wanted to
Well,
assemble our own
the
militia
key
to be able
word
to
there
protect humanity against the
is
tyrannical government,
Well regulated. Not these ones that go off on their own and form this little group and that little group. It's a well regulated militia. There's a difference. Again, let's not get onto. Let's get off of this fucking roller coaster.
Yeah, because it's debatable. What is the definition of a tyrannical government? Well, that's going to vary from you to you to you to me.
and this is why the Constitution is an archaic document and it needs to be completely redefined.
Whoa.
I don't think it needs to be
Are you
redefined.
serious?
I am serious.
I don't think it needs to be redefined.
Wow. That's
but-
Why do we have such a split? Because everybody interprets it one way or another. There's not
That's
a
just
clear definition.
That's just like the Quran.
It's the oldest
You may read it this way. I may read it that way.
Constitution still.
But I'm reading love
Exactly
and
my
peace, and
point.
you're reading hate. It's not. The Constitution is a lot more defined in its wording than.
It's a legal document that pertained to a day and era and age and an era that is
No.
not
But
of
what
today.
part of
That's
it
not
is
true.
not? What part of it is not pertinent? Just because it says
Just-
man?
No, that's what I just said. If the original writers of the Constitution knew what kind of firepower we'd have today, do you think that they would still say every man has the right to bear arms?
When
Yes.
they know the U.S. government can shoot you from space, yes.
So under that pretense, then we should be able to shoot. We should be able to have our own space drone too,
We should.
but we can't
Not
Why
yet.
can't you?
because the Constitution doesn't define us to be able to.
But it doesn't limit you to not.
Can you
Doesn't say
can
that
you
you
own a
can't.
tank?
You can.
The military has all kinds of tanks. Can you own an
Yes, you can.
actual
You can.
working tank?
Yes,
You
you
can.
can.
How?
There is nothing that says you cannot own a tank.
How?
Get a 501c3 and say you're a charity and you're opening a museum.
Exactly. You
Still
have
legal.
to go around
No,
steps.
you have to
do
go
so.
through the legal steps
It's not to
do
be.
so.
It's not to be
Just
an
like
equal.
you have to, just like you should have to
just
go
one
through the
idea.
legal steps to own a firearm.
Yeah.
Just like you
That's-
should have
If
to
you
go through the
own a
legal
tank
steps
and
to
you can
become
drive
a
the
driver's
tank-
system.
If you own a
Yes.
tank and you can drive the tank, it has to be decommissioned to be able to fire. It cannot fire a shell.
You cannot purchase. Right. So the pin
But-
basically has to be removed. The firing pin, the mechanism. You can't have a live round.
You
in
can
it.
What
still
I
have the
understand,
barrel there.
has to be welded shut.
I don't know
You
the
can
laws
have the barrel
of it,
there, it
but
just cannot be capable of firing. So you take the fire mechanisms out of the inside of it.
So you're not equal to the military.
You can.
You have
that
ways
wasn't
to
your
do it.
question.
You
Your
have ways-
question
yeah.
was,
I
can
have
you
a way
own a
to-
tank? Yes,
know
you can own a
exactly
tank.
What the fuck I mean? A living, breathing tank that can fire the same way the military tanks can fire.
But there's no look.
Can I go?
Did
buy,
I have to wait?
Can
a
I
minute,
go
hold
buy
time
one out
time
of the store?
Go ahead.
No.
Wait a minute. This is exactly why the Constitution needs to be redefined because I said it in blank layman's terms. Mm-hmm. It was not completely defined. You threw the if in
Okay.
after my point.
Okay.
Just like the Constitution needs to be redefined to close the loopholes.
Okay.
This is why the Constitution is an archaic document that needs to be redone.
Tanks breathe.
You knew exactly what I meant, Felicia. Don't be stupid.
So that nobody can
Now
buy a
is not
tank.
the time to be dumb. Humanity creates the loopholes when it's fitting to those that can afford to create the loopholes.
Right.
This is why the Constitution needs to be rewritten. Because it should not have power to rewrite the Constitution to only fit those that can afford to change it. I'm just saying. It's an archaic fucking
True.
document.
I remember when the millionaire women came together and said, "Hey, do you mind if we put an amendment in there so we can vote?" And we said, "Fuck you, rich women." Okay. It moves. It breathes. It moves. That's why it's still around. Is it moves and it's malleable and it moves.
I didn't say throw it away.
I thought I heard that.
I said it needs
redefined.
to be redefined. Yeah, absolutely.
So that's.
It needs to be updated. It's 2022.
Words are defined already by Webster.
Because there's a lot of open-ended that there's a lot of loops that need to be closed. There is so much open-ended that leaves to interpretation, and this is why we have so much divide.
Do you think maybe when it was written...
Felicia says, on a different note, I'm so tired of being sick. Have
People
kids,
way
they
more
said.
simple.
It will be fun.
But
until they go to kindergarten and bring home all kinds of army germs.
Yeah, they're petri dishes. It's
Yep.
crazy.
There ain't enough sanitizer in the world to stop that from happening.
And Chris, that's the only point I was trying to make. It needs to be overhauled.
All
It
right.
needs to be redefined completely. I don't say throw it away. I didn't say we need to throw away the outline of America by any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, I know you do, Chris.
Never would I say that, and I hope you guys should all know me well enough to know that I am patriotic enough that I would never shit on the Constitution. But it definitely needs updated because it is 2022, not... What year was it? 1776 is the Declaration of Independence. It's not the Constitution.
You're right. You're right.
My bad.
Damn.
Come on, Patriots!
That was a trap.
That was.
That was a 1:24 a.m.
1804. 1804.
4:23 in the stream question.
Wait a minute. Anthony said, honestly, we should tear it up and start over. Weren't you just an advocate for having the Constitution? Yeah. We haven't had an amendment in, what, 60 years? Absolutely. And how much has this nation evolved over the last 30 years alone?
I say split it into 4 provinces, East Coast, West Coast, and 2 in the middle. You want to be racist, you move in. You want to be cool, you move out. And then we all split resources. Middle's got the food, we've got the fuel and the tech.
I'm not against that idea, honestly.
The 4 fucking things divide all their profits and it wealths down to us. But if you want to be a fucking racist redneck, you know which French Canadian place to move to, which would be kind of like the French Canadian spot in Canada.
Hold on.
They're like, we know we want to be French Canadian. We're staying here. Well, you want to be cool, you go
Wait a
over
minute,
to
though.
the Alberta side, right?
Isn't that why states were created?
What?
Aren't states supposed to be able to make their own sovereign rules?
I have no fucking idea. I don't know what states do anymore.
Of the Union, we're all unionized as a coalition, but the idea of states is to govern their own bodies. Just like abortion should not be a federal law, but it can be a state law if the majority of the people within that state.
And that's what it's transitioned to.
No, it's federal law now.
It's not federally protected.
Right. It's not federally protected.
On all states. It's state-by-state cases.
Right.
So basically they just remove their
state laws override federal laws. That's not true.
That's not true.
Vice versa. The state law can be stricter than a federal law, but not less.
Not supposed to be less. But when it comes to marijuana, I mean, we all see how that's working out.
And it cannot infringe on one's rights.
Hey, you know what?
Regardless,
you know that this is a whole lot of gray area that none of us really know because we're not attorneys. But you know what could possibly help straighten all of this gray area out that creates a lot of confusion and a lot of divide in America?
Cryptocurrency,
rewriting the Constitution, updating the Constitution,
some no shit coin,
some no shit coin, absolutely. See, Anthony said Oregon decriminalized all drugs. How's that working out for him, by the way? I haven't paid attention to any of that, but that's scary. To me, that's scary, but I don't know. Is it working?
Drugs are their vice. We don't need to throw somebody up in jail because they're fucking blown out a vein.
Oh, I'm not arguing for or against. I just wonder how Oregon is doing with the fact that they decriminalized it. Like, is it working in the direction that they were hoping it would?
Felicia, New Zealand won't let you just move there. You have to.
But if you still have intent to distribute, there's still enforceable laws that way. Like if you pull somebody over with a key, you're like, oh shit. But if you pull somebody over and they got a gram of blow, you're like, oh, you idiot.
Got it.
From my understanding.
Didn't Biden announce today that a pardon on all pot federal felony charges?
He did.
Yes, he did.
And weed stocks went up 32%.
Did they?
It's okay. It'll go back down tomorrow. We're all gonna fucking forget.
It'll flatten back out. All the stoners are gonna be like, dude, what happened?
Where did my money go,
Bro?
Oh, I bought stock. I thought I was buying.
I thought I was buying weed. It's supposed to be delivered. Yeah.
I am one of those, so I'm in jest saying those things.
So Biden left a strict note to states to do the same. Well, the Great Northwest, they did that a while ago. So,
Yeah, and look how much money they have.
but can't do anything
But
with
can't
it
do
because
anything
it's
with
still
it.
federally regulated.
Yeah.
Well,
Yes, there
what
is a
it-
pot stock.
Yeah.
Which is funny because the FDIC. So the excuse
There's
is
a few of them, Yoda.
The banks are FDIC insured, so they're federally
So
regulated. So because they're federally regulated, you can't take your pot money and put it in a bank account. But the FDIC is not owned by the Federal Reserve is not a government entity.
Yeah, this is true. They call it the Fed to fuck with you.
How is that?
Well-
If it's not if it's not a government entity, how can they dictate? How can the FBI and the feds dictate what money can and can't go into a bank account?
Well, because they're sucking the dick of one bank.
I
And
just
that
wanted
bank-
somebody else to say it.
that
That's all.
bank won't let any other bank fuck us.
Eric said there's a pot stock, and bro, there's dozens.
Oh, yeah.
What's the matter with you?
They're big multinationals. That's why most of your weed comes from 6 distributors, is because there's money in the game. California, all those small growers got bought out or forced
Anthony
out.
said it's
The
actually
permit
not because
costs
it's
are
government.
insane.
It's because the laws are subject to change.
Hold
Well,
on. Let
just
me
like
tie
the
it all
Constitution
together.
should be updated. That's a thing.
There's a stock for everything.
They should really expand
Banks
their
are
sucking
federally
skills.
regulated by Congress. Why? Congress shouldn't be able to tell my bank what I can and can't do with my money.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think
They're not.
no.
And the FTC.
And we're
SEC.
talking traditional bank, credit unions. They all have different insurers. They have different everything. And they're
Federal
very-
Reserve prints the money, but the Federal Reserve is not a government entity.
Right. It's a private bank with a board of
Right.
directors that make a profit.
They've got America fooled, and this is why no matter what our political belief is, we need to fucking come together and realize and wake the fuck up.
Not only that,
We're all just puppets.
They put that it's their money on the money where it says Federal Reserves. It's a Federal Reserve. It's their money.
It's a play on words. Says
Yeah, it tricks you into thinking
It also
it's our
says
money.
in God we trust, but let's be real.
And
Let's
if
be
you
real.
fold the bill a certain way, don't even get me started.
If you origami that bitch, you can make it say whatever you wanted to say.
Did you ever see that guy on the bill, man? Who's in the bush?
Why the fuck does it say in God we trust, but it has a pyramid with one eye on it? That's not God's eye in that pyramid.
God
the
delivered his
all-seeing
people
eye.
from Pharaoh. Did he not? Moses? Is it Moses?
Did
It's Moses.
Did God build the pyramids?
No, the aliens did.
Is the Federal Reserve the richest thing on earth? It's the most corrupt scam on earth.
It could be
Isn't
if it just
the-
turned its
what's-
printers on forever.
What is he of
Oh,
Dubai?
it's already
Isn't-
doing that.
Isn't Dubai ran by a prince or a king or
Saudi.
whatever?
Yeah, the Saudi prince.
Saudi
Something
prince.
like that. Yeah. So isn't he like the richest on the planet?
Thing on the planet? Probably.
That's why he built Dubai the way he did.
Yeah.
Well, and
So that
apparently
Antonio Brown
Dubai's
could
about
go
to be rebuilt.
whack off in a pool.
Yeah.
Have
Well,
you seen the plans for the what are they calling it? It's not refreshing. Something of Dubai. They have this. They've released these sketches and video
Concepts,
sketches,
yeah.
concepts that are Dubai being redone by like 2040, and it's fucking incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Well, dude,
X-Men built the pyramids.
They built like a 6 mile.
Did you read which book of your Bible did you read that in, Eric? Just curious.
They built like a 2 or a 6 mile indoor skiing park
yeah.
that went up like 1,000 feet or something. It was
Yeah.
perpetually snowy in the middle of the desert. It's
Anthony
just-
said I'm moving to Dubai. I wanted to move to Dubai, or I wanted to go there at least. It was on my bucket list to do a rave in Dubai, but I've got friends that are in Dubai now that are like, bro, unless you're a gazillionaire,
Yeah.
you're going to be just like you are right now.
Yep.
Nothing is going to change. Your status is not going to change. You're going to look at those things, wish you could touch them or wish you could buy them, and you're going to be treated like shit if you try. If you can't afford to breathe on a Lambo, don't go to Dubai.
Yeah. Unless you're there for like a military thing.
Right.
Or the Formula One cars.
Or a contractor, yeah.
Or a contractor. There you go.
Anthony said it's okay.
Or-
I'll be making $100,000 a year soon. It's fine. It's fine. I'm making $100,000 years now, or $100,000 a year now, and I'm not going to go sneeze into Dubai.
Nope.
Because you sneeze in Dubai on somebody's car, and they've got the power to cut your lips off if
Yep.
they want to. I'm good. I would like to. I hope to see Dubai someday, but if I don't,
I thought Dubai was under British rule.
I'm not tripping.
I don't think
Well,
so.
what rule is America under? Because we're still being controlled by the rich, so I don't think it really matters.
Oh, you're right. United Arab Emirates.
India used to be years ago. Well, yeah, and Iran used to worship back in even the 70s, late 70s, early 80s. Everything in Iran and everything was about westernized civilization.
It's 104 there.
Late 70s, early 80s, all the women in
Dubai?
Iran
Are you
wanted to
looking
look
up
like
the
Farrah
temperature?
Fawcett. Farrah Fawcett was idolized.
Yeah.
And look how they're treating their women today. So
Let's not.
it's all about a regime. And why? Because the people aren't standing together against those with the money and the power.
What did I miss? What women?
No, Anthony said India used to be years ago. And I said, yeah, and Iran in the late 70s, early 80s, all of the women wanted to look like Farrah Fawcett, and that was the thing. Westernized civilization, westernized culture was the popular thing in the late 70s and the early 80s for the Ayatollahs. Remember how much the Ayatollahs loved American
Those big,
culture?
huge Dallas glasses that they would wear.
Everybody.
Yep.
And look at Iran now. How do they treat their women now? They wanted all of their women to look like Farrah Fawcett back then, and it was okay. They posted all of these pictures of the women leaning over the coffee table, setting a coffee cup in front of their husband with their long, flowy hair and their short skirts with their paisley prints. And now look what we got. It's not enough people stood together against the powers that be. Someday, I will always dream of a utopia.
So, if a female were to run, which one do you think it's going to be?
Be more specific. What are you in reference to?
In POTUS. Which ones do you think it's going to be?
Hold on. If there was going to be a
Well, it
female
has to
that
be a
ran for president or
female
actually had a chance of winning the
Female
presidency.
Republican.
Who? Either or.
Well, they're not going to put up a Democratic nominee against Biden.
I'm just saying, like, either or. If out of the ones that are up, possible. That doesn't mean now this, that, or whatever.
I mean, Anthony's right. Harris has a fast track, but
Yeah, but just in general, and how long do you think it's going to be before they actually get put
Anthony,
into office?
that's never going to happen. I
I
guarantee
think
it.
at least
the
8 years.
the country's not ready for it.
Did you say AOC? No.
He said AOC in 6
6
years.
years? Maybe 12.
No.
Yeah.
No.
She's pretty influential in the 20 to 26 range, dude.
I think
I would
losing
go
a lot of
longer
her
than that,
influence.
but yeah,
You mean how influential or how long till she reaches?
I think how long before.
Okay. Fair enough.
I don't think that we are Betty White. I wish. I don't think as a country we're quite ready for a female. Although,
Oh, I think we're definitely ready for a female. I don't think we're ready for an AOC.
no, I think it's going to be longer before we see a female.
I agree with Eric. I completely agree with Eric.
I
Because-
think in about 10 years, when the majority of the male boomers start dying,
That's where I'm going.
there will-
That's
there
exactly
will
where I'm
become
going.
an
At.
equilibrium.
Yes.
There will
and
become a
women will
shift.
actually be able to choose it.
And-
Be like, well, I have to support my husband. He fought in Vietnam, and Well, I don't like women either, honey. I don't want them pushing the button on their period.
We're
What the
already.
fuck? Did you just say that out
We're
loud?
already.
But people, you
we're
have
in
3
control.
granddaughters. Are you kidding me, Grandma?
We are in control of a nuclear aircraft carrier. We are in control of so many
Are you
different.
really, or is there still a man at the top of the ladder that would tell that nuclear craft what
If
they
she
can and
if
can't
she
do?
was if she wanted to be like, you know what?
Isn't there somebody else that has to turn a key too?
No,
That only happens in the movies.
not on an aircraft carrier.
I'm,
They can't launch
Wait.
nukes.
well, you said the word nuke though.
It's a nuclear powered aircraft carrier.
Oh, okay.
No, there's only very few things that are capable of launching actual nuclear firearms.
Eric said we weren't, or Anthony said we weren't ready for a black president. I disagree.
Right.
We absolutely were.
But he wasn't 100%. He was mixed. Not saying that that's a big difference, but I'm saying that I think that was a huge factor.
At that point in history, we were absolutely ready for Obama. But we were ready for Obama not just because he was black, but because he was a very able and apt president.
Very
Joe's not.
smart person.
Joe's not. And I honestly, in my personal opinion, if Joe would have picked, he could have picked other women that would have had a better chance of a future presidency than Kamala Harris.
I agree. I don't think we were ready for Obama. As far as I think us as a population were, as a humanity were, but I don't think the structure was in place to make his efficacy felt, such as pre-appointing judges, the way that they stacked the deck for the next person. I think if there would have been a little foresight right there, there could have been a much bigger impact, and we wouldn't have been hung on hope because we would have been able to actually see the hope come to fruition.
If his presidency would not have been about the first black president and instead been about the fact that he was the best person for the job at the time,
And they teed it up.
we would have had a completely different outcome than where we are right now.
And that might be your point when you say we weren't ready for it. Maybe the political landscape wasn't. And we do love a good story, and he's a fucking charming, awesome dude. So, but I just, I think the parties could have done a lot, or Democrat could have done a lot better the way that they the way they stacked it up for Trump.
It was, I absolutely agree. Our country, did you see the resentment it caused? Well, a lot of the resentment, I wouldn't blame all that resentment on Obama specifically. I think that the resentment was being perpetuated by the media and the divide between Republican and Democrat. It doesn't matter what color the president was. It wouldn't matter if the president is male or female. We're at a point in this country where people are completely divided 50-50, and they're hating each other based on politics, and it's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting.
It's not his fault. It's racism, the Republican Party. Actually, I think it's mainly, again, the reason that the female didn't win was because there are more sexist,
misogynistic men than racist
men. Well, yeah,
We were the last to get rights to vote. We were the last to get rights to property. We were the last to get rights to a lot of different things.
Yeah. You're still fighting harder for equal rights than black people are.
Right. Yes, exactly. We still don't have equal in lots of different things, lots of different ways.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jordan.
No. It's just regurgitating what I heard somebody say, and it's like, we're all for equal pay, but
that's because Trump doesn't know that Hawaii is part of the United States. That's why he kept saying he was in another country or born in another country.
Well, technically it was hostily taken over against international law. It was a sovereign nation. But anyway.
But it's not another country.
No, that's not even the argument. The argument is Obama was born somewhere in Africa,
like
but his
Somalia
birth certificate was fake.
Yeah.
And that's what the rumor was, and it was perpetuated and spun so heavily by pundits on Newsmax and by Alex Jones type people, the extreme right, that anybody on the right side believed it because
An
it
Obama
became
truther.
their gospel, just like the Bible becomes the gospel for the religious elites, the religious zealots, they call
believers.
themselves. Did you say the leaders?
The believers.
The believers. They call themselves evangelicals, but really what they're doing is putting all of their faith in another man.
Anthony's gonna get fired up. You know it.
Trump.
You said Anthony's going to get me fired up? Trump propelled himself to presidency by being an Obama truther. Yeah, there was a lot of that. And that's because half the country is being perpetuated instead of doing their own research and their own due diligence.
Isn't Alex Jones like paying a bunch of people for false information?
Oh, he just got sued. Yeah, he got sued up the ass.
And he was
fighting
found. He was found guilty, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And
he
Sandy
lost
Hook.
his radio show.
He also he downplayed Sandy Hook, and the
That
family's
was the slander one. I think
Yeah.
he lost $4 million or something.
millions of dollars.
Yeah.
He's filing for bankruptcy, so he doesn't have to pay him. He's probably already moved a lot of money into offshore accounts or into crypto wallets. So.
Yeah. Well.
I mean, such is America. Such is America.
All right.
He still has to pay even if he files. Well, I mean, if there's no money, if you get sued, if I sued you and won, and you don't have the money to pay me,
Yeah, that's true.
the lawsuit was pointless.
They will liquidate his assets.
Yeah, but how do you know he probably knowing what was coming, he wrote everything into a family member's name.
Right. It's more than likely held in trust accounts that are
Yeah.
protected by a whole legal just in case. Hey, when you screw the pooch, we have this stuff in place for you, bud.
He's going to end up paying a small percentage
Yeah.
of what he actually owes.
He's probably got insurance policies.
I wouldn't trust that they're who is they that's going to investigate it and find the money.
You know, the people that are still cashing out Bernie Madoff people.
His legal team is his legal team
No,
going to
Oh, yeah, right.
the people, because the people are going to come together and find his money and force him to pay them. They're not going to be able to become the bill collectors against that, bro. Come on, man. Come on, man.
Oh, fuck. I got to get my truck over to the mechanic. I got to get out of here.
Okay, I'm good
Sorry,
with
I
that.
forgot about that.
No need to apologize. I'm sat here for almost 5 hours.
Yeah.
I'm good.
It's over here by Charlie's, and I got to limp it over to Gainers over off Broadway. So, luckily, somebody else should be able to work on my transmission tomorrow. It's been sitting over there for 4 weeks. So I'm like, yes, I'll take the appointment in the morning.
Lovely. Well, Andy is still over at
Where?
Saints Brother, Master Tech by the mall. Andy Foreman,
Yeah.
Saints Brother.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
the lead mechanic over at Master Tech by the mall.
Really?
Yeah. He's the only one that I've let touch my rigs for years.
I wish I would've
Years.
known that. All right. I'll get a diagnosis and then I'll take it in.
All right.
I used to have somebody in the transmission place, but they sold, and every transmission place is closed down due to COVID. And
So tomorrow night, Anthony said I can get you a discount at the place next to my house. Well, I don't think he's going to take his truck down to Montevilla, bro, to get it fixed. So tomorrow night, I'm setting up the turntables because I want to mix. Wiki. But I don't know. Saturday I'll be here. I don't go back to work until Monday, and even Monday evening I might be here because it sounds like my Monday evening case. The dad's still in jail. I'm not going to be going and doing that one, so I'll be out with the girlfriend tomorrow and Saturday. Good idea. Be there. I'm just kidding, bro. It's good to see you. I'm glad you were here. Appreciate it. Anybody else that's still listening, if you're here, thank you for being here.
yeah, thanks for staying so long, everybody.
Jordan, thanks for coming and hanging out,
A
man.
total pleasure, man. Thank you so much. Wonderful setup. Great conversation. Very much longer than I anticipated.
I mean, it's much longer than I thought it was gonna, but I knew having like you and Francisco sitting here definitely would.
We got lots to say for sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And I say way too much. So I love you guys. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for the support. Either tomorrow or Saturday, I'll be back. I don't know who will be with me. We'll figure it out. And good night.
Ciao.
Where's my mouse? There it is.